Chapter 34. Why can't I decide what belongs to me, Su Yen? Su Yen enunciated each word clearly. Even under the pressure of Xiang Tianba's powerful spirit energy, his eyes were still filled with determination. At this moment, the domineering aura emitted from his body surpassed that of Xiang Tianba's. Su Yen. Xiang Tianba watched as Su Yen swallowed the cloud beast core. His entire body trembled in anger. For this cloud beast, Xiang Tianba had put in a lot of effort. He had gone to the peak of the sacred beast mountain dozens of times. First, he had injured the cloud beast. When it evolved into a sky fog beast, he had asked a few of his junior brothers to help him obtain the cloud beast core. At this moment, Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan's squirming throat. A sinister look flashed across his eyes, and the spirit energy in his body erupted. "Su Yan, give me your life." Xiang Tianba shouted coldly. Without saying anything else, he waved his hand and leaped toward Su Yan. The powerful spirit energy surged through the air like a rainbow. At the same time, the powerful spirit energy caused Su Yan to feel intense pain all over his body. "If I die, so be it." Su Yan gritted his teeth and endured the pain of being eroded by the spirit energy. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiang Tianba. The special power emitted from his eyes instantly slowed down Xiang Tianba's leaping speed. "Now is the time." Su Yan licked his lips and slapped his storage bag. The Buddha sword instantly jumped up. When he saw the Buddha sword, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. However, it only lasted for a moment. Because of the black gas that came from the Buddha sword last time, and because of Lu Fei's curse, Su Yan had not used it. Just now, he had wanted to take the startling celestial sword. Perhaps he had been too anxious, so he had taken the pagoda sword. One sword to settle the universe. Looking at the approaching Xiang Tianba, Su Yan didn't have time to think. With a cold shout, the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra started to spin rapidly, and traces of spirit energy rushed into the Buddha sword. As the long sword passed by, a thunderous sound erupted. It tore through the void like a dragon swimming out of the sea. "Oof, brat, you actually dare to take the initiative to attack. You're courting death." When Xiang Tianba saw that Su Yan actually dared to take the initiative to attack, he snorted disdainfully. He didn't dodge and slammed his palm directly at Su Yan's chest. As for Su Yan's speed, Xiang Tianba had seen it when he watched the competition between Su Yan and Ouyang Tiancheng that day. But even so, in the face of absolute strength, all struggles were futile. "Die!" Xiang Tianba snorted loudly and slammed his palm directly at Su Yan. Whoosh! At this moment, Su Yan suddenly jumped, and his figure quickly dodged Xiang Tianba's move. He swept behind Xiang Tianba and began to run wildly without any explanation. His figure was like a long rainbow, and the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra in his body also rotated to the extreme. As he ran, Su Yan didn't forget to put a spirit concentration pill in his mouth. As for Xiang Tianba behind him, Su Yan didn't pay any attention to him and just kept running forward. Xiang Tianba didn't expect that his palm would miss and was slightly stunned. Then he saw Su Yan running wildly and realized what had happened. It turned out that Su Yan's attack just now was a feint. Su Yan's real purpose was to avoid Xiang Tianba and escape. Although Su Yan was conceited, it didn't mean that he was a fool. Judging from Xiang Tianba's spirit qi, he had at least reached the Saint Vein realm. And he was only at the 7th layer of the spirit realm. With this kind of strength, even if he was faster and had strange moves, it was impossible for him to break through Xiang Tianba's defense. So now, the only thing Su Yan could do was to escape. Xiang Tianba looked in the direction that Su Yan was running in and didn't immediately give chase. He coldly smiled and said, "Oof, Su Yan, do you think you can escape?" To him, Su Yan was just an ant-like existence, and he was a divine dragon. An ant wanting to escape from his hands, wasn't that just a fool's dream? Su Yan heard Xiang Tianba's words behind him, but he still ignored them and kept running forward. There was no goal, only running. "Stay, Su Yan." Xiang Tianba saw that Su Yan was still running and coldly smiled. His figure quickly swept past like an arrow leaving the bow. His figure instantly turned into a shadow and slid through the air. Because his speed was too fast, there was even a light hiss. Am I going to die here today? As Su Yan ran, he also felt the speed of Xiang Tianba behind him and felt a wave of unwillingness in his heart. No, definitely not, I won't accept this, Su Yan growled. The spirit qi in his body was pushed to the limit and he continuously took out qi deposition pills and swallowed them. Su Yan, little brat, it's useless. You swallowed my beast core today, so you're destined to die. Xiang Tianba saw that Su Yan was still running and a cold smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Su Yan was just a dead man to Xiang Tianba. Who dared to take Xiang Tianba's things could survive. Su Yan die. Xiang Tianba leaped in front of Su Yan and immediately waved his hand. A strong wave of spirit qi surged out. That strong spirit qi was like countless sharp swords flying towards Su Yan. Puchi, Su Yan immediately felt a sweet taste in his throat and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was also shocked by the strong spirit qi and flew backwards. I can't die, I definitely can't die here. Su Yan fell to the ground and did not stop. He gritted his teeth and stood up. He patted his storage bag and swallowed a qi deposition pill. Immediately, he began to run in the opposite direction. You still want to struggle? Xiang Tianba saw that Su Yan still wanted to run and a cold smile appeared on his face. However, he was not in a hurry to chase after him. This was because he felt that killing Su Yan like this would be letting Su Yan off too easily. Since he dared to take Xiang Tianba's things, he would make him suffer a fate worse than death and let him die in despair. As Su Yan ran, Xiang Tianba stood in place and coldly watched Su Yan run. To him, no matter how far Su Yan ran, he would never be able to escape from the palm of his hand. At that moment, no one noticed that the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand had absorbed the blood that Su Yan had spat out and was emitting a faint black qi. The black qi revolved around the Buddha sword and formed a whirlpool at the tip of the sword. Su Yan. As he watched Su Yan run a few hundred meters away, Xiang Tianba's body suddenly flashed like a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of Su Yan once again. Are you done running? Xiang Tianba was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he coldly stared at Su Yan. Su Yan glanced at Xiang Tianba, turned around, and started running again. However, Xiang Tianba did not give Su Yan another chance. He leaped in front of Su Yan and blocked him. His arrogant face was filled with anger. Su Yan, stop struggling in vain. Commit suicide. Xiang Tianba stared at Su Yan with an indescribable domineering look in his eyes. Xiang Tianba, don't push me too far. Su Yan stopped struggling when he realized that he could not escape. He stared at Xiang Tianba emotionlessly as he tightened his grip on the Buddha sword. Asking him, Su Yan, to commit suicide was simply the ravings of a fool. If that's the case, then I'll do it myself. Xiang Tianba stared at Su Yan. At this moment his anger was no longer there. He suddenly leaped forward. Without waiting for Su Yan to react, Su Yan's entire body was grabbed. In the face of absolute power, Su Yan had no ability to resist. How dare you swallow my things? I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. Xiang Tianba smiled sinisterly as a powerful spiritual energy entered Su Yan's body. The powerful spiritual energy was like thousands of ants entering Su Yan's body. It tore at Su Yan's insides. Even with Su Yan's mental fortitude, he could not help but scream. The Buddha sword in his hand could not withstand the immense pain and fell to the ground. Su Yan, does it feel good? Xiang Tianba asked coldly. How satisfying. Su Yan resisted the intense pain in his body and raised his head with an unyielding expression on his face. You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan's determined eyes and felt unhappy. He wanted to make Su Yan beg for mercy. He wanted him to die in despair. He wanted him to remember that he could never touch Xiang Tianba's things. Su Yan, let's see how much pain you can endure. Xiang Tianba sneered and waved his hand again. A stream of spiritual energy burst out and entered Su Yan's meridians. Su Yan was in so much pain that his entire body twisted together as he rolled on the ground. Su Yan, so you're afraid of pain too? Xiang Tianba laughed maniacally as he watched Su Yan struggle in pain. Su Yan, if you kneel down and beg me now, I might spare your life. Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan and sneered again. He enjoyed this feeling and the respect of being in control of life and death. The immense pain in his body continued to erode Su Yan. Even so, Su Yan's heart did not waver in the slightest. He gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, I, Su Yan, would rather die than beg you for mercy. Alright. Let's see how long you can last. Xiang Tianba did not believe that Su Yan could endure the torture of being eroded by his spiritual energy. As he spoke, another stream of spiritual energy entered Su Yan's body, causing Su Yan to writhe in pain once again. Haha. Xiang Tianba laughed heartily as he watched Su Yan struggle. At that moment, no one noticed the pagoda sword on the ground. The black vortex at the tip of the sword was getting thicker and thicker. It gradually spread across the ground and kept expanding. Beg for mercy, Su Yan. Xiang Tianba narrowed his eyes as he watched Su Yan struggle. He did not even notice the black chi at the side. Impossible. Su Yan endured the immense pain in his body and slowly stood up. He pointed at Xiang Tianba and said, Xiang Tianba, you want me to beg for mercy? Dream on. You have a death wish. Xiang Tianba was furious when he heard Su Yan's words. He clapped his hands and was about to hit Su Yan's head. Chapter 35. The black fog quickly gushed up and condensed into a whirlpool. The whirlpool condensed and swept out like a storm. That powerful and terrifying power suddenly burst out. But. With a few sounds, the surrounding ancient trees fell down. This is... Xiang Tianba was shocked and hurriedly rushed back. This time he could see clearly that a thick black fog was spinning faster and faster. It brought with it bursts of cold wind. Rumble, with a loud sound, the black fog rushed towards Xiang Tianba like a stormy wave. What the hell? Xiang Tianba was shocked, but at the same time, a burst of anger surged in his chest. With a cold snort, he activated the cultivation technique in his body. With a shout, Xiang Tianba waved one hand, and a strong qi surged out from his palm. The powerful qi swept out quickly and instantly condensed into a huge sword shadow, slashing towards the black fog. Bang! The sword shadow collided with the black fog and made a loud sound. The seemingly powerful sword shadow released by Xiang Tianba just now was directly swallowed by the black fog, but the black fog only shook, and then violently rotated again, rushing towards Xiang Tianba. What the hell is this? Xiang Tianba's face was filled with shock. The cold arrogance from before had long disappeared from his face, and his eyes were filled with shock. The black fog still did not stop rotating, rolling bigger and bigger, causing a huge storm, constantly eroding everything around it. This is too strange, I'd better leave first. Xiang Tianba glanced at the black fog and didn't plan on attacking. Although he hadn't used his full strength in the attack just now, he still had a chance. Although he did not use his full strength in the attack, he still used 40 to 50% of his strength. However, the black fog did not move in the slightest, and there was nothing attractive, so Xiang Tianba did not have the interest to compete. As for Su Yan, Xiang Tianba watched as his body was sucked into the black fog. Just by relying on the huge invasion of the black fog, he was probably already dead. Xiang Tianba was too lazy to pay attention to it. He leaped out of the black fog and stepped onto the roaming auspicious cloud to leave Duantian Cliff. The black fog did not stop because of Xiang Tianba's departure. Instead, it spun faster and faster, continuously eroding the surrounding vegetation. Everywhere it passed, it immediately turned into barren land. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. However, the black fog below Duantian Cliff did not stop spinning. Instead, it grew thicker and thicker, and the whirlpool grew bigger and bigger. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the condensed black fog suddenly spread out and instantly formed a huge tower. That's right, it was a huge pagoda. When the huge pagoda appeared, the black fog was like a wave, quickly dissipating to the side and blending into the air. In less than a breath's time, the black fog that almost occupied the entire Duantian Cliff disappeared completely. Only the huge pagoda that was formed in the black fog was left. Under the scorching sun, the huge pagoda, which was more than 100 feet tall and a few feet wide, faintly emitted a faint yellow golden light. Under the golden light, the material of the pagoda could not be seen. However, the 3 words, pagoda, that appeared on the door in the middle of the pagoda were particularly dazzling. The 3 words pagoda of Buddha emitted a faint red light screen. Under the golden light, it gave people a sense of mystery. At this moment, if one were to look closely, they would discover that there was a person lying under the pagoda. That person's entire body was covered in blood, and his clothes showed that he was tired. However, there was a frightening determination on his face. Even at that moment, his eyes were tightly shut, and one could still feel the viciousness that was spreading out from his eyes. If Xiang Tianba was present at that moment, he would definitely be able to recognize that this person was Su Yan, who had died in the black fog. Su Yan lay under the pagoda, as if there was no trace of life in him. The pagoda was also quietly standing there. The surrounding vegetation of the Duan Tian cliff had long been corroded beyond recognition by the black fog. One person and one pagoda quietly stood under the Duan Tian cliff. Other than the occasional cry of 1 or 2 flying demonic beasts that flew across the horizon, there was only the sound of wind blowing from time to time below the Duan Tian cliff. At the bottom of the Duan Tian cliff, there was originally a desolate area. Under the invasion of the black fog that day, even the surrounding demonic beasts had disappeared without a trace. Only the silent sunlight shone, telling the story of the passage of time. The stars alternated, and another 3 days passed by quickly. On this day, the sky was no longer clear. Dark clouds covered the sky, causing the area below the Duan Tian cliff to become gloomy. Not a trace of sunlight could be seen, as if even the sunlight despised this piece of desolate land. Silence, or even a dead silence, filled the entire Duan Tian cliff. However, at this moment, a roar of laughter suddenly rang out. This laughter was like a muffled thunder between heaven and earth, instantly spreading throughout the entire Duan Tian cliff. Su Yan, who was lying under the pagoda, also seemed to feel this muffled laughter. His body, which had not moved at all for the past few days, moved slightly at this moment. Enter my pagoda, obtain my pagoda, display the might of my pagoda, wake up. A voice rang out from within the pagoda. Following the voice, a wave of spiritual energy instantly surged out. It struck Su Yan's weak body, and Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. After being unconscious for the past few days, the moment he opened his eyes, the golden light from the pagoda flashed, and he hurriedly closed his eyes again. After a few breaths, Su Yan gradually got used to this intense light. When he opened his eyes and looked at the pagoda, shock once again exploded in his eyes. Although he was unconscious for a few days, Su Yan remembered clearly what happened that day. This was his humiliation. The pain caused by Xiang Tianba's spiritual energy erosion was still fresh in Su Yan's memory. At the same time, he also remembered the appearance of the black fog at the last moment. However, this pagoda, kid, since you have activated the pagoda, begin the pagoda transfer. With a voice, Su Yan did not have time to react. A gust of wind swept past, and when Su Yan opened his eyes again, he was already inside the pagoda. What is going on? Su Yan's brows instantly formed a few black lines. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once again, without waiting for Su Yan to react, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. The few people who appeared were like a few phantoms, faintly discernible. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that when these people looked at him, they emitted a resentful aura. Not only that, but their entire bodies were emitting a thick murderous aura. This murderous aura was definitely something Su Yan had never seen before, and his heart could not help but tremble. Pagoda sect, you have caused me so much trouble. At this moment, among the few figures, the person standing at the front let out a cold snort and suddenly leaped towards Su Yan. Su Yan panicked and quickly moved back, narrowly avoiding the attack. Seeing that the few people wanted to attack again, he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone we want your life." The few people shouted at the same time and attacked Su Yan together. The few of them seemed to be moving slowly, but every move was aimed directly at Su Yan's vital points. Hey, what is going on? Su Yan was like a monk at this moment, completely unable to understand what was going on. However, no matter how Su Yan asked, no matter how he shouted, those people would only attack him and attack him. Every move was aimed at his vital points, and every move was vicious. Xiao, Su Yan could not dodge in time, and his arm was cut by one of the people holding a sword, and a stream of blood immediately gushed out. Su Yan frowned and looked at his injured arm, anger welling up in his chest. I have no enmity with you. Since you are so vicious, don't blame me for not being polite. Su Yan gritted his teeth, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly rotated. With a slap of his storage bag, the awakening celestial sword appeared in his hand. Looking at the person who had just injured him, Su Yan's eyes narrowed and his body quickly rushed forward like an angry cheetah. At the same time, the awakening celestial sword in his hand suddenly rushed forward, like a flash of lightning. The sword flashed and the sword roared, directly piercing through the person's throat. Xiao, when the sword passed through the person, a crisp sound was heard and the person instantly dissipated, turning into nothingness. Su Yan frowned slightly, but quickly recovered. Seeing the surrounding people attacking him, he licked his lips and shouted, "Good timing." In an instant, Su Yan raised his sword and swept it out. Sword energy was released in all directions, like a whirlpool rapidly rotating. One breath. In just one breath, the few people who were still full of killing intent, under this one move, all turned into nothingness. The pagoda returned to a state of calm. Su Yan looked around and frowned again, especially those people just now. Who were they and why did they want to kill him? And where was this place? Su Yan's heart was full of doubts. He walked around in a circle and saw a pill in the center. Su Yan was no stranger to this pill. It was a second-level spirit-gathering pill. Although it was not a rare item, it was still a good pill. Su Yan looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he did not think much of it and put it into his storage pouch. Then he walked around, hoping to find a way out. Unfortunately, he could not find a way out. The surroundings were covered in golden curtains. Although the golden curtains looked flashy, they were incomparably hard upon contact. It was impossible to break them. What is this place? Su Yan frowned again. Seeing the stairs to the second floor, he hesitated for a moment, but still decided to go up. Uproar. Just as Su Yan stepped onto the second floor, another loud sound was heard. Suddenly, a few demonic beasts jumped out from the surrounding golden curtains. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly tightened his grip on the awakening celestial sword. After a closer look, he realized that these demonic beasts were only ordinary demonic beasts. Giant wolves, third-level demonic beasts, famous for their speed. Chapter 36. 5 to 6 giant wolf beasts eyed Su Yan covetously, but they did not howl. Bang! With a loud sound, 5 to 6 giant wolf beasts pounced towards Su Yan at the same time. Giant wolf beasts were famous for their speed. At this moment, 6 giant wolf beasts attacked at the same time, causing a violent gust of wind. The giant wolf beast's huge body pounced over like a dark cloud. The light in the pagoda seemed to be covered by it at this moment. However, Su Yan did not panic at all. Just now on the lower level, Su Yan might have hesitated because he was facing a human. But this time, he was only facing demonic beasts. Demonic beasts were emotionless, and Su Yan would not care about these beasts. Whoosh! Just as the giant wolf beasts were about to pounce on Su Yan, there was a soft sound. Su Yan's eyes narrowed, and his body moved quickly, jumping out of the encirclement of the giant wolf beasts. Seeing Su Yan dodge, the giant wolf beasts did not panic. They turned around and stared at Su Yan with their bell-like eyes. Although the giant wolf beasts were only third-level demonic beasts, they did not have spiritual intelligence, but because of the characteristics of the giant wolf beasts could be considered as cunning among the demonic beasts. Especially when the giant wolf beasts were hunting, they would always display shocking intelligence. But at this moment, there was no sign of intelligence in the giant wolf beast's eyes. There seemed to be a trace of death chi fluctuating in their empty eye sockets. These giant wolf beasts seemed to be dead. Su Yan looked at them with doubts in his heart, but he did not care. Seeing the giant wolf beasts pounce, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. This time, he did not dodge and held the shocking celestial sword in his hand. He immediately attacked, violent as a dragon. His figure suddenly burst out, and his speed was like a flash of lightning. It was many times faster than the speed that the giant wolf beasts were so proud of. There was even one giant wolf beast that did not get up. Whoosh! The sound of the sword rumbled. The shocking celestial sword directly passed through that giant wolf beast, and with a soft sound, it turned into nothingness. When Su Yan saw the giant wolf disappear, his brows involuntarily furrowed. Just now, those people also disappeared in the same way. However, they were just people and had no value, so Su Yan didn't care about them. However, this giant wolf beast was different. It had a beast core in its body. Although it was only a third-rank demonic beast, it could at least be exchanged for some qi condensation pills in the sect. One had to know that under Xiang Tianba's pursuit, Su Yan had practically consumed all the pills in his storage bag. After a few months in the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan had already understood the importance of medicinal pills to a cultivator. Therefore, not having medicinal pills was definitely a fatal problem. For example, if two people of the same level were to fight, and one of them had a pill while the other didn't, the one without the pill would definitely die at the hands of the one with the pill. Now that his storage bag was empty, Su Yan was still thinking of killing these giant wolf beasts and obtaining their beast cores to exchange for pills. At this moment, the giant wolf beast disappeared. Su Yan's doubts were mixed with some annoyance when he saw another few giant wolf beasts pouncing over. Strange. Su Yan couldn't help saying. Immediately, he didn't stand on ceremony. Raising the shocking immortal sword in his hand, he leaped out, instantly bursting out several rays of light. The few giant wolf beasts that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws just now were all killed by Su Yan. Similarly, the few giant wolf beasts all turned into nothingness after being killed. Su Yan was secretly angry in his heart. Following that, he searched around like he did on the first floor. Very soon, he found a brocade box in the center. The brocade box was pitch black, without the word of luxury. Just waiting for the brocade box, Su Yan didn't expect it to contain anything good either. In addition, he hunted a few giant wolf beasts and didn't obtain a single beast core. His interest was even more flat. What's this? Su Yan muttered to himself and opened the brocade box. Seeing the pill inside the brocade box, his eyes immediately burst out a burst of bright light. Soul-amassing pill, it's actually a soul-amassing pill. Su Yan never expected that this seemingly ordinary brocade box actually contained a soul-amassing pill. This soul-amassing pill was known to be precious from the last time when Hao Feng risked his life to chase after Su Yan. When the sect master of the hidden sword tomb bestowed the soul-amassing pill to Su Yan was reluctant to swallow it. Later, he was forced to swallow the soul-amassing pill. The best time to take the soul-amassing pill was at the life-soul realm. At that time, Su Yan still felt the pinch for a long time. He didn't expect that he would obtain a soul-amassing pill again in this tower today. Su Yan looked at the soul-amassing pill and licked his lips slightly. His excitement was self-evident. The anger of not getting the giant wolf beasts just now had long disappeared. However, this excitement was soon suppressed by the doubts in his heart. Just now, when he killed those people on the first floor, he obtained a soul-amassing pill. Now, after killing the giant wolf beasts, he obtained another soul-amassing pill. Could it be that the higher he went, the better the reward? Now that he was given a soul-amassing pill on the second floor, what kind of treasures would there be on the third floor? In his doubts, Su Yan looked up at the stairs leading to the third floor, his eyes full of anticipation. Although there was no need to talk about the dangers on the third floor, Su Yan rushed up without hesitation for the treasures. Strength. Under the humiliation of Xiang Tianba, Su Yan had an unprecedented desire for strength in his heart. He was the #1 sword master in his previous life. How could he allow others to humiliate him? And to get rid of this humiliation, the only way was to become stronger. Su Yan walked up to the third floor. Although he didn't know what kind of dangers existed on the third floor, his eyes exuded a sense of determination for the treasures. If he wanted to become stronger, besides cultivation, he needed some shortcuts. The treasures that existed between heaven and earth were obviously a shortcut. Now that there was such an opportunity in front of him, how could he let it go? Pudong. Just as Su Yen stepped onto the third floor, he heard a loud sound, exactly the same as when Su Yen entered the first and second floors. With the experience of the second floor, Su Yen didn't panic at all. Instead, he looked into the hall with a sense of anticipation. However, he didn't see any people or monsters. What's going on? Su Yan's brows furrowed into a frown. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, several sharp sounds were heard, and countless flying swords suddenly attacked Su Yen. Those flying swords were faster and more powerful than the sword formation that Su Yen broke through in the sword pavilion of the hidden sword tomb. Wherever the flying swords passed, there was a loud sound and a continuous whistling sound. Each flying sword emitted a dazzling light. Su Yan's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly retreated, dodging the first wave of flying swords. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body also began to rotate rapidly. His previous calmness disappeared with the swift attacks of the flying swords, and in exchange, he had a solemn expression. The speed of the flying swords was definitely faster than the speed of a life-soul realm cultivator. Furthermore, there were many of them. If he was hit, he would definitely die. Swish, swish, swish. The flying swords seemed to have eyes. When Su Yen dodged, they immediately turned and attacked Su Yen. When Su Yen dodged, his mind began to work rapidly. These flying swords are so fast. It must be a sword formation. Since it's a formation, there must be a way to break it. Su Yen used his chi to dodge the flying swords, and his eyes constantly observed his surroundings, trying to find a way to break it. However, there was nothing in the hall other than the walls that looked like copper walls. There was nothing mysterious about it at all. The flying swords became faster and faster. They were as fast as lightning as they constantly attacked. Su Yen was only at the 7th level of the life-soul realm. Although he could barely dodge the flying swords by relying on his speed from his previous life. However, if the flying swords attacked endlessly, he would definitely die from the exhaustion of his spiritual power. In his frantic dodging, Su Yen unknowingly retreated to the stairs leading to the second floor. When Su Yen went down the stairs, the flying swords stopped attacking. Su Yen was stunned. Thinking back to his experience on the second floor, he seemed to understand something. The first floor had a few people whose strength was equivalent to the 5th level of the spirit realm. Su Yen could naturally deal with them as he wished. The second floor had a giant wolf, a 3rd-level monster. Its strength was equivalent to the 8th level of the spirit realm, although it was higher than Su Yan's cultivation. However, Su Yen had a speed that he was even more proud of than the giant wolf, so he was not afraid. From the attacks of the flying swords on the first 3 floors, they were at least at the life-soul realm. The life-soul realm, it was not a physical attack. After striking down one flying sword, another would not follow. Even if a true life-soul realm cultivator came, they might not be able to break through. Moreover, Su Yen was only at the 7th level of the spirit realm. It was naturally difficult for him to deal with them. Su Yen had only been on the 3rd floor for a few breaths of time. However, he had constantly circulated his qi to dodge, which had consumed a lot of spiritual qi. Now Su Yen felt that it was a bit difficult. If he went in again and could not break through the formation, he would definitely lose his life here. Do I really have to give up like this? Su Yen looked at the empty 3rd floor, his eyes filled with reluctance. The 1st level of the 5th level of the spirit realm gave him the spirit gathering pill. The 2nd level of the 8th level of the spirit realm gave him the spirit gathering pill. The 3rd floor had sword formations at the life-soul realm. What kind of treasure would they give him? Wealth comes from danger. Thinking about the treasures and his own strength, the unwillingness in Su Yan's eyes instantly turned into a resplendent light that overflowed in all directions. It was filled with determination. Slapping his storage pouch, Su Yen took out the few spirit-gathering pills in his storage pouch and swallowed them. After a short rest, he resolutely stepped in. Bang! Just as he stepped into the third floor, several loud sounds came. Then, countless flying swords attacked Su Yan like a storm of pear blossoms. Break! Seeing the attack of the flying swords, Su Yan did not retreat. His pupils constricted and he unsheathed his long sword to meet the flying swords. At this moment, the Valurium sword manual in Su Yan's body was operating at full speed. The light blue spiritual chi on his body also fluctuated slightly. His body moved and his long sword danced. The light overflowed and it was very fierce. However, there were too many flying swords. Under the constant attack, Su Yan could not meet them even if he was fast. Whoosh! At this moment, Su Yan slowed down. A flying sword suddenly pierced through Su Yan's shoulder. Immediately, a great pain came and blood spurted out. Su Yan's eyebrows slightly furrowed as he understood the power of this array. However, his eyes still maintained a bright and resolute gaze. Chapter 37. This time, Su Yan was not only doing it for the treasure, but also for the pride in his heart. This array must be broken. Su Yan's eyes narrowed and once again patted the storage pouch, taking out the only remaining spirit concentration pill and swallowing it. In an instant his spirit chi recovered a lot. Su Yan clenched his hands together, and the awakening celestial sword burst out like a long snake, not caring about the brocade box beside the hall. The sound of the sword rang out, and the sword light flashed, colliding with the flying swords. In an instant, several loud sounds were heard, and the dozens of flying swords were immediately shot down. "Let's see how many more you have." Su Yan frowned, but he soon regretted his words. Just as the dozens of flying swords slid down, suddenly, several rays of light shone out, and dozens of flying swords leaped out. This time, not only did they attack Su Yan from the front, but they also attacked from all directions. Su Yan was shocked and did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly circulated his chi to dodge, and his speed was so fast that he jumped dozens of meters away. The flying swords seemed to have eyes. While Su Yan was dodging, they quickly changed direction and once again attacked Su Yan. In a panic, Su Yan hurriedly circulated his chi to quickly retreat and miserably avoided this round of flying sword attacks. However, the flying swords did not stop there, and suddenly turned and attacked Su Yan again. Stubborn! Su Yan raised his eyebrows, and the great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body quickly rotated. The rich spirit chi in his body was instantly emitted from all over his body. "Let's see how you break this." Su Yan gritted his teeth. But the awakening celestial sword in his hand stabbed down, and spirit chi filled his body. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's body immediately rose with a gorgeous light. "Invincible golden body." Su Yan lightly shouted, and the golden light became even more intense, enveloping Su Yan and the awakening celestial sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the countless flying swords in the hall quickly shot towards Su Yan, resulting in a series of explosions. At the same time, there was a burst of dense fog at the point of impact. The dense fog emitted by the continuous attacks of the flying swords quickly enveloped Su Yan's entire body. Several breaths later, only then did the flying sword stop, and the thick fog slowly dissipated. Su Yan's tired face gradually became clear. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan coughed a few times. Looking at the disappearing flying sword, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. "It seems that this is all there is to it?" Poochie. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt a surge in his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. Su Yan coughed dryly a few more times, barely stabilizing his body with the help of the shocking immortal sword. Then he circulated the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture and circled around his body. After recovering a trace of spiritual energy, a trace of blood appeared on his pale face. "If there are more flying swords now, I will definitely die." Su Yan laughed self-deprecatingly. Dragging his slightly tired body, he walked towards the direction of the brocade box. Whoosh! Just as Su Yan got up, a sharp sound suddenly slid past. Su Yan was stunned. Looking back, he was shocked. That's right, it was the flying swords that hit Su Yan just now. They flew up again. Su Yen was shocked. Not daring to be the slightest bit careless, he hurriedly circulated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body. However, almost all of the spiritual energy in his body was used to activate the invincible golden body. Now, his body was lacking. Even if he circulated the cultivation method, there was still no spiritual energy to connect. He wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, the spiritual energy in his body was lacking. He could not use it at all. His feet were as heavy as lead, completely unable to dodge. Su Yen looked at the flying swords that were getting closer and closer. He closed his eyes and felt pity in his heart. Am I really going to die here today? With just a flash of thought, every bit of his past life and present life appeared. Family, friendship, love, and hatred for his enemies. All of these feelings condensed in his chest. However, if he died here now, then everything would turn into nothing. No, I can't die here. I have to live. I can't die. Absolutely not. Su Yen roared in his heart. His eyes suddenly opened and his pupils shrank. At the same time, the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body began to circulate. The spiritual energy in his body quickly condensed. Ah, Su Yen roared. Pung, a strong spiritual energy fluctuation was emitted. The flying swords that were about to attack him were instantly sent flying by this sudden surge of spiritual energy. Enjoying the spiritual energy fluctuation in his body, Su Yen let out a carefree roar. He clenched his fists and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Is this the 8th layer of spirit channeling? Although it was only a small difference, Su Yen could feel that the 8th layer of spirit channeling and the 7th layer of spirit channeling were like heaven and earth. The spiritual energy in his body was 10 times denser than the 7th layer of spirit channeling. Now that Su Yen had entered the 8th layer of spirit channeling, he could clearly feel the power of the 8th layer of spirit channeling. If he were to fight against someone in the Fate Soul realm, Su Yen thought that he should be able to fight. Now, Su Yen had the experience from before and did not care about the joy of breaking through. His eyes twisted as he stared at the flying swords that he had sent flying. The flying swords were so sharp that Su Yen had almost lost his life here. Although he had broken through to the 8th layer of spirit channeling, Su Yen did not dare to be careless. Moreover, if this flying swords did not stop, then even if he entered the Fate Soul realm, it would be useless. How do I break this formation? Su Yen stared at the flying swords, his brows furrowed into a black line. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yen observed, there was nothing around him. He could not see any flaws, let alone a way to break the formation. Do I have to shatter these flying swords? Su Yen frowned again, and at the same time, a bright light burst out from his eyes. Smiling slightly, the Velurium sword manual in his body began to move again. If that's the case, then I will shatter you all today, Su Yen said with an indifferent expression. He gripped the shocking celestial sword tightly in his hand and struck out. Su Yen had just entered the 8th layer of spirit channeling, so he was full of spiritual energy. As the sword struck out, a wild wind blew in all directions. It was like a silver dragon that attacked directly. The sword broke through the air, and the sword hummed loudly. Rays of light shot out. It was like a bolt of lightning that struck from the horizon. Su Yen did not notice the sudden attack. There was a brocade box at his feet, and he stepped on it. Just as Su Yen's foot stepped on the brocade box. Whoosh, whoosh, after a few sounds, the restless flying sword lying on the ground disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Su Yen watched the flying swords disappear, and his brows furrowed again. His foot moved slightly, and only then did he notice the brocade box on the ground. When did this appear? Su Yen bent down to pick up the brocade box, his face full of surprise. Thinking back to what had just happened, Su Yen suddenly understood. His heart was filled with joy and anger, but more than that, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although the brocade box was not obvious, Su Yen had already seen it. Because this brocade box was similar to the one on the second floor, Su Yen had thought that this brocade box was a reward for passing the sword formation. He did not think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, this brocade box should be the key to breaking the formation. As long as he took the brocade box and obtained the reward, the flying swords would disappear. He had thought that the brocade box was a reward for passing the formation. He had ignored it, but just now he had unintentionally stepped on the brocade box, and the sword formation had been broken. The method to break the formation was so simple, but he had been fighting with the flying swords, and had even lost his life because of it. How could Su Yen not be angry? But if it were not for that moment of life and death that had allowed Su Yen to understand the mysteries of the 8th layer of Spirit Realm, he would have had to wait a long time to reach the 8th layer of Spirit Realm. Su Yen laughed at himself. Looking at the brocade box in his hand, he thought of the life and death experience just now, and smiled slightly. I almost lost my life because of this. I'd like to see what kind of reward you will give me. As he spoke, Su Yen opened the brocade box. Whoosh! Just as he opened the brocade box, he heard a whistling sound. Su Yen was shocked, and hurriedly took a step forward. Only then did he see clearly what was flying out of the brocade box. This is... Su Yen looked at the floating object in front of him and was stunned. This object was in the shape of a sword, but it did not have a hilt. It was only a few inches long, like a sword, but also not a sword. It emitted a faint blue light. What is this thing? Su Yen had been in the Hidden Sword Tomb for quite some time. During his time in the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yen, other than going to the Sacred Beast Mountain, spent most of his time in the Hidden Sword Tomb's scripture pavilion, reading scriptures in order to understand more about this world. However, even so, Su Yen was unable to recognize what this sword-like yet not sword-like object was. Just as Su Yen was puzzled, a thought flashed through his mind. His eyes instantly condensed together and shot out a burst of excitement. Impossible, it can't be. Su Yen could not help but tremble with excitement as he thought about it. His hands slowly reached out to the object in front of him, and at the same time, a wave of spirit energy surged forward. When the spirit chi invaded it, it immediately let out a clear response. Su Yen swallowed his saliva with difficulty and his face flushed red. He was like a young man who had not experienced the world and was approaching the body of a peerless beauty. Up! Su Yen suppressed the impulse in his heart and poured spirit energy into the object in front of him. At the same time, he jumped up directly. At this moment, the object immediately set off Su Yen's body, allowing Su Yen to hang in the air. Su Yen looked at the object under his feet that set off his sword-like flying sword. His whole face twitched and his eyes narrowed slightly. His excitement was self-evident. It really is a flying magic treasure. It really is a flying magic treasure. Su Yen did not recognize this object before, but now he tried it. Although he could not recognize the name of this object, it was a flying magic treasure. He could tell that it was a flying magic treasure. Flying magic treasures were rare treasures in the world. Every cultivator in the Holy Vein realm could fly on a sword, but flying consumed a lot of spirit energy. Chapter 38. Of course, flying treasures were also divided into different levels. The higher the level, the faster the flying speed and the smaller the consumption of spirit energy. Su Yen didn't know much about flying treasures, so he couldn't see what kind of flying treasure he was standing on. Even so, Su Yen's face was full of smiles. Flying treasures were definitely precious treasures in the world of cultivation. The most common flying treasure would cost several million spirit stones. After obtaining the flying treasure, Su Yen had long forgotten about the danger he was in. He stepped on the flying treasure and continued to soar in the air. Only when he was gasping for breath did Su Yen finally stop. Good stuff, good stuff. Su Yen looked at the flying treasure in front of him and praised it. Now Su Yen believed that if he met Xiang Tianba again, even though he wasn't a match for him right now, if he used this flying treasure, he wouldn't be able to catch him so easily. Of course, Su Yen didn't know that Xiang Tianba also had a flying treasure. Should I give it a name? Su Yen looked at the sword-like object and thought for a while. The corner of his mouth slightly raised and he said with a smile, I am a sword cultivator. You look like a sword and can fly. In the future, I'll call you Sword Dragon! Sword Dragon. Su Yen called out to it as he spoke. The sword dragon seemed to have sensed it and moved slightly. It emitted a brilliant light and looked at Su Yen with even more joy. This thing can actually be sentient. Good stuff, good stuff. Su Yen carefully played with it for a while before putting the sword dragon back into his storage bag. This kind of treasure, if he didn't reveal it, he would definitely be killed. In the days since he entered the hidden sword tomb, Su Yen had already thoroughly understood the survival of the fittest rule in the hidden sword tomb. That day when Hao Feng didn't hesitate to use his status as an inner sect disciple to steal his soul-amassing pill, he could see the cruelty within. Right now, I'm only in the 8th layer of spirit realm. It's better to be careful, Su Yen said in a low voice. The desire for strength in his heart once again soared. Survival of the fittest. The winner wins, and the loser loses. Since that was the case, then only by standing at the peak could one be in an invincible position. As Su Yen thought about it, the words of his mother, who appeared when he crushed the celestial spirit pearl in the Su family, once again surfaced in his mind. Su Yen didn't know much about his physical body's father. However, from his words, Su Yen could clearly feel that there was definitely a treasure at the bottom of the well of swords. Therefore he had to go. However, only inner disciples were allowed to enter the sword well. The minimum requirement to become an inner sect disciple was to be at the life-soul realm. What he needed to do now was to reach the life-soul realm as soon as possible. Life-soul realm. As Su Yen thought about it, his deep eyes shifted slightly as he looked towards the stairs leading to the 4th level. On the 1st floor, Su Yen obtained a spirit-gathering pill. He obtained a soul-amassing pill from the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor was even more generous. It actually gave him a flying magic treasure, the sword dragon. Although Su Yen didn't know what this place was, he had already listed it as a pagoda. Pagoda? Then what was on the 4th floor of the pagoda? Su Yen looked at the stairs leading to the 4th floor. While his eyes were shining brightly, he was hesitating at the same time. With the experience of these 3 levels, Su Yen knew that with each level up, the danger he would face would increase by a level. On the 3rd floor, Su Yen had almost lost his life here. What kind of dangers existed on the 4th floor? What kind of treasures were there? Danger, treasures, strength. They constantly filled Su Yen's mind. In the end, Su Yen still couldn't resist the temptation of treasures. He resolutely took a step towards the stairs leading to the 4th floor. There was a sense of determination in his eyes. This was not only for treasures, but also for strength. It was to wash away the humiliation he had endured in his heart. Only by stepping into the pinnacle of the Jianghu could one laugh proudly. Su Yen stepped onto the 4th floor. Although he knew there would be danger waiting for him, he was still calm. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a disaster. If it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. Fear, panic, and anxiety were of no use. Xiao, as soon as he stepped onto the 4th floor, he heard a familiar, ear-piercing roar. Su Yen didn't panic in the slightest. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The great sun-colored glass sword manual began to surge in his body. At the same time, his gaze fell on the hall. Soon, he saw a young man standing in the middle of the hall. This person was dressed in white. There wasn't a trace of expression on his handsome face. His long hair draped over his shoulders. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not. In this windless space, the long hair actually fluttered faintly. There was no light in his deep eyes, emitting a mysterious aura. Su Yen looked carefully and didn't find any spiritual fluctuations on this person. Instead, he saw the inlay on the chest of his white robe and the long sword in his hand. He was shocked. The inlay on the robe was the symbol of the sect unique to the Hidden Sword Tomb. This proved that this person was from the Hidden Sword Tomb. If that was the case, Su Yen wouldn't be so shocked. After all, this was the foot of the Hidden Sword Tomb. He was also a member of the Hidden Sword Tomb. It wouldn't be strange for other members of the Hidden Sword Tomb to appear here. What really surprised Su Yen was that this person was actually holding the pagoda sword. Although the number of times Su Yen used the pagoda sword was few and far between, on the first day he obtained the sword, Lu Fei, that damned fatty, said that there was a curse on it. Adding in the inexplicable black gas from that day, Su Yen naturally engraved the pagoda sword in his heart. Su Yen had a deep impression of the pagoda sword's pitch-black appearance and unique veins. He could recognize that this was the sword he wore, pagoda. Most importantly, Su Yen could still clearly remember that he had lost the pagoda sword after being humiliated by Xiang Tianba. How did it appear in this person's hands now? Countless questions filled Su Yan's mind. At this moment, the unmoving young man's red lips, which were like those of a young girl, moved slightly. He indifferently looked at Su Yen and said, "Make your move. Defeat me and all your questions will naturally be answered." Su Yen was stunned. He raised his head to look at the young man's slightly empty eyes and asked, "Who are you? Why is my sword in your hands?" "Your sword." When the young man heard this, the corners of his mouth moved slightly and he smiled indifferently. "What is your sword?" "My sword. The sword belongs to whoever holds it. A sword cultivator can't even protect his own sword. How can he still have the face to talk about swords?" The young man's voice was not loud, but the sarcasm in his words poured directly into Su Yan's heart. Su Yan admitted that he was right, but a surge of anger still surged in his chest. "Then I'd like to see what ability you have to take my sword," Su Yan shouted softly. He did not waste any more words and his figure suddenly rushed forward. The shocking celestial sword in his hands struck out at the same time. The sword hummed loudly as it streaked across the sky and stirred up a gust of wind. "Is that it?" The person saw Su Yan attack and smiled faintly. He dodged slightly and dodged Su Yan's sword. Su Yan was stunned, but he did not stop his actions. He slightly turned his feet and the shocking celestial sword that was heading straight towards him suddenly changed direction and swept towards that person. The sword swept horizontally with an imposing aura. It was so fast that countless sword shadows bloomed under the void. "Your reaction is fast, but if that's all, you're still not my match." The young man looked at Su Yen and nodded approvingly. At the same time, he raised the pagoda sword. That lazy posture did not seem to have the slightest bit of strength. However, the Buddha sword blocked Su Yan's thrilling sword without any deviation. Clang! The two swords collided and immediately let out a crisp sound. This sound reverberated in the enclosed space of the fourth floor and was exceptionally harsh. When the two swords collided, Su Yen was slightly stunned. Even though Su Yen couldn't sense any spirit chi fluctuations from Zhang Xian's body, based on his experience in the first, second, and third floors, Su Yen knew that the dangers on the fourth floor would definitely be greater than those on the third floor. Hence, Su Yen used all his strength right from the start. However, even though he used all his strength and unleashed such a ferocious attack, the young man still looked lazy and casually blocked his attack. How strong was the young man? While Su Yen was stunned, the young man smiled and said, "Your attack is over. Is it my turn to attack?" As soon as the young man finished speaking, the pagoda sword in his hand suddenly emitted a burst of black fog. He immediately attacked Su Yen, although the sword was coming straight at Su Yen. However, wherever the sword passed, it emitted countless sword shadows. The illusory sword shadows constantly rotated, like countless flying swords. They constantly rushed over, making it impossible for people to see what was really happening. Su Yen was shocked and his pupils suddenly shrank. When he saw the young man's sword shadows slow down, he did not dare to be careless. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated. In an instant, countless spiritual energy was released from his body. He took a step forward and leaped over with the shocking celestial sword. Clang! The tip of the shocking celestial sword collided with the tip of the pagoda sword. When the two swords collided, there was a burst of light. The two of them looked at each other. "Although your speed is fast, is that all there is to it?" Su Yen saw that he had blocked the young man's attack and said with a smile. He returned the young man's words back to him. The young man was stunned and immediately showed the lazy smile on his face. "This is just an ordinary attack. How can it be counted?" With that, the young man raised his eyebrows and leaped back. His body paused in midair for a moment. Suddenly he leaped forward. The pagoda sword avoided the shocking celestial sword and directly attacked Su Yen between his eyebrows. Its speed was as fast as an arrow leaving the bow. Countless light screens exploded as it shot down. Su Yan was shocked again. He did not dare to meet the attack head-on. He hurriedly withdrew the shocking celestial sword and used it to block the young man's attack. However, just as Su Yan withdrew his sword, the young man's long sword was like a giant beast swinging its tail and slashing towards Su Yan's shoulder. Its speed was even faster than before. Wherever the sword passed, it left a few afterimages in the void. So it's like this. During this period of time, Su Yan, in addition to fighting with Chen Yang and Hao Feng, returned to the sacred beasts every day. He could be considered to have rich battle experience. Seeing the young man's sudden move, he panicked and quickly calmed down. His pupils shrank and he patted his storage bag. In an instant, a flash of light appeared. Chapter 39. The item in the storage bag was the sword dragon that Su Yan obtained on the 3rd floor. When Su Yan was on the 3rd floor, he had already flown for several hours. Although he wasn't very experienced in using it, he was still very familiar with it. As soon as he activated his spiritual qi, he leaped back several dozen meters. Although the youth's attack was swift and fierce, it could only miss. Jian Wushuang's attack cut through the void, leaving behind a sword shadow that was several meters long. From this, it could be seen how sharp this attack was. Speed was the skill that Su Yan was most proud of, but seeing the youth's attack speed, he couldn't help but be impressed. Of course, while he was impressed, the blood flowing in Su Yan's body also boiled. His eyes stared at the youth in white, emitting a bright light. His battle intent was ignited, and his spirit qi leaked out. It was extremely domineering. Although there were a few people on the 1st floor, they were too weak and couldn't arouse Su Yan's battle intent. Not to mention the few giant wolves on the 2nd floor. As for the 3rd floor, it was just a sword formation. Although it was dangerous, he only wanted to break the formation and didn't have the intention to fight. This was completely different. This person's sword momentum was like a rainbow, and his momentum was fierce. Coupled with his lazy posture, he constantly lured Su Yan's battle intent. Although there is nothing hateful about this person, he has such an arrogant attitude. I must defeat him today. Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon and held the shocking celestial sword tightly. The spirit qi in his body surged, and his battle intent erupted to the extreme. However, compared to Su Yan's battle intent, the youth in white still had a lazy posture. There wasn't even a trace of expression in his empty eyes. It was as if he had already expected that Su Yan would be able to dodge his attack. Of course, all of this was just a person's nature, and Su Yan didn't care too much. On the contrary, there wasn't a trace of spirit qi on the youth in white, which made Su Yan feel deeply surprised. If that was the case, it meant that the youth in white didn't use spirit qi when he was fighting with him just now. He didn't use spirit qi at all. To be able to reach such a speed without using any spiritual energy, he was probably even better than him. Let's see how fast you can be. Su Yan looked at the arrogant attitude of the white-clothed youth. His expression became serious. He stepped on the sword dragon and quickly leaped forward. This was the first time that Su Yan rode the Stegosaurus into battle. However, at this moment, Su Yan's body was moving straight forward. Wherever he passed, light would surge in all directions. He was like a ferocious dragon crossing a river. Who would be able to see the proficiency of his movements? This was Su Yan's first time controlling the sword dragon in battle. Su Yan glided over. The startling immortal sword suddenly slashed out. The sword hums instantly rang out as its speed was unleashed to the extreme. Speed was something that Su Yan was proud of. How could he be underestimated by others? The white-clothed youth did not use his spiritual energy. Coupled with the languid expression on his face, it was undoubtedly a deep insult to Su Yan. Therefore, at this moment, Su Yan had to defeat this person. At the very least, he had to make him use his spiritual energy. If his opponent's cultivation was higher than his, he would be willing to lose to him. The white-clothed youth saw Su Yan leaping over. His attitude did not change, but his body was not as calm as before. He was slightly flustered as he lifted his leg and rushed back. At the same time, he raised the pagoda sword in his hand to block. Do you think my speed is only this fast? Su Yan saw that the white-clothed youth had raised his sword to block him. He smiled faintly, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Stepping on the sword dragon, he quickly changed his direction. His body instantly erupted with a stream of air as he rushed forward. Suddenly, he appeared behind the white-clothed youth. "Go to hell!" Su Yen shouted softly and struck out with his sword. The speed was like a huge wave of sand, instantly rolling up a violent storm. Countless sword shadows appeared at the tip of the sword. In the blink of an eye, the sword shadows split and intersected with each other, changing into thousands of different forms. At the last moment, the sword shadows merged and cut through the void. Under the roar of the sword, the frightening celestial sword attacked the white-clothed youth's back. However, the white-clothed youth acted as if he did not see it and did not move. "Quickly dodge." Seeing this, Su Yen hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. The frightening celestial sword directly pierced through the white-clothed youth's back. "Why didn't you dodge?" Su Yen hurriedly withdrew the frightening celestial sword and looked at the white-clothed youth with a frown. Although he did not like the white-clothed youth's languid attitude, he only wanted to force him to use his spiritual energy and compete with him. Why would he want to kill him? Moreover, Su Yen could see that if the white-clothed youth had dodged just now, even if he could not dodge, it would not have hurt his vital parts. The white-clothed youth looked at Su Yan's angry expression and his expression did not change. He only pointed at the place where Su Yen was injured and asked, "Do you think I am injured?" Su Yen was anxious and did not look carefully. Now that he heard the white-clothed youth's words, he immediately looked at the place where the sword had passed and his body suddenly trembled. Just now, Su Yan's sword had clearly pierced through the white-clothed youth's back. However, at this moment, there was not a single mark on the white-clothed youth's body and there was no blood flowing out. How could Su Yen not be surprised and shocked? "I am a dead man." The white-clothed youth looked at Su Yan's expression and his languid expression finally changed slightly. He revealed a self-deprecating smile. "A dead man?" Su Yan's heart trembled again and his eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at the white-clothed youth. The white-clothed youth's languid expression continued to change and he waved the Buddha sword in his hand. "You said this sword is yours, but did you know that this sword was originally mine? You have it." Su Yen was stunned and immediately thought of something. He looked at the white-clothed youth in surprise and said, "You are the #1 genius in the hidden sword tomb, Mu Zijian." The white-clothed youth nodded his head. He was not surprised that Su Yen was able to recognize him. However, when he heard Su Yen mention the title of the #1 genius, a self-mocking expression appeared on his face. "So what if you are the #1 genius? In the end, you still lost your life in the Well of Swords." "Well of Swords?" Su Yen was stunned and his eyes widened. "What is going on?" "You will understand when you enter the Well of Swords in the future if you are fated to. Let's talk about the pagoda first." Mu Zijian was clearly unwilling to talk about the Well of Swords. The topic suddenly changed and he said, "The pagoda has 7 levels and you have passed the 4th level. This is your reward for the 4th level." As Mu Zijian spoke, he waved his hand and a brocade box suddenly flew toward Su Yen. Su Yen reached out and caught it. Looking at the brocade box that was no different from the previous 3 levels, he frowned and asked, "Is this level so easy to pass? You are only at the 8th level of the spirit realm, yet you can enter the 4th level. Why can't you pass?" Mu Zijian looked at Su Yen and smiled slightly. The praise in his words was obvious. Su Yen, however, was still confused. Cultivation is the Tao, and the Tao is cultivation. Thoughts are like scriptures. Qi condenses into life, life condenses into the soul. It is called the life soul. Enter 1 door and you will obtain 1 door of cultivation. Enter 100 doors and you will obtain 100 doors of cultivation. Cultivation is about fate, and fate is about luck. Work hard. When fate arrives, the Tao will naturally arrive. Don't be anxious. Su Yen carefully savored these words and seemed to understand. When he looked at Mu Zijian, he could not find a trace of him in the entire 4th level. When fate arrives, the Tao will naturally arrive. Su Yen muttered to himself again. His mind suddenly opened, as if he understood. Facing the place where Mu Zijian disappeared, he cupped his hands and bowed, Many thanks to Senior Apprentice Brother Mu for your guidance. The spirit realm cultivates spiritual energy. The life-soul realm cultivates one's own fate and soul. Everyone at the 8th level of the spirit realm knows that it is a barrier. Today, Su Yen had just entered this barrier and did not carefully think about it. Now, Su Yen seemed to understand something and slapped his storage bag. He took out the spirit gathering pill he had obtained on the 1st level and swallowed it. He put away the sword dragon and sat down. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture began to revolve and he immediately began to cultivate. The spirit realm is only the beginning of a cultivator's path. Only when one enters the life-soul realm can one be considered a true cultivator. This is why the hidden sword tomb requires cultivators to reach the life-soul realm before they can enter the inner sect. To be more precise, only when one reaches the life-soul realm and enters the inner sect can one be considered a true member of the hidden sword tomb. In Su Yan's case, first, the 5-colored giant spirit stone shone brightly, attracting the attention of the headmaster. However, the headmaster only gave him the spirit gathering pill. Although the spirit gathering pill is rare, its biggest characteristic is that it can only be used at the life-soul realm to achieve its greatest effect. The headmaster's intention of giving him the pill could not be more obvious. If Su Yen cannot reach the life-soul realm, no matter how amazing his performance is, it will be useless. To enter the life-soul realm, one needs talent and luck. There is a gap between the 8th level of the spirit realm and the 9th level of the spirit realm. Although this gap is only one level of difference, it is like the difference between heaven and earth. The 9th level of the spirit realm can also be called the life-soul realm. When one reaches the peak of the 9th level of the spirit realm, one can naturally enter the life-soul realm. This is also the day when Su Yen fought with Ouyang Tianqing. Ouyang Tianqing jumped into the life-soul realm. Because Ouyang Tianqing is already a life-soul realm, he has already comprehended his own destiny, his own soul. Su Yen has only been in the 8th level of the spirit realm for half a day. Although he is anxious to break through, he did not think too much about it, only thinking about passing the tower. But the words of the white-clothed youth, Mu Zijian, suddenly woke Su Yen up. One person, one life, one path, one soul. Enter one door, cultivate one door, enter 100 doors, cultivate 100 doors. Su Yen slowly savored Mu Zijian's last words. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body also began to rotate at a steady speed, not in a hurry. Time passed. One day later, Su Yen suddenly opened his eyes. Although the spirit energy on his body could not be seen clearly, there was a trace of joy on his face. The 9th level of the spirit realm, the life is the main, the soul is the auxiliary, the path of life, the path of soul. Is this my life soul? Su Yen carefully examined the situation around him, the joy on his face indescribable. The 9th level of the spirit realm. Although a period of time has passed, if an outsider was here, they would definitely be amazed at Su Yan's cultivation speed. The gap between the 8th level of the spirit realm and the 9th level of the spirit realm was only crossed by Su Yen in one day. There is a saying in the Gan territory, 8 to 9 years. And Su Yen only took one day. If this news were to spread, it would probably cause a wave in the entire Gan territory. Of course, Su Yen also understood that all of this was due to Mu Zijian's reminder. Su Yen once again cupped his fists in the direction that Mu Zijian disappeared in. Senior brother Mu, Su Yen, will remember today's great kindness. Chapter 40. Su Yen would definitely not forget Mu Zijian's great kindness. However, when he thought of Mu Zijian's death, he felt a little pity. If Mu Zijian was still alive, Su Yen might be able to repay his kindness today. However, Mu Zijian was already dead. How could he repay him? As Su Yen thought about it, he thought of the mysteries of the sword well that Mu Zijian had mentioned and suddenly thought of something. Just now, senior brother Mu mentioned the sword well. It's obvious that there are a few obsessions. As Su Yen thought about it, he once again cupped his fists in the direction that Mu Zijian had disappeared in. Senior brother Mu, although I, Su Yen, am not talented and cannot repay your great kindness, I, Su Yen, swear that I will definitely complete the obsessions that you left behind. As Su Yen spoke, His bold and unrestrained words were like a tidal wave that blossomed in the fourth level. His eyes were filled with a resolute glint. At the same time, he looked forward to the sword well even more. In order to enter the sword well, one had to step into the life-soul realm. Although Su Yan had comprehended his own life Tao and soul Tao, it was never enough. If there was a Tao, there must be a spirit. At the 9th level of the spirit realm, if he wanted to break through to the life-soul realm, the amount of spirit chi needed was several times more than the 1st to the 8th level of the spirit realm. Even if there was a Tao without a spirit, it would be futile. Not only could he not relax, he had to work even harder. Although Su Yan did not know how long it would take, Su Yan believed that it would not be long before the intersect test. Therefore, Su Yan had to work even harder now. He thought about how he had gone from the 7th level of the spirit realm to the 8th level of the spirit realm, and then to the 9th level of the spirit realm, all within this pagoda. From Mu Zijian's words, he understood. Su Yan also understood that this was the Buddha pagoda. What did the Buddha pagoda have to do with the Buddha sword? Su Yan wanted to ask, but Mu Zijian did not give him the chance. As for the Buddha sword in Mu Zijian's hand, Su Yan understood that it should be the same as Mu Zijian. However, it was just an illusion and not a real sword. Was the Buddha sword lost, or was it in the pagoda? If the sword exists, the man exists. If the sword dies, the man dies. Although Su Yan did not know what was so special about the pagoda sword, this was not the main point. More importantly, he was the one who owned the sword. As a sword cultivator, he would never allow himself to lose his sword. With that thought, Su Yan's eyes shone with determination as he looked at the stairs leading to the 5th level of the pagoda. This time, it wasn't just for the treasures on the 5th floor, but more importantly, it was to find his sword. Of course, although Su Yan's willpower was firm, he was not anxious. Each level of the pagoda was more dangerous than the previous. In terms of the 4th level, if it wasn't for the fact that Mu Zijian didn't use his spirit chi and went easy on him, Su Yan might not have been able to pass the 4th level. At this moment, Su Yan was completely unable to consider what kind of dangers existed in the 5th level. Since he couldn't consider them, the only thing he could do was to increase his strength and use all the resources around him. Now, Su Yan's biggest resource was the soul-amassing pill from the 2nd level, the sword dragon, and the unopened brocade box from Mu Zijian. The 3rd level gave him a flying Dharma treasure. What kind of treasures would there be on the 4th level? Su Yan looked at the brocade box and narrowed his eyes, full of anticipation. Even his hands were trembling slightly as he slowly opened the brocade box. Once he opened it, the brocade box immediately emitted a dazzling golden light, and a stream of spirit chi floated out. This is a spirit weapon. Su Yan looked at the ancient jade lying quietly in the brocade box, and his whole body started to tremble. Spirit weapon. Although Su Yan had never seen it before, it didn't mean that he didn't know what it was. What was a spirit weapon? A spirit weapon was a spirit weapon. The greatest effect of a spirit weapon was that it could help its owner cultivate. In this world, apart from living creatures, how many ordinary things could become spirit weapons? Furthermore, Su Yan was now able to clearly sense that this ancient jade was naturally formed and was not forged by someone else. This meant that this jade existed between heaven and earth and automatically absorbed spirit chi to achieve the effect of becoming spirit weapons. Naturally, there was a difference between a spirit weapon and a spirit weapon forged by someone else. A spirit weapon that was naturally sentient, and it could be said that this spirit weapon already had its own consciousness. However, a spirit weapon forged by someone else didn't have its own consciousness, unless the owner cultivated and increased their strength. As for how much cultivation that would require, it was unknown. Now that the ancient jade was naturally formed, it represented that it had its own consciousness. With this consciousness, it had to be acknowledged before it could be used. Although Su Yan recognized that this jade was a spirit weapon, he didn't know how to establish a relationship with it. This ancient jade is called Fiend Fairy, and it is a rare item in the world. Fiend fairies are extremely proud, and I have wanted to use it thousands of times, but I have never succeeded. Now, I will give this jade to you, and I hope that you can successfully conquer it. Just as Su Yan was at a loss, Mu Zijian's consciousness that was sealed in the brocade box came from under the brocade box. When Su Yan heard his words, his respect for Mu Zijian instantly increased by a few notches. Senior brother Mu, Su Yan has already made a vow, so I won't say much. Accept my bow. Su Yan cupped his fists and bowed in the direction that Mu Zijian disappeared in. Only then did he get up and look at the ancient jade in the brocade box. Fiend fairy. Su Yan called softly, and the ancient jade in the brocade box immediately flew out, and with a whoosh, it attacked Su Yan. Su Yan didn't expect this result, and his body couldn't dodge in time. He was hit by the fiend fairy, and his body was sent flying dozens of meters away. Bang! Su Yan was directly slammed into the surrounding copper walls. Under the huge impact, Su Yan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, 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 cough. Su Yan coughed a few times, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the fiend fairy floating in the air. He wasn't angry, but rather happy. It can actually take the initiative to attack. Su Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at the fiend fairy. His eyes moved slightly and a bright light condensed. Whoosh! Just at this moment, the evil immortal moved once again and rapidly attacked Su Yan. His speed was as fast as a flying sword as he attacked, causing a series of explosions in the void. Still want to hurt me? Su Yan smiled slightly. This time, he was prepared and naturally couldn't be attacked by the fiend fairy. He licked his lips, and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body started to rotate rapidly. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his body leaped out, and he attacked like a cheetah. In an instant, a big hand reached out to grab the fiend fairy. That's right, Su Yan didn't want to dodge, but to grab the ancient jade. And the fiend fairy seemed to know what Su Yan was thinking. When Su Yan leaped out, it suddenly changed direction and dodged Su Yan's grab. Not only that, but the moment it dodged, the ancient jade changed direction again, and with a bang, it directly crashed into Su Yan. Su Yan's heart trembled. He hurriedly circulated his chi and dodged. His figure quickly leaped backward and landed on the ground. Because he dodged in a hurry, his footsteps staggered a little. He awkwardly took a few steps back before he stabilized himself. Seeing Su Yan's sorry state, the fiend fairy's ancient jade floated in the air and constantly moved up and down, making whooshing sounds as it slid through the air. It seemed to be mocking Su Yan. When Su Yan saw the fiend fairy's appearance, he suddenly became furious. He slapped his storage bag, and in an instant, the sword dragon appeared under his feet. Su Yan, don't believe that I can't catch you. As Su Yan spoke, he stepped on the sword dragon and quickly leaped toward the fiend fairy. His speed was faster than before. The sword dragon cut through the void, and immediately there was a loud boom. When the fiend fairy's ancient jade saw Su Yan's momentum, it stopped jumping, but it didn't dodge. Instead, it paused for a moment and directly flew towards Su Yan. With the two losses just now, Su Yan naturally knew the strength of the fiend fairy's attack. However, how could Su Yan let it go? The great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body circulated, and countless spirit chi immediately rushed toward his palms, directly trying to grab the fiend fairy. The fiend fairy seemed to have expected Su Yan's move. Just as Su Yan's big hand was about to grab him, he quickly turned and changed direction. This move again? Su Yan smiled gently. How could he be fooled by the same move twice? Just as the fiend fairy's ancient jade turned, Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon and suddenly turned. His palm swept across, directly toward the ancient jade, although it was only a palm attack. However, when the arm that was full of spirit chi swept across, it immediately stirred up a gust of wind. The fiend fairy's ancient jade floated in the air, as if it was startled. However, it quickly responded and hurriedly flew up. How could Su Yan give it the chance to do so? Looking at the fiend fairy's ancient jade, his pupils suddenly shrank. Stepping on the sword dragon, he instantly opened his big hand and directly pressed down on the fiend fairy. When the fiend fairy's ancient jade was attacked by Su Yan's big hand, it immediately panicked and wanted to dodge downwards. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not give it any hope. His hand tightened and directly held the fiend fairy in his hand. What, you still want to run? Su Yen clenched his fist tightly. Feeling the fluctuation of the fiend fairy in his fist, the corner of his mouth floated into a smile. However, when he thought of what Mu Zijian said just now, he could not help but frown. Mu Zijian was the #1 genius in the hidden sword tomb. He had tried to subdue the fiend fairy thousands of times, but he had failed. How could he subdue this ancient jade? Generally, one only needed to drip a drop of blood on a spiritual weapon to sign a contract. However, Su Yen knew that from the strange state of the jade, it was definitely not appropriate to do so. The most important thing was that if he let go of the jade, it would immediately attack him. It was fine if it attacked him, but Su Yen was worried that it would escape. Forget it. I'll put you in the storage bag first. I'll think of a way to subdue you in the future. Su Yen thought for a while but still could not think of a way to subdue it. He shook his head and did not think about it anymore. He put the ancient jade back into the box and threw it into the storage bag. This storage bag was a high-grade storage bag given by Su Yen. It had long been imprinted with Su Yan's mark. Only Su Yan's spirit chi could open it. Chapter 41. The Ancient Jade of the Fiend Celestial. Mu Zijian had said that he had tried hundreds of times but had failed. From the attack of the Ancient Jade of the Fiend Celestial, Su Yen knew that it would take a long time to conquer it. Originally, Su Yen wanted to open the brocade box and obtain a treasure that would help him reach the 5th level. But now, it seemed that all of this was impossible. But this did not affect Su Yan's mood. After all, the Ancient Jade of the Fiend Celestial was a spiritual weapon, and a natural one at that. Even if Su Yen could not conquer it, it would be helpful to Su Yen in the future. A natural spiritual weapon could definitely be considered a rare treasure in the cultivation world. Now that he could obtain a rare treasure, Su Yen was naturally happy. But Su Yen understood that now that he had entered the Well of Swords. To enter the Well of Swords, it meant that he had to enter the inner sect to be qualified to enter the Well of Swords. But to enter the inner sect, he had to reach the life-soul realm. Although Su Yen had reached the 9th level of the spirit channeling realm and was only 1 level away from the life-soul realm. But how could it be so easy in this world? 9th level of the spirit channeling realm. Even if Su Yen had comprehended his own life path, the soul path, to enter the life-soul realm, the spirit energy required was denser than the 1st level of the spirit channeling realm to reach the 9th level. The spirit energy required was something that Su Yen might not be able to achieve even if he spent a year, not to mention that there was not much time left. Ouyang Tiancheng had said that the test to enter the inner sect would be in 3 months. Even though Su Yen was in the pagoda, he did not know the time. Su Yen also knew that there was not much time left. If he missed the inner sect test this time, he would have to wait another year. 1 year might not be long for a cultivator, but for Su Yen, it was definitely a long time. 1 year. It wasn't that he couldn't wait, but he wasn't willing to wait. Su Yen had had enough of the humiliation he had suffered in the outer sect. He was a grandmaster swordsman of his generation, so he had to return these humiliation 100-fold. Clenching his fist, Su Yen recalled the humiliation that Xiang Tianba had given him that day. His eyes immediately blossomed with a resplendent light as he looked at the stairs leading to the 5th floor. The light emitted from the pair of eyes instantly condensed together. His eyes were filled with unswerving conviction. He had to become stronger. This was the Tao that Su Yen had just comprehended. Only by becoming a pinnacle expert would one not be humiliated by others. Sun Yen couldn't do it, Chen Yang couldn't do it, Hao Feng couldn't do it, Ouyang Tiancheng couldn't do it, Xiang Tianba couldn't do it. Su Yen looked at the stairs leading to the 5th floor and furrowed his brows. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Perhaps Su Yen knew what kind of danger the 5th floor would bring him. But Su Yen didn't care. Because Su Yen knew that if he didn't even have the determination to step into the 5th floor, then what strength would he have to deal with Xiang Tianba in the future? With that thought, Su Yen resolutely walked towards the 5th floor. Since there was hell above, and the danger of death above. But it still didn't stop Su Yan's determination. After entering the hidden sword tomb for such a long time, Su Yen had fully understood the law of survival of the fittest. If he wanted to stand tall in this cultivation world, then he had to become an expert. And right now, There was an opportunity in front of him. With an opportunity, there was hope. How could Su Yan give up? Su Yan walked towards the stairs to the 5th floor without a trace of hesitation in his eyes. He didn't even frown. One step at a time. His feet were steady and there was a sense of determination. But, bang, and just as Su Yan stepped onto the 5th floor, Su Yan didn't hear the familiar sound from the 4th floor. The facilities below the 5th floor were exactly the same as the other 4 floors. However, after Su Yan stepped in, there was no danger at all. The surroundings were completely silent. It was completely silent and empty. It could even be said that it was dead silent. What's going on? Su Yan looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but frown. With the experience of the previous 4 levels, Su Yan knew that every level up would be much more dangerous. Just take the 4th level as an example. If not for Mu Zijian giving way to him, Su Yan might not have been able to pass the 4th level. But now, the 5th floor was dead silent. The more it was like this, the more uneasy Su Yan felt. As the saying goes, one shouldn't be afraid of a strong enemy, but one should be afraid of not seeing one. This was exactly what Su Yan was feeling right now. And at this moment, suddenly, roars of laughter sounded from the surroundings. Su Yan immediately activated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body. His hands tightly gripped the shocking celestial sword. At this moment, a figure flashed past. A middle-aged man appeared in front of Su Yan. He had a square face and wore a long golden robe. His long white beard clearly carried traces of joy. Even so, one could still see the remaining domineering aura between his brows. That domineering aura caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble. However, Su Yan quickly regained his composure. "Who are you?" Su Yan regained his composure and looked straight at him without any expression on his face. His entire body started to be on guard. Through the experience of the 4th floor, Su Yan already knew that all the people in the pagoda were illusions. They didn't have any emotions. And with the strangeness of the pagoda, Su Yan didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Not bad. You can reach the 5th floor with only the strength of the 9th layer of spirit realm. You are indeed worthy of being the successor of my pagoda. The middle-aged man didn't seem to hear Su Yan's question. He sized up Su Yan and spoke with a face full of praise. "Who are you?" Su Yan wasn't moved by this person's praise at all. Instead, his expression became even colder. His eyes indifferently looked at this person because he wasn't sure if this was a trap of this floor. The middle-aged man saw Su Yan's expression and was slightly stunned. Then he laughed and said, "Little brat, I gave you so many treasures and you still dare to treat me like this. You gave me so many treasures." Su Yan was stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. His expression didn't change as he said, "What treasures did you give me? How come I don't know?" When the middle-aged man heard Su Yan's words, he jumped up and pointed at Su Yan as he shouted, "Hey, little brat, you don't know what's good for you. You took so many of my things and you still dare to say what treasures I gave you." The way he winked was completely different from the domineering aura he had when he first appeared. He was like a jumping clown and didn't look like an expert at all. When Su Yan saw this scene, he faintly smiled. He naturally didn't look down on this person, but Su Yan didn't care. He was more concerned about what treasures existed on the 5th floor. "Okay, let's not talk nonsense. You are the guardian of this floor, right? Make your move." Su Yan pointed his sword at the middle-aged man and shouted. The spirit chi in his body also began to release at this moment. Su Yan had always been unwilling to talk nonsense with people who had to fight. Just like the person in front of him, from the experience of the 4th floor, Su Yan was clear that this person was definitely the guardian of this floor. Since he was the guardian, Su Yan naturally wouldn't be courteous. Little did he know, when Su Yan said this, the middle-aged man suddenly became angry. His face sank as he looked at Su Yan and shouted, "Damn you, little brat, have you been beaten silly by Mu Zijian? You don't even recognize me anymore." As the middle-aged man spoke, he jumped up and glided through the void like a shadow. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, but he didn't see the middle-aged man's speed slow down. Bang! Su Yen felt a pain in his chest and his whole body was sent flying. I knew it. Su Yen didn't dodge this punch. He didn't panic and smiled coldly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised the shocking celestial sword in his hand. Little brat, you still don't know what's good for you. The middle-aged man looked at Su Yan's action and snorted coldly. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from his body. This wasn't the pressure of spiritual qi. It was an invisible pressure of aura. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt his whole body tremble. He couldn't resist at all. This aura was hundreds of times stronger than Xiang Tianba's. That invisible pressure of aura directly made Su Yan feel like his body was boiling. It was as if he had fallen into a pit of fire and his whole body was being destroyed by the flames. Puchi! Immediately, Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. The middle-aged man saw Su Yan's pale face and was stunned for a moment. Then he patted his head and laughed. Look at my memory. You're only at the 9th level of the spirit realm and you don't seem to know about the pagoda. The middle-aged man talked to himself, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Without waiting for Su Yan to respond, he continued, Little brat, I'm Venerable Buddha, the founder of this pagoda. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and blinked happily. So, the thing you just got was also a gift from me. You can't be disrespectful to me. Venerable Buddha? When Su Yan heard this, a black line appeared on his forehead. Of course, it wasn't because of the middle-aged man's words, but because of the terrifying strength that this person had just displayed. Su Yan could feel that the strength that this person displayed just now wasn't the pressure of spiritual qi. It wasn't the pressure of spiritual qi, but Su Yan could feel a suffocating feeling in his body. How strong was this person? Su Yan looked at the middle-aged man and his heart trembled. However, his body didn't shake at all. Even a bright light condensed in his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man who called himself Venerable Buddha saw Su Yan's gaze and suddenly laughed. You're really worthy of being a member of my pagoda sect. I admire your arrogance. Chapter 42. Inner Disciple Test? When Su Yan heard Venerable Buddha's words, he could not help but be stunned. Since the day Su Yan stepped into the sacred beast mountain, he had already spent a lot of time. At that time, Su Yan still knew the time. After entering the pagoda, he did not have a clear concept of time because he could not see the sun and the moon. When he was on the 4th floor, Su Yan wanted to get out of the pagoda as soon as possible to participate in the Inner Disciple Test. Who would have thought that the Inner Disciple Test had already begun? Su Yan's pupils shrank, and there was a ripple in his heart. If he missed the Inner Disciple Test, he would have to wait another year. In other words, he would have to wait another year before he could enter the Well of Swords. A year was not a long time for a cultivator. However, the desire in his heart had been driving Su Yan. He could not calm down. I want to go out and participate in the Inner Disciple Test. Su Yan instantly made up his mind, even though he had not reached the life-soul realm. As Su Yan thought about it, he patted his storage bag, and the sword dragon was driven out. Without hesitation, he jumped on it and ran toward the stairs. Brat, what are you doing? At this moment, a slight shout was heard. Although the voice was not loud, it exuded a majesty, and the coercion instantly bloomed in the pagoda. In an instant, Su Yan's body shook as if his whole body was trembling. His body, which was stepping on the sword dragon, also stopped. Su Yan panicked, but he did not move at all. Naturally, he knew who was playing tricks. His eyes condensed in an instant, emitting a bright light as he looked at Venerable Buddha. He said word by word, Go out. At this moment, although Su Yan's entire body was being suppressed, it still couldn't stop the unswerving determination in his eyes. The burst of light that bloomed showed Su Yan's determination at the moment. He, Su Yan, had fought against Sun Yan and obtained first place in the Hidden Sword Tomb's outer sect, all for the sake of entering the inner sect, to enter the sword well. After spending so many days in the Hidden Sword Tomb, he spent almost every day wandering around the sacred beast mountain in order to enter the inner sect and enter the sword well. In order to enter the Well of Swords, he had been preparing for a long time. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, how could Su Yan give up so easily? Seeing the determination in Su Yan's eyes, Venerable Wandering Slayer was slightly stunned. Then he shouted, "Come on, my ass. It's just a test of the inner gate of the hidden sword tomb. Why do you care?" "I want to go out," Su Yan said coldly. At the same time, the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body began to rotate slowly. Even though it was slow, the ripples of spirit chi didn't stop at all. It seemed to want to break through the pressure of Buddha Slayer's aura. "Hey, brat, you still want to move under my majesty? Are you courting death?" Venerable Wandering Slayer looked at Su Yan's appearance and smiled with interest. With a sway of his body, he condensed another burst of aura and launched it toward Zhang Xian. Puff! Su Yan immediately felt a shock in his body and a mouthful of blood gushed out. "Kid, do you still want to go out?" Buddha Slayer raised his eyebrows. There was a strange aura on his weathered face, and there was no trace of the majesty of an expert at all. It was the aura that emanated from his body, the powerful aura that made people tremble both physically and mentally, that reflected his strength. This powerful force was so oppressive that it even made people unable to breathe and heartbeat. However, the dazzling light emitted from Su Yan's eyes didn't relax at all. Instead, it became sharper. The trembling cultivation method was once again activated at a tortoise-like speed. It rotated slowly. Even though there was no spirit chi, it still didn't stop. With every step and pause, Su Yan's face showed a painful expression. However, he didn't give up at all and kept working hard to activate the cultivation method. "I want to go out." He looked at Venerable Wandering Slayer and said coldly. Although his voice was weak, there was an unquestionable and irresistible determination in his tone. There was even a faint trace of anger in his voice. A murderous aura drifted out from him. This anger and murderous aura might be weak and difficult for ordinary people to capture. However, who was Buddha Slayer? He was a venerable one, so he could sense Su Yan's thoughts, let alone the murderous aura that was being emitted. Venerable Wandering Slayer's weathered face immediately twitched, emitting a wave of anger. He shouted, "Brat, I have given you so many benefits, yet you dare to kill me? Believe it or not, I'll kill you." Buddha Slayer shouted coldly. He suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and flew out directly in front of Su Yan. His powerful aura soared in an instant like an invisible wave that directly enveloped the pagoda. The entire pagoda seemed to shake because of his anger. At this moment, when the awe-inspiring aura of the pagoda spread out, the hearts of the outer sect disciples who had just gathered at Duantian Cliff were shaken. Although Duantian Cliff was a barren land, it was still part of the territory at the foot of the hidden sword tomb. It was not strange that the hidden sword tomb set up the inner sect test here. It was just a coincidence that the formation for the test was set up on the pagoda at the same time. When Buddha Slayer's powerful aura spread out, the few elders in the hidden sword tomb who had just set up the formation were also shocked. "This is?" An old man in a black robe with a long white beard and a strange outline was the hidden sword elder who had changed the sword formation of the outer sect's hidden sword pavilion that day. The hidden sword elder was the supervisor of the outer sect disciples entering the inner sect test this time. When he felt the fluctuation, his heart suddenly trembled, and he hurriedly circulated his chi to resist. The outer sect disciples in the surroundings also felt the aura at the same time, and there was a look of horror on their faces. Of course, they only thought that the formation set up by the hidden sword elder was powerful. They didn't expect there to be something else. That's right. They couldn't see the existence of the pagoda. Not only could these outer sect disciples not see the existence of the pagoda, but even the inner sect disciples who were watching from the side couldn't sense its existence. The hidden sword elder was the only one who felt that something was wrong, and he hurriedly used his divine sense to investigate the surroundings. After a sweep, the pressure and aura that had rushed out just now seemed to have disappeared. "Hee, a mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator wants to explore where I am? You're a fool." At this moment, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Buddha Slayer's mouth. A mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. Su Yan was working hard to circulate his cultivation method, and when he heard Buddha Slayer's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. A mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. If the spirit channeling realm was a beginner in the cultivation world, then the life-soul realm was considered to have truly opened the path of cultivation. After reaching the holy vein, one could be considered a true expert. The strength of a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator could definitely travel between heaven and earth. At this moment, the strength of a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator was so disdainful in the eyes of Buddha Slayer. Then his strength was absolutely unfathomable. Su Yan's heart trembled, but soon his eyes condensed again. No matter how strong his strength was, what could he do? He had already made up his mind to enter the sword well. Except for death, no one could stop him. I want to go out. Su Yan shouted again. At this moment, his face was no longer as calm as before, but a little more mournful. Buddha Slayer was observing the situation outside the tower. When he heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. He looked back at Su Yan's gloomy and mournful face, and suddenly said angrily, "Brat, what's with your expression? Do you really want to die?" "I want to go out." Su Yan ignored Venerable Wandering Slayer's words and shouted again. He looked at Venerable Wandering Slayer coldly without any expression. "Brat, you really want to die? Well, I'll fulfill your wish today." Venerable Wandering Slayer was obviously infuriated by Su Yan's words. The beard on his aged face was twitching slightly. At the same time, a pressure once again attacked Su Yan. Su Yan intuitively felt a surge in his body, but he still did not move because of it. Instead, the glazed sun sword scripture in his body began to slowly circulate. A trace of spiritual energy gradually spread to all parts of his body. His lips squirmed slightly with difficulty, and he shouted in a weak voice, "Invincible! Invincible golden body!" Whoosh! Suddenly, a light curtain shrouded Su Yan's spirit sea, and the bursts of golden light covered Su Yan's body. It was the invincible golden body that Su Yan had obtained in the Su family's ancestral pagoda. Su Yan naturally understood the strength of Buddha Slayer and knew that he would never be his opponent. Even so, Su Yan still clenched his teeth and persevered. A man living in the world, not for the beauty, but for the dignity and glory in his heart. Even if he died, he must die with dignity and responsibility. Invincible golden body. Buddha Slayer looked at the golden light emanating from Su Yan's body and was slightly stunned. Then he looked at Su Yan with interest, raised his white eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Brat, I'd like to see how long you can hold on." Buddha Slayer did not use too much of his strength as he spoke, and just slowly closed in on Su Yan. With every step Buddha Slayer took, Su Yan felt a tremor in his body. His whole body trembled, and a mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. Even so, Su Yan still did not loosen up. The glazed sun sword scripture in his body was circulating with difficulty, constantly repairing the broken golden light. It was constantly being broken and repaired. Although it was broken and his body was trembling, his heart was indestructible. However, Buddha Slayer's pressure was too strong. Gradually, Su Yan's body fell into a weak state, and his eyes began to blur. No, I can't give up." Just at the moment when he was about to faint, Su Yan suddenly woke up and shouted with difficulty. The glazed sun sword scripture in his body was circulating again. "Brat, you're really not afraid of death." Seeing Su Yan's expression, Buddha Slayer's eyes flashed with a strange light. Su Yan smiled coldly and did not answer Buddha Slayer. He was naturally afraid of death, but he knew that there were some things that he had to do even if he had to die. Just like now. The sword will. I must go there. Chapter 43. Venerable Wandering Slayer did not know that this was not only the obsession in Su Yan's heart, but also the Tao that Su Yan comprehended after leaping into the 9th level of spirit channeling. It belonged to his life Tao and his soul Tao. Under the support of this Tao and obsession, Su Yan kept resisting, and his body was getting more and more unable to hold on. Haha. At this moment, Venerable Wandering Slayer let out a loud laugh. His laughter reverberated in the 5th level, creating a series of echoes. "Brat, you're arrogant. I like it. Venerable Wandering Slayer said a few times like a ruffian, expressing his inner affirmation of Su Yan's performance. The moment he retracted his pressure, Su Yan slumped to the ground. However, in just a moment, Su Yan stood up again. He ignored Venerable Wandering Slayer's words and said with a frown, "I want to go out." "You're really stubborn." Venerable Wandering Slayer was no longer angry at Su Yan's performance. Instead, he admired him more and more, and a smile appeared on his old face. Suddenly he waved his hand. In an instant, the bronze wall around the pagoda disappeared, and what appeared was the scene of Duantian Cliff. Duantian Cliff was no longer a barren place because of the arrangement of the inner gate test in the sword collection tomb. Instead, it was a hubbub of voices. All the outer disciples, whether they were qualified to take part in the test or not, had gathered there. The test for outer disciples to become inner disciples was held once a year. But it was definitely a big event in the sword collection tomb. At this moment, there were thousands of people surrounding Duantian Cliff. Among them, there were outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, elders of the sect, and successor disciples. At this moment, Su Yan also saw a few familiar figures. Ouyang Tiancheng, Qiao Linglong, Pu Tiandao, and a few other people beside them that Su Yan did not know. These people stood at the forefront, and they were obviously the main candidates for the inner gate test. Dozens of meters behind them, the people gathered were obviously onlookers. Among the onlookers, 3 people floating on an ancient tree were particularly eye-catching. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman had a flirtatious figure and was dressed in red. Her cold face did not have the slightest change in expression. However, when she looked at the candidate for the inner sect test, she was stunned. He frowned slightly and muttered in his heart, "There's no sign of Su Yan in the inner disciple test this time." There were so many outer sect disciples, plus the fact that cultivators were inherently unstable, so even though Su Yan was the number 1 disciple in the outer sect, no one paid any attention to him. However, this was the most important event for the outer sect to enter the inner sect. Su Yan was a 5 breaths cultivator and the 5 colors spirit stone cultivator. Coupled with his status as the number 1 outer sect cultivator, he was naturally the most popular candidate for the outer sect cultivator to enter the inner sect. This time, Su Yan was not included in this test, which naturally attracted the attention of others. The girl in red furrowed her brows slightly. Although it was fleeting, she still couldn't escape from the young man in white standing beside her. "Junior Sister Lin, are you looking for Su Yan?" The white-clothed youth turned his head and asked the young girl. A cold smile flashed across his cold face. "What?" The girl in red was slightly startled. She turned her head and a cold light burst out from her eyes. She looked at the white-clothed youth and asked coldly, "Brother Xiong, what do you mean by that?" "Ha, nothing, nothing." The white-clothed youth looked at the red-clothed girl's expression and laughed loudly. He then looked at the place where Ouyang Tiancheng and the others were standing. The smile on his face became even wider. He really admired the Hidden Sword Tomb's elders for choosing the location of the trial. It was actually at Duantian Cliff. And the array was still at the place where Su Yan died. In this way, could Su Yan's vengeful spirit still watch this scene unfold before his eyes? How much hatred did he have? The more the white-clothed youth thought about it, the happier he became. Daring to steal Xiang Tianba's things, he had to suffer such humiliation. That's right, these 3 people were the 3 true disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. The white-clothed youth was Xiang Tianba, and the red-clothed girl was naturally Lin Hualu. Lin Hualu looked at Xiang Tianba's complacent expression, and the scene of Xiang Tianba attacking Ouyang Tiancheng and Su Yan that day suddenly appeared in his mind. And this time, Su Yan did not appear. Could it be? Lin Hualu's heart could not help but be startled. At the same time, a faint anger surged, but it quickly dissipated. He laughed at himself in his heart. Forget it, so what if he is a genius? If Su Yan was really killed by Xiang Tianba, then it can only be said that it is his good fortune in this life. True disciples, apart from Lin Hualu and Xiang Tianba. The other youth wearing a purple robe was Qin Hao, who had witnessed Su Yan's dance of the fish and dragon entering the Hidden Sword Tomb with Lin Hualu and Chou Bo at Sky Shuang City. Qin Hao had been in seclusion for a period of time recently. Although he had just come out, He had heard of some of the major events that had happened in the hidden sword tomb. Looking at the people who were preparing for the test, he did not see Su Yan. His handsome face frowned slightly, especially when he saw Lin Hualo's unhappy expression. His brows furrowed even tighter, but it quickly dissipated. He narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. The three of them were all true disciples of the hidden sword tomb, the proud sons of heaven among thousands of disciples. Their minds were naturally firmer than ordinary people, and they did not show their emotions on their faces. However, Xiang Tianba thought that Su Yan's spirit was watching all of this, and his cold face was always mixed with a few smiles. Of course, he did not know that Su Yan was watching all of this. Su Yan looked at Xiang Tianba's arrogant face, and the humiliation of that day immediately appeared in his mind. His eyes quickly narrowed, and a burst of anger burst out. If you want to wash away the humiliation, you have to become stronger. At this moment, Venerable Wandering Slayer's oppressive voice was heard. Su Yan was stunned. Before he could respond, Venerable Wandering Slayer jumped up and patted Su Yan's body. Su Yan immediately felt his whole body trembling. A heat wave came from his body. The heat wave was like a sharp sword that directly broke through all the meridians in his body and continuously poured into his body. Even though Su Yan had amazing willpower, his body still felt like it was being bitten by thousands of ants, and he could not help but let out a painful roar. Venerable Wandering Slayer looked at Su Yan's painful expression and said with a smile, "Brat, now I'm going to stimulate the sealed beast core of the sky cloud beast in your body." The beast core of the sky cloud beast. Su Yan, who was struggling in pain, heard Venerable Wandering Slayer's words, and his eyes flashed. That day, Su Yan was forced by Xiang Tianba to swallow the beast core of the sky cloud beast. One should know that the beast core could not be swallowed directly because the demonic nature contained in it was too strong for an ordinary person's body to bear. Moreover, it was the beast core of the sky cloud beast. That day, Xiang Tianba was angry and did not think about it. Su Yan was anxious to avoid Xiang Tianba's pursuit, so he did not think much about it and entered the pagoda. Entering the pagoda was a checkpoint, and there were dangers waiting for him. Su Yan did not think about it at all. Now that Venerable Wandering Slayer mentioned it, Su Yan thought about the beast core of the sky cloud beast again. Su Yan, who had swallowed the beast core of the sky cloud beast that day, was only in the 7th layer of the spirit realm. Swallowing the beast core with such a cultivation was definitely a disaster. However, nothing happened to him at all. Now that he heard Venerable Wandering Slayer's words, Su Yan understood that he had been sealed. "Brat, the sky cloud beast is an extremely tough creature. Its skin is tough and thick, and its beast core also has this characteristic. It is suitable to forge your invincible golden body." Venerable Wandering Slayer did not wait for Su Yan's response and directly waved his hand. Su Yan let out a painful roar again. The blood vessels in his body seemed to be condensed again, and there were sharp swords constantly piercing through the condensed parts. This pain was like falling into a sea of fire, and his whole body was eroded by the flames. Incomparable pain wrapped Su Yan. It was hundreds of times stronger than the spiritual power erosion that Xiang Tianba gave him that day. Run the cultivation method to disperse the power of the beast core. Venerable Wandering Slayer seemed to turn a blind eye to Su Yan's pain and said with a smile on his face. Su Yan let out another roar. He gritted his teeth and endured the great pain in his body. He sat down cross-legged and ran the sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body at the same time. Concentrate the qi in your dantian and spread it all over your body to absorb the essence. Venerable Wandering Slayer guided him from the side. Su Yan did not know why Venerable Wandering Slayer wanted to guide him, but he still did as he was told. Although it was painful, Su Yan could feel that the blood vessels in his body were expanding, and all his meridians were becoming stronger and stronger. After an hour, Su Yan, who was struggling in pain, suddenly let out a loud lion's roar. In an instant, a strong spiritual energy erupted from Su Yan's body. A golden light flashed and directly enveloped Su Yan's whole body. The golden light emitted was many times more brilliant and powerful than when Su Yan fought against Venerable Wandering Slayer just now. One could even faintly see runes fluctuating and rotating on the surface of the runes. As it rotated, the surrounding air trembled and made a whistling sound. Is this the invincible golden body strengthened by the beast core of the sky cloud beast? Su Yen looked at the situation around his body and licked his lips, showing a look of excitement. Venerable Wandering Slayer raised his eyebrows and nodded approvingly. Brat, you're so damn lucky. You dare to swallow the sky cloud beast and the beast core, and you can still meet me. When Su Yen heard Venerable Wandering Slayer's words, he smiled embarrassedly and then cupped his hands to Venerable Wandering Slayer. Thank you, don't thank me. Su Yen had just bent down when he was interrupted by Venerable Wandering Slayer. This is your reward for coming to the 5th floor. You deserve it. Su Yen was scolded by Venerable Wandering Slayer, and his face twitched. When he looked at Venerable Wandering Slayer again, he saw a hazy aura exuding from his body. Su Yen could not help but frown because this aura was not unfamiliar to him. When he was on the 4th floor just now, he had noticed it on Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin was a dead man. Chapter 44. When he was on the 4th level, Su Yen had seen the hazy aura emitted by Mu Zijin. Now, Buddha Slayer also had the same aura. Mu Zijin was already dead, so what about Buddha Slayer? Su Yen looked at Buddha Slayer and felt the oppressive aura that was constantly emitted from his body. It was really hard to imagine the connection between the two. The test can't start. Su Yen hasn't arrived yet. Just as Su Yen was pondering, a voice that sounded like a duck's voice suddenly entered the tower. Su Yen didn't need to look to know that this voice belonged to Lu Fei. He could be considered Su Yan's only friend in the hidden sword tomb. Following his voice, Su Yen also looked out of the tower. Lu Fei was only at the 5th level of the spirit channeling realm, so he didn't have the qualifications for this test. However, at this moment, Lu Fei occupied the empty platform alone, and his fat hands were spread out in a line. Hidden Sword Elder, we can't start. Su Yen hasn't arrived yet. Lu Fei looked at the Hidden Sword Elder in front of him and said anxiously. How could the Hidden Sword Elder not know that Su Yen hadn't arrived yet? However, the array had already been set up, and all the disciples for this test were present. How could one person delay it? The Hidden Sword Elder waved his hand and shouted at Lu Fei, "Lu Fei, get out of the way. This test is an important matter for the outer sect. Su Yen hasn't arrived yet because of his contempt. How can we wait for him now?" With just a wave of his hand, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged out, causing Lu Fei's fat body to tremble for a moment. If it wasn't for his fat body, he would have fallen to the ground. However, even so, Lu Fei still took a few steps back in a sorry state before he could stabilize himself. The spirit energy in his body was also trembling under the Hidden Sword Elder's deterrence. Since that was the case, Lu Fei didn't show the slightest fear. He took a step forward and blocked the empty platform, saying word by word, "Su Yen hasn't arrived yet, so the test can't start." How dare you! When the Hidden Sword Elder saw that an outer disciple dared to act arrogantly in front of him, he was instantly enraged. He waved his hand and an invisible giant wolf rolled out. Thump! This time, even with Lu Fei's fat body, he still couldn't block this attack. At the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Lu Fei's mouth. However, in the next instant, Lu Fei stood up and returned to the empty stage. He looked at the Hidden Sword Elder with determination and slowly said, Su Yen is not here. We cannot start the competition." Lu Fei, the Hidden Sword Elder roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder, instantly spreading throughout the entire Duantian cliff. When the outer sect disciples heard the Hidden Sword Elder's shout, their hearts trembled slightly, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Even Lin Huatu and the other two, who were standing on the ancient tree, frowned slightly. With the strength of a celestial stage cultivator, how could he allow others to underestimate him? However, Lu Fei was unmoved. He continued to face the Hidden Sword Elder head-on. With a bang, his elephant-like legs exploded with spiritual energy as he stomped down. His body bent slightly, and he immediately stood up as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Lu Fei's eyes flashed with determination. Although he didn't say anything, his actions made it clear that he didn't want the test to start. Lu Fei, do you really think that I won't dare to do anything to you? The hidden sword elder looked at Lu Fei, his beard swaying slightly. His entire body was trembling with anger. As he spoke, he waved his hand and another stream of spirit chi shot out, heading straight for Lu Fei. Lu Fei was as heavy as Mount Tai at this moment, but his strength was ultimately too weak, and he was directly sent flying. The moment Lu Fei was sent flying, the hidden sword elder waved his hand at the same time, and Lu Fei fell at the foot of the mountain. All disciples participating in the inner court test enter the formation. At this moment, the hidden sword elder waved his hand and activated the formation he had set up this time. The anger on his face was still faintly surging. If it wasn't for Lu Fei's good father, the hidden sword elder would have killed him long ago. Why would he save him later on? It was precisely because of this that the hidden sword elder was afraid that Lu Fei would cause trouble again and lose face. Ouyang Tiancheng, Xiao Linglong, and the others entered the testing array. The hidden sword elder hurriedly waved his hand and shouted, "Activate the inner court testing array." Bing! With a wave of his hand, a loud explosion sounded out. On the empty platform where Lu Fei was standing, a light screen surged and enveloped the few people participating in the inner court test. As the formation was activated, not only that, the surrounding area also exploded. But a screen of light was established. This screen of light could be seen from the outside, but it could not be seen from the inside. Ouyang Tiancheng and the others jumped in and immediately focused their minds. At the same time, the hidden sword elder began to explain the rules this time. This formation can be called the 100 Revolutions 1000 Battles formation. In this formation, take down the banner that this elder has secretly set up in order to obtain the qualifications. Of course, the dangers set up under the banner all have the strength of the Life Soul stage. Some of you are in the Quasi-Life Soul stage, but if you can take down the banner, it's not impossible for you to have a chance to enter the inner court. There are dozens of people participating in the inner court test, but there are only 5 banners. Among them, it will depend on your strength. As the hidden sword elder spoke, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. There were only 5 people who could enter the inner court. Since they had reached the Life Soul stage, if they wanted to enter the inner court, they would have to obtain one of the 5 banners. Dozens of people fighting for 5 banners, the meaning behind it could be imagined. This also fully demonstrated the law of survival of the fittest in the hidden sword tomb, and even more so, proved the cruelty of the cultivation world. When Ouyang Tiancheng and the others entered the formation, they immediately spread out to search for the banner. Just now, they were outside the formation, perhaps they were fellow disciples. However, at this moment, they were competitors. One by one, they jumped into the formation, competing not only with strength but also with wisdom. In the midst of competition, they naturally forgot that there was still a pagoda in the formation. In the pagoda, a person looked at the unconscious Lu Fei at the foot of the mountain. His heart burst with a burst of emotion, and at the same time, a firm gaze surged in his eyes. Lu Fei's persistence just now was nothing more than to be able to participate in the inner court test. But now, he was watching from the side. How could he be worthy of the injury he had just suffered? "I want to go out." Su Yen gritted his teeth and turned to Venerable Wandering Slayer. "Go out?" Venerable Wandering Slayer was slightly stunned, but then he smiled and said, "Brat, what's the hurry? Didn't you see that the elder just said that there are 5 banners this time? Let's wait and see." When Su Yen still wanted to say something, he was interrupted by Venerable Wandering Slayer's shout. "Cut the crap. I don't have much time left. I still want to see what kind of disciples the Hidden Sword Tomb has accepted in the past few years." Su Yen was scolded by Venerable Wandering Slayer. He recalled Venerable Wandering Slayer's words and his hazy light that was similar to Mu Zijin. Su Yen didn't know why, but there was an inexplicable sadness in his heart. Su Yen didn't have the slightest feelings for Venerable Wandering Slayer, but Su Yen was not an ungrateful person. Just now, he refined the beast core for him to strengthen his invincible golden body. Su Yen had already remembered this kindness in his heart. Of course, in addition to this kindness, Su Yen was more sad because Venerable Wandering Slayer was an unprecedented peerless powerhouse, a powerhouse who didn't even put the celestial phenomenon realm in his eyes. With his strength, shouldn't he be able to laugh proudly in the ninth heaven? Then why did he? Su Yen thought about it and looked at Venerable Wandering Slayer's eyes with a myriad of emotions. Can this kind of array be used as an inner disciple test? At this moment, Venerable Wandering Slayer looked at the fluctuations of the array outside and smiled coldly. Suddenly, he waved his hand and shouted, "I'll give you a fierce one." Bang! At this moment, Su Yen saw the array outside the tower suddenly shake. When Ouyang Tiancheng and the others were still looking for the banner and collecting the medicinal pills, they heard a whistling sound and suddenly a gust of wind. Rumble! After a few loud noises, dozens of giant beasts condensed from spiritual energy suddenly appeared in front of them. The Hidden Sword Tomb was a sect with clear rewards and punishments. There were risks in participating in the inner disciple test, but naturally there were also benefits. In addition to the qualification to enter the inner disciple, there was also the opportunity to find medicinal pills. When Ouyang Tiancheng and the others were looking for the medicinal pills, they saw the giant beasts condensed from spiritual energy that suddenly appeared. Everyone was shocked. One of the disciples was even more flustered. Crash! It was directly torn apart by a giant beast. At the same time, the disciples in the array were shocked when they saw this scene. Not only them, but even the Hidden Sword Elder was stunned when he saw this. This array was arranged by him, so he naturally knew the mysteries contained in this array. There were no such giant beasts in the array at all. It was clear that someone had tampered with this array. This was the boundary of the Hidden Sword Tomb, and the Hidden Sword Elder was the only person monitoring the test today. Now, someone had tampered with his array. The Hidden Sword Elder's old face suddenly twitched and a burst of anger surged. He raised his head and roared, "Who is it? Who dares to change my array?" This voice contained spirit chi fluctuations, and it was as if the entire valley was trembling. Hee, this kid is interesting. You want to shake me out with your strength? Venerable Wandering Slayer heard the Hidden Sword Elder's shout and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That strange appearance was like an old urchin. Su Yen didn't have the cultivation of Venerable Wandering Slayer, so he couldn't detect the scene outside the array. He only saw the sudden appearance of the giant beasts in the array, and his heart trembled slightly. Before Su Yen could recover, Venerable Wandering Slayer suddenly waved his hand and shouted to Su Yen, "Stinking brat, enter my pagoda sect and show the power of my pagoda sect. Now, I will officially impart to you the pagoda sword." As Venerable Wandering Slayer spoke, a long sword flew into Su Yan's hand. Chapter 45. Su Yen was a sword master in his previous life. As a sword cultivator in this life, his understanding of the sword was comparable to that of a master swordsmith. The pagoda sword emitted a golden light as soon as it was in his hand. Su Yen felt the mystery of it. In just a moment, the blood vessels in his body began to expand, and the black pupils in his eye sockets contracted at the same time. There was no sound, no movement. There was only the sound of his heartbeat. It was as if everything around him had become still. Pagoda, pagoda. Su Yen held the pagoda sword and slowly put it away. His whole body was trembling with excitement. This was a sword cultivator's desire for a good sword, and his fondness for a good sword. Su Yen fondled the sword from the hilt to the body of the sword lovingly. His eyes were shining brightly. It was not until Su Yen touched the entire sword that he reluctantly put it away. Doubts emerged in his heart at this moment. The pagoda sword was obtained by Su Yen in the Hidden Sword Pavilion of the Outer Sect. When Su Yen saw the pagoda sword at that time, although it was strange, it was not a good sword. The shape of the pagoda sword did not change, but its sharpness was enhanced. It was not comparable to the previous pagoda sword. Su Yen looked up at Venerable Buter in confusion. Before he could speak, Venerable Buter seemed to know what he was thinking. A proud smile appeared on his weathered face. "Ah, brat, don't doubt it. This is the sword you obtained before." Venerable Buter's smile became more and more proud as he spoke. There is a saying that pagoda sword is only given to the fated one. Previously, I sealed the pagoda sword with the dustless evil spirit to block the pagoda light. This action is not only to guard against villains, but also to find the fated one. Brat, since you have the pagoda sword, you also have the pagoda sword. Since you have joined the pagoda sect, you are a pagoda man. Venerable Buter said as he floated in midair. His face was filled with a bold and unrestrained will, which made Su Yan's body boil. Pagoda sect, Su Yan muttered to himself as he looked at the pagoda sword in his hand. His heart leaped with joy. Right at this moment, all of a sudden, Venerable Wandering Slayer waved his hand. A sharp will gushed out. Su Yan felt his forehead tremble as a divine thought was transmitted into Su Yan's mind. At the same time, Buddha Slayer also obtained some information about Su Yan's past. Venerable Wandering Slayer's eyebrows twitched. He thought of Su Yan's actions, and the corners of his mouth curled into a gratified smile. However, it was only for a moment. His originally hazy aura also became denser and denser. Under the dense atmosphere, it slowly disappeared. Venerable Buter. When Su Yan saw Venerable Wandering Slayer disappear at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, a sense of reluctance rose in his heart. Su Yan, remember that the pagoda sect originally had 7 floors. This time, you have only broken through the 5th floor. There are still 2 more floors. The pagoda sword will naturally guide you there. As Venerable Wandering Slayer spoke, his body became more and more blurred. In the end, his body could barely be seen. Only his deep voice was floating in the air. This disciple understands. Su Yan watched Venerable Wandering Slayer disappear. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He just cupped his fist and bowed to Venerable Wandering Slayer. Haha. Upon hearing Su Yan's words, Venerable Wandering Slayer let out a carefree laugh. However, this laughter drifted in the pagoda sect, and the echoing melody had an indescribable vicissitudes of life. Along with the laughter, Venerable Wandering Slayer's body became more and more blurred. Su Yan, remember that you must go to the last 2 floors of the pagoda sect. Venerable Wandering Slayer left behind a final thought that floated into Su Yan's mind. In this thought, Su Yan could clearly feel the unwillingness in it. Su Yan did not understand how strong Venerable Wandering Slayer was. However, he was able to disregard the celestial phenomenon realm, create the pagoda sect, and cast the pagoda sword. With such strength, he could already laugh proudly above the 9 heavens. Now that he had disappeared because of this, how could he be willing to accept it? Su Yan looked at the place where Venerable Wandering Slayer disappeared. His pursuit of the strong in his heart suddenly loosened a little, but it was only for a moment. When he looked back, his eyes still exuded a sense of unswerving determination. Heaven and earth can't exist, so I will go against the heavens myself, Su Yan shouted in his heart. He gripped the pagoda sword tightly in his hand and looked back into the pagoda. Thump! A loud sound was heard, and an ancient giant beast condensed from spiritual energy suddenly fell from the sky. This is... Su Yan looked at this scene and his heart trembled. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly turned back, only to see that Venerable Wandering Slayer, who had just disappeared, had appeared behind him again. The test of this hidden sword tomb is too weak. I'll give you something fierce. Venerable Wandering Slayer looked into the pagoda with a ferocious expression on his old face. Of course, it was more of an unwillingness to accept the world and a nostalgia for the mortal world. At the same time, there was also a sense of cynicism. Fu! Su Yan saw that Venerable Wandering Slayer had appeared again. He was happy and was about to call out to him. However, Venerable Wandering Slayer had disappeared. This time, he did not disappear slowly like before. Instead, it was like a flash in the pan as he disappeared directly into the void. The scene just now seemed to be Venerable Wandering Slayer's final radiance. Su Yan shook his head with a wry smile and did not feel too sad. This was life, this was Tao, the Tao of the world. Of course, Su Yan knew that this Tao and this life were not what he was thinking now. The most important thing for him now was to get out of the pagoda to participate in the inner test and obtain the qualification to enter the Well of Swords. The inner test. Su Yan looked out of the pagoda as he thought about it. In an instant, countless black lines appeared on his brows. Although he could clearly see the mirror image outside, Su Yan did not know how to get out of the pagoda at this moment. He was like an iron wall around him at all. Venerable Wandering Slayer had disappeared again. Su Yan suddenly had an impulse to curse. Why didn't Venerable Wandering Slayer tell me how to get out of the pagoda? Seeing that the test outside was getting worse and worse, 4 of the silk banners set up by the hidden sword elder had been obtained. In his anxiety, Su Yan hurriedly ran his mind and began to digest the divine thought and memory that Venerable Wandering Slayer had just left for him. While Su Yan was digesting the memory, the competition in the 100 turns and 1,000 dippers had also progressed to a white-hot stage. Oh no, it should not be said to be a battle but a life-saving battle. Just now, when Venerable Wandering Slayer was in his last burst of consciousness, he had forced out the giant beast of spiritual energy, which was like a crazy flood dragon. This giant beast was transformed by Venerable Wandering Slayer's divine thought in the end. Compared to the first few giant beasts that Venerable Wandering Slayer had transformed into, it was dozens of times larger. This beast had no form. Its 4 feet were like a giant elephant, its body was like an ox, its neck was dozens of feet long, like a python, and its huge head was like an ox's head. Its bell-like big eyes looked at Ouyang Tiancheng and others in the array, constantly attacking. Its head swept past like a storm, and some of the objects arranged in the array were destroyed in an instant. Who is it? Who is it? The hidden sword elder outside the array looked at the giant beast that appeared, and his whole body trembled with anger. Although the hidden sword tomb followed the survival of the fittest. However, after all, it was a righteous sect. In the test and trial, he could allow some people to die. However, there were only casualties, and not all the disciples of his sect were killed. Although the 100 turns and 1,000 dippers, array set up by the hidden sword elder was ever-changing. However, one's strength was limited to the life-soul realm. As long as one's strength reached the life-soul realm, they would definitely be able to survive. This time, the snake, elephant, and ox creature emitted a huge attack power. Not to mention the life-soul realm, even the Saint Bloodline realm might not be able to withstand it. Even the Saint Bloodline realm couldn't stop it. As for those people in the inner sect test, the highest was only in the life-soul realm. Now that such a huge beast had appeared, it was obvious that it was going to kill all the palanquins in the outer sect of the hidden sword tomb. The hidden sword elder was the host of this test. Now that such a thing had happened under his control, how could he not be angry? He really wanted to break through the array and kill this monster. However, he could only blame himself. When he was setting up the array, in order to reflect the strictness of the hidden sword tomb's sect trial, he deliberately set it. Once the array was activated, it could not be opened before the 3-day time limit. Now, looking at the array, there were disciples of his sect dying in the hands of that monster. Other than being anxious, the hidden sword elder only felt anger. In this trial, the strongest person was Ouyang Tiancheng, and the rest were Pu Tiandao and Xiao Linglong. As for the rest of the people who were not killed by the first wave of giant beasts, compared to the 3 of them, they were slightly weaker. Even so, their strength was only at the first level of the life-soul realm. Under the blind attacks of the monster, the few of them hurriedly dodged. Just now, they had the heart to fight for the banner, but now they did not have the energy to do so. Ouyang Tiancheng looked at the monster. His cold face no longer had the calmness from before. He frowned, his eyes staring at the monster, releasing a sinister light. "Everyone, let's work together to kill this monster," Ouyang Tiancheng said coldly, not waiting for the others to react. With a wave of one hand, the dragon roar sword suddenly exploded with a roar. His body suddenly stood out and drew a shadow in the air. At the same time, the sword light flashed. Wherever the dragon roar passed, one could faintly hear the sound of a dragon's roar. The long sword slashed across, coupled with the dragon's roar. It was as if a dragon was surging out of the sea. Ouyang Tiancheng's strength also burst out at this moment. In an instant, The outer and inner disciples standing outside the array revealed a look of envy. Before Su Yan, Ouyang Tianqing was recognized as the number one person in the outer sect. Although Ouyang Tianqing was only at the 9th level of the spirit realm, his strength, even many inner disciples did not dare to provoke him. This time, Ouyang Tianqing's attack attracted countless envious gazes. The outer and inner disciples naturally did not know that the array had been tampered with. They only thought that it was the array set up by the hidden sword elder. Chapter 46. The outer and inner sect disciples did not know that the formation had been tampered with. However, the 3 successor disciples were able to see through the clues. Not to mention the fact that the hidden sword elder had used his spiritual energy to shout. Just based on the strength of the 3 of them, they also knew that the formation had changed. However, the 3 of them were still expressionless. To the 3 of them, no matter how dangerous the formation was, it was only a battle between outer sect disciples. It had nothing to do with the 3 of them. The outer and inner sect disciples did not know. The successor disciples were not anxious, and the only one who was anxious about the formation was the hidden sword elder. The hidden sword elder was the person in charge this time. Not only did he have to bear the rules of this trial, he also had to be responsible for the disciples of the sect. If the people who participated in this trial died in the formation he set up, it could only be said that the outer sect disciples were not strong enough. However, if these disciples died in the hands of others, then the matter would not be so simple. This time, the few people in the formation realized the danger. They no longer fought among themselves, but gathered together to resist the monster. The few of them who were able to participate in this trial were obviously the geniuses of the outer sect. Under the leadership of Ouyang Tianqing, the few of them displayed their abilities and activated their magic treasures. A burst of light shone in all directions as they attacked the monster. The sword light flashed and was forced by the spiritual energy. Even with the concealment of the formation, the spiritual energy emitted by the few people who were watching from the outside could not help but be surprised. But even so, in front of the monster, the few of them were still unable to withstand a single blow. The monster opened its bell-like eyes as if it did not see them. It let out a low roar. Under that low roar, a wave of spiritual energy that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly appeared. When the wave attacked, a violent wind suddenly blew. Be careful! Ouyang Tianqing had obviously become the leader of the group. Seeing the powerful wave of spiritual energy attack, he hurriedly shouted. At the same time, Ouyang Tianqing tapped the tip of his foot and jumped a few meters up, standing on a branch in the middle of the formation. Pu Tiandao, Xiao Linglong, and the others also instantly circulated their spiritual energy and jumped up, avoiding the attack of the monster's spiritual energy wave. However, after Xiao Linglong and Pu Tiandao, the few quasi-life soul stage disciples were not as lucky as them and were directly hit by the spiritual energy wave. Bang! With a loud bang, those people were pushed away and fell to the ground. Immediately, they coughed out mouthfuls of blood. When they moved, they had already lost all their strength and fainted on the ground. When Ouyang Tianqing and the others saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Although their strength was not as strong as theirs. However, to be able to participate in the trial, one could be considered a genius of the outer sect. This time, a single wave of spiritual energy from this huge monster was enough to trap them. After the monster released the spirit energy wave, it did not stop. Its bell-like eyes stared at the place where Ouyang Tianqing and the others were standing. Eyes, with another roar, its huge body flew up into the air. This beast was strange. It had such a huge body, but it was not slow at all. It rushed up and leaped out like a bolt of lightning. In addition to its huge body, with every step it took, the entire territory within the formation trembled. Because of this, the surrounding air also quickly condensed and turned into a whistling sound that attacked. When Ouyang Tianqing and the others saw this scene, their eyes twisted. They did not dare to take it head-on and hurriedly dodged. However, there were still a few figures that were a step too slow and were directly hit by the monster. The powerful collision of the body caused the few people who were hit to not even be able to react. Their fragile bodies were smashed into two halves. In an instant, bloody light danced in the air. The scene was extremely shocking. This horrifying scene caused the breathing of those disciples in the formation to quicken as well, and they were secretly shocked in their hearts. When the hidden sword elder saw this scene, he could not hold it in anymore. Just now, he had thought that if a few disciples worked together, they might be able to kill this huge monster. As long as they killed the huge monster, everything would be solved. But now, in just 2 rounds of attacks, the huge monster had injured several disciples on his side. If this continued, not a single disciple who had entered the formation to participate in the trial would be able to leave the formation. The hidden sword elder's slightly aged face twitched. His figure flashed and he arrived outside the 100 revolutions 1,000 battles formation. In an instant he stepped on top of a formation core. Although this formation had been set up by him for less than 3 days, it could not be opened. However, seeing that all the disciples participating in the trial were about to lose their lives here, he could only forcefully open it. Xiang Tianba, Lin Hualu, Qin Hao, the 3 successor disciples, come down and help me. The hidden sword elder stepped on the formation core and shouted to Lin Hualu and the other 2 on the ancient tree. Lin Hualu did not hesitate at all as she leaped onto the other formation core. In an instant, the cultivation technique in her body was activated, and a dense wave of spirit energy was emitted. Her red clothes floated in the air, her seductive body emitted spirit energy, and her cold face was constantly emitting an alluring aura. When the outer and inner sect disciples saw this, they couldn't help but panic. Their eyes revealed a look of adoration, but when they thought of Lin Hualu's identity, their faces couldn't help but darken. Following that, Qin Hao also jumped up one after another. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, causing another scream between the outer and inner sect disciples. To them, Qin Hao, Lin Hualu, and Xiang Tianba were the pride of the entire hidden sword tomb. Normally, just seeing one of them was enough to make them excited for a few days. Qin Hao stood on top of a formation core and did not hesitate to activate his cultivation technique to break the formation. When the 2 of them came down, only Xiang Tianba seemed to be unmoved. He stood calmly on the tree as he coldly stared at the people in the formation. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. To him, the lives of the people in the formation were nothing but grass. This formation was called the 100 Revolutions 1,000 Battles formation. It was specially designed by the hidden sword elder for this trial. It was divided into 4 formation cores, and the hidden sword elder had purposely placed the cores within the formation to make the trial strict. Now, if they wanted to forcefully open the formation, they would have to break the barrier above the formation. The hidden sword elder broke 1 core, Qin Hao stood on one, and Lin Hualu stood on the other. There was still 1 core that had to be broken by someone. The hidden sword elder was originally anxious, but when he saw that Xiang Tianba was still not coming down, he became even more furious and shouted, "Xiang Tianba, come down quickly. Hidden sword elder, you set up this formation. What does it have to do with me?" Xiang Tianba was unmoved by the hidden sword elder's anger. He raised his cold eyes and said indifferently, "Xiang Tianba." The hidden sword elder's face twitched, but there was nothing he could do. Xiang Tianba was a core disciple. Although he was only a core disciple, he was a pride of the heavens. Apart from the elders in charge of the core disciples, the hidden sword elder had no right to order them around. While the 2 were talking, the inner and outer disciples also saw Xiang Tianba. They saw Xiang Tianba standing on top of the ancient tree. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his cold face emitted a majestic aura. When the inner and outer disciples looked at each other, they couldn't help but lower their heads. He, Xiang Tianba, was the pride of the heavens. He, Xiang Tianba, was a dragon among men. As for the people in the array formation, they were nothing more than ants, nothing more than grass. Thus, Xiang Tianba didn't want to save them at all. The hidden sword elder saw that the monsters in the formation were getting fiercer and fiercer. He became more and more anxious and shouted to Xiang Tianba again, "Xiang Tianba, we are all from the same sect. Why are you so cruel?" Hidden sword elder, if these people in the formation can't even resist a beast, what's the use of keeping such trash in our hidden sword tomb? Xiang Tianba pointed at the few people in the formation and said coldly. His handsome face did not have the slightest fluctuation. Damn it. The hidden sword elder looked at the formation and saw that Xiang Tianba and the others were in a more and more sorry state. He cursed and no longer asked Xiang Tianba. Instead, he turned to Lin Hualu and Qin Hao and said, Lin Hualu, Qin Hao, you two break the eye, I'll break too. Lin Hualu and Qin Hao nodded. Without saying anything, they began to attack the eye of the formation. With the strength of the two of them, although it was not difficult to break through the eye of the formation, it was not an easy task. The spirit energy continued to surge, breaking through the barrier of the formation. Moreover, the hidden sword elder had to break two eye of the formation by himself, which was even more difficult. After an hour, the formation still had not been broken. At this moment, Ouyang Tiancheng and the others in the formation were in a more and more sorry state. The monster was like a fort, and Ouyang Tiancheng and the others were unable to resist at all. After a few more breaths, Qiao Linglong and Pu Tiandao were hit by the giant monster's head with a bang, and the two of them flew out at the same time. Puchi, a mouthful of blood gushed out and they fainted. In the entire formation, the only one who was not injured was Ouyang Tiancheng. Damn beast! Seeing that the rest of the disciples had all fallen, Ouyang Tiancheng clenched his teeth and quickly activated the cultivation technique in his body. In an instant his body leaped out. Like lightning, he flew straight towards the giant beast's head. Unfortunately, that monster was too strong. In a breath's time, Ouyang Tiancheng's entire body trembled and he was sent flying. Outside the formation, the entire audience was in an uproar. Even though Ouyang Tiancheng was defeated by Su Yan, he was still a genius in their hearts, a proud child. Just a few attacks just now, everyone could see that Ouyang Tiancheng's strength was astonishing. However, even with such strength, in front of this monster, he couldn't even dodge a single attack. How could everyone not be shocked? Seeing the efforts of the hidden sword elder and the others, they also realized that this formation was strange. Xiang Tianba looked at Ouyang Tiancheng, who was the last one to be sent flying, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He stood up and stepped on his sword to leave, because he knew. If this continued, even if the formation was broken, the people inside would definitely be killed by the monster. There would be nothing to see if they stayed. When the hidden sword elder and the others saw the monster step towards Ouyang Tiancheng and the others, their bodies and minds congealed together as they shouted angrily, "Don't!" But what could he do? Chapter 47. This monstrous beast was a killing machine. Staring with its bell-like eyes, there were no distracting thoughts in its eyes, not even a single ray of light. Between its hands and feet, there was only killing and destruction. Its snake-like neck swept across, immediately rolling up a gust of wind. Like a giant elephant, it lifted its 4 feet and stomped, causing the ground to shake. At this moment, within the array, only Ouyang Tiancheng was the strongest, but he was also defeated by this monster. The ground was stained with blood, and Ouyang Tiancheng and the others had all fallen. However, the monstrous beast ignored them and raised its foot to stomp on them. Outside the array, all the disciples were breathing rapidly, extremely anxious. Everyone who saw this scene held their breaths, their eyes congealed, and even some of the more timid ones closed their eyes, not daring to look directly at what was about to happen. The hidden sword elder's face was even more ugly. The cultivation technique in his body was constantly circulating, trying to seize the last bit of time to break the array. However, with his strength alone, he was still unable to break the array with all his strength. He could only watch as the monster trampled on Ouyang Tiancheng and the others. One seeing this scene, Xiang Tianba was even more disdainful and turned to leave. Bang! And at this moment, in this outer sect, the inner sect disciples did not dare to look directly at the bloody scene. When the hidden sword elder was angry and powerless. Xiang Tianba's disdain and ridicule. A loud sound was heard. This loud sound resonated throughout the entire array, and even the mountain valley of the Heaven's End cliff was shaken. This is... Everyone was stunned by this scene, and suddenly turned their eyes to the array. They saw a person wearing a purple-brown robe, holding a sword that emitted a golden light from the monster's body, straight up. That body was not considered tall and sturdy, but his figure was swift and fierce. With a sword, the sword hummed, and the sword light shot out like lightning in all directions, and the condensed air produced a whistling sound. Moo, just one blow. The insufferably arrogant monster let out a low roar. Then, it emitted a cloud of smoke and disappeared from the formation. Only the purple-brown robed youth was left standing on a flying sword. His eyes were shining brightly as he looked down with a faint smile on his face. "We're finally out." The young man's long hair fluttered in the wind. He took a deep breath and gripped his sword tightly. Outside the formation, a frenzy broke out. "Su Yen, it's Su Yen. Su Yen, the #1 disciple of our outer sect. That's right. Our sect's 5 breaths, the #1 person on the 5-colored boulder. He killed that monster, he killed that monster." Both the outer and inner disciples were overjoyed as they stared at Su Yan's figure, their eyes filled with envy. Seeing this, the hidden sword elder's eyes narrowed as he nodded at Su Yen. When he saw that the danger in the formation had been resolved, he could not help but laugh. "Good job, Su Yen." While all the disciples were cheering, there was one person whose expression was extremely ugly. This person was Xiang Tianba, who was about to leave. "How is this possible? Didn't he die? How could he appear here?" Xiang Tianba stared at Su Yen, who was standing on the sword dragon, as his entire body trembled in anger. "Impossible, impossible." Xiang Tianba stared at Su Yen with a murderous look in his eyes as he roared angrily. He immediately jumped out and stepped onto the formation core. His spiritual energy fluctuated slightly. Bang! The formation that the hidden sword elder, Lin Hualu, and Qin Hao were unable to break through for a long time was instantly broken. Just as the formation was about to break, Xiang Tianba instantly slashed out with his sword. It was so fast that it was like a flash of light. The standing disciples did not even see it clearly. Xiang Tianba's sword had already arrived in front of Su Yen. Su Yen was immersed in the joy of escaping the pagoda because he could not see what was happening outside the formation. When he heard that the formation was broken, he was stunned and instantly felt a strong murderous aura. Su Yen was all too familiar with this murderous aura. It was the sword intent of the person who humiliated him, Xiang Tianba. Su Yen was no longer the Su Yen that even Sun Yen could easily trample on. Fighting the guards of the Su family, breaking into the Su family's ancestral pagoda, taking first place in the outer disciple test of the hidden sword tomb, defeating Chen Yang, breaking the pagoda, and wandering among the sacred beasts. It could be said that he had rich battle experience. When the murderous aura came, Su Yan's pupils immediately shrank as he looked at Xiang Tianba. The lightning-like speed suddenly slowed down in Su Yan's eyes. However, although it slowed down in Su Yan's eyes, in the eyes of others, Xiang Tianba's speed did not decrease at all. The outer and inner disciples were too weak to see it clearly. They could only see a flash of light. Lin Hualu, the hidden sword elder, and Qin Hao saw it clearly. Seeing Xiang Tianba attack Su Yen with his sword, the 3 of them were shocked. How could they have thought that Xiang Tianba would suddenly attack Su Yen? As they stared at the attack of the essence light, the few of them narrowed their eyes together. They held their breaths as they stared at it. A voice involuntarily gushed out from their hearts. "Su Yen is dead meat." When Su Yen appeared, they could see that Su Yan's strength was only at the 9th layer of spirit realm. With this kind of strength, if he was caught off guard, it would be impossible for him to dodge Xiang Tianba's sword. Xiang Tianba's attack went straight for Su Yan's chest. He was determined to kill Su Yen. Su Yen could not dodge, so the only thing waiting for Su Yen was death. Although they wanted to save him, they did not have the strength to do so. After all, Xiang Tianba's speed was just too fast. Bang! Just when they thought that Su Yen was dead for sure, a loud sound suddenly rang out, startling them. Xiang Tianba's sword actually missed and hit the cliff. When they looked again, Su Yan's figure had already jumped dozens of meters away. The sword dragon under his feet flashed as he looked at Xiang Tianba with a gloomy expression. Killing intent constantly surged out from his eyes. What? Xiang Tianba also did not think that his attack would miss. He was stunned. At the same time, he turned his head and saw Su Yen. The killing intent in his body became even stronger. Su Yan! With a roar, his spirit energy surged and he once again jumped toward Su Yan. Xiang Tianba, that's enough. At this moment, the hidden sword elder also came to his senses. How could he allow Xiang Tianba to act recklessly? With a move of his body, he directly blocked in front of Xiang Tianba. Xiang Tianba, as a true disciple, you attacked an outer court disciple. Don't you know shame? The hidden sword elder looked at Xiang Tianba and said sarcastically. He admitted that Xiang Tianba was a proud son of heaven. He was only in his 20s and was already in the Saint Vein realm. In the future, he would definitely be able to step into the sky realm. When he did, he would also be one of the elders of the hidden sword tomb. His status would even be higher than his own. The hidden sword elder did not want to offend this person. But today, the hidden sword elder was truly angered by this child. First, he did not save Ouyang Tiancheng and the others. Now, he wanted to kill his fellow disciples right under his nose. How could he, the hidden sword elder, not be angry? Xiang Tianba looked at the hidden sword elder's angry expression and felt some fear. After all, the hidden sword elder was in the Saint Domain, and his current cultivation was not a match for him. Su Yan, there will be plenty of time in the future. I will definitely take revenge for you swallowing my beast core. Xiang Tianba glanced at Su Yan, then waved his hand and stepped on the roaming cloud, leaving behind his resentful voice that echoed in the valley. Everyone looked at this scene in confusion. However, their gazes were quickly attracted by Su Yan. Looking at Su Yan, who was floating in the air, their faces were filled with shock. Soon, he actually dodged Brother Xiang's attack just now. He's too powerful. That's right. Look at the sword under his feet. It's a flying magic treasure. It's too cool. Too powerful, as expected of the number one disciple in our outer sect. Under everyone's shocked words, Su Yan put away the sword dragon. If it wasn't for the pagoda just now, he wouldn't be willing to show off such a precious treasure. Su Yan, are you all right? When Su Yan landed, the hidden sword elder walked up and asked with concern. Although the hidden sword elder did not have any feelings for Su Yan, but after all, if it wasn't for Su Yan killing the monster just now, all of the disciples would have died. If that was the case, then all the disciples in the trial today would die in the array formation. As the sword-hidden elder, he would not be able to avoid the responsibility. Therefore, the hidden sword elder was grateful to Su Yan. I'm fine. Su Yan smiled slightly. There was no emotion in his eyes, as if what had just happened was already a thing of the past. And it's good that you're fine. The hidden sword elder nodded and looked at Su Yan again. There was a look of approval in his eyes, but he did not say much. After all, the path of cultivation depended on one's understanding of the Tao. The hidden sword elder did not have much to teach. Even if he wanted to teach, it was not here. After all, he was still the host today. The most important thing now was to save the disciples who were injured by the monster. When the hidden sword elder walked into the array, Lin Hualu and Qin Hao walked up and looked at Su Yan. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they did not say anything. Su Yan watched them leave and did not make a sound. Only his eyes slowly condensed and emitted an unknown light. Xiang Tianba's name was once again engraved in Su Yan's heart. Senior brother Su, you're too strong. That's right, that's right. Senior brother Su, you are our idol. As soon as those heavyweights left, all the outer sect disciples surrounded Su Yan and started to flatter him. Regardless of the 5 factions, every outer sect disciple looked at Su Yan with eyes full of envy. Su Yan only smiled and brushed it off. He knew that he still had a long way to go. Because this was a world of powerhouses. Only when one became a true powerhouse, one could laugh at the world and roam the 9 heavens. Therefore, Su Yan was more concerned about whether or not he was qualified to enter the inner sect. He walked up to the hidden sword elder and slowly opened his hand to reveal a red banner. He asked, "Hidden sword elder, did I pass this test and become an inner sect disciple?" The hidden sword elder was busy treating the injured disciples. When he heard Su Yan's question, he was stunned. Chapter 48. Su Yan, you've obtained the banner. Naturally, you're qualified to become an inner sect disciple. Although the voice was not loud, it was as deep as a bell, creating a majestic aura in the air that could not be looked at directly. Immediately after, a figure floated down. This person was wearing a purple-black robe. His face was majestic without being angry, making people feel respect for him. When he came down, the surrounding inner and outer sect disciples all cupped their fists and greeted him respectfully, "Sect Master." That was right. The person who came was the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb, Enlightened Master Heavensword. Enlightened Master Heavensword nodded slightly at the crowd. He looked at Su Yen again and said slowly, "Su Yen, after returning to the sect, you'll stay in the Great Sword Mountain Range. Someone will receive you." "Sect Master, isn't this inappropriate?" Hidden Sword Elder stepped forward and said when he heard Enlightened Master Heavensword's words. However, before he could finish his words, Enlightened Master Heavensword waved his hand and said, "What's inappropriate about it?" This Hidden Sword Elder was speechless when he heard Enlightened Master Heavensword's words. After all, Enlightened Master Heavensword was the sect master while he was only an outer sect elder. Naturally, he did not have the right to speak. Now that Enlightened Master Heavensword said this, it was obvious that he had decided that Su Yen would become an inner sect disciple. As for the rules of the inner sect disciples, it was up to Enlightened Master Heavensword. "Thank you, Sect Master." Su Yen was also the first to recover from his shock. He cupped his fists and bowed to Enlightened Master Heavensword. There was not much joy on his face. It was not that Su Yen was unhappy. It was just that Su Yen knew how to restrain his emotions. Seeing Su Yan's neither servile nor overbearing appearance, Taoist Heavenly Sword felt even more admiration for him. He nodded his head approvingly. Immediately after, he turned around and said to Elder Tsongjin, "Elder Tsongjin, you will also investigate this matter. I have my own plans." Hidden Sword Elder was slightly stunned. He then cupped his fists and bowed to Enlightened Master Heavensword and replied respectfully, "Yes." He naturally knew what Enlightened Master Heavensword was referring to. It was definitely the matter of the formation being tampered with. The inner sect trial was also a big event. Although he was the only one in charge today, the other powerful figures in the sect were also paying attention to this matter. Now that Taoist Heavensword had told him not to investigate, what else could it be? "I'll leave the rest to you." After Immortal Heavensword finished speaking, he did not wait for anyone to react. With a flash, he disappeared from the void. "Farewell, sect leader." All the disciples cupped their hands and bowed, shouting loudly, "Su Yen, congratulations." After Reverend Heavenly Sword left, the sword-concealing elder congratulated Su Yen. "I hope the Hidden Sword Elder can give me more pointers in the future." Su Yen immediately cupped his fists in response. The expression on his face still did not change in the slightest, as if entering the inner sect was not something to be happy about. "Good, good." Seeing Su Yan's appearance, the sword-concealing elder was very gratified. At the same time, he sighed in his heart, if the sect had more people with such qualifications, how could the reputation of my sword-concealing tomb be limited to just this place? Of course, no one knew about the sword-concealing elder's sigh. After all, there were only outer and inner disciples here. They did not have the qualifications to know about the sect's matters. Although the casualties in this inner sect trial were the most serious in all the previous sessions, fortunately, Su Yan's appearance in the end did not result in a situation where all of them died. Other than Su Yan, the disciples who had the qualifications to enter the inner sect this time were Ouyang Tiancheng, Pu Tiandao, and Xiao Linglong. Originally, there were only 5 silk banners this time. With 4 people entering the inner sect, it could be considered a success. Of course, other than the success, the most surprising one was Su Yan. The sword-concealing tomb had a rule that those who entered the inner sect must be at the life-soul realm. However, Su Yan was only at the 9th spirit realm. It was because of his identity as a 9th spirit realm cultivator that Su Yan was once again pushed to a lofty position by the outer sect. And Su Yan also became the first disciple to enter the inner sect with the strength of a 9th spirit realm cultivator since the establishment of the sword-concealing tomb. Moreover, he was personally appointed by the sword-concealing tomb's headmaster. His position in the sect and reputation could be imagined. After the trial ended, the sword-concealing elder announced Su Yan's qualifications to enter the inner sect and drove the sect's spirit ship out of the sky-breaking cliff. The sky-breaking cliff was thousands of feet deep. If there was no spirit ship, they really did not know how to get out. Returning to the sword-concealing tomb, Su Yan, Ouyang Tiancheng, Pu Tiandao, and Xiao Linglong each received their domino to enter the inner sect from the sword-concealing elder and dispersed. Under the admiration of the disciples, Ouyang Tiancheng, Pu Tiandao, and Xiao Linglong stepped onto the path to the inner sect. That's right, it was the three of them. Su Yan was not in a hurry to go to the heavenly sword spiritual master's Hongjian mountain. It was not that Su Yan had any nostalgia for the outer sect, nor was it that he still had things to take. After all, when Su Yan entered the outer sect, it was only a place of transition. How could he have feelings for it? All the things he needed were placed in his storage pouch. Of course, it was not that Su Yan wanted to stay and enjoy the worship of the outer sect disciples. It was that Su Yan was waiting for someone, Lu Fei. This person usually seemed annoying, but, thinking of Lu Fei, Su Yan did not know how to describe this person. But thinking of the moment when the trial began and Lu Fei's decisiveness, Su Yan's heart was still moved. Now that he was going to the inner sect, he naturally had to say goodbye. Of course, Su Yan did not take the initiative to look for him. Instead, he waited in the emperor's room 1. After all, Su Yan was a celebrity in the outer sect. Countless girls liked him and countless disciples worshipped him. Su Yan did not want to go out and attract any attention. Moreover, Su Yan believed that Lu Fei would definitely come to look for him. Su Yan. Just as Su Yan expected, Su Yan did not wait for long in the heavens room 1 before he heard a duck's voice. Then, Lu Fei's fat body pushed the door and barged in. "Ha, the junior brother Su, you stinking brat. I knew you wouldn't let me down." Lu Fei came in and put his arm around Su Yan's shoulder without hesitation. His face was filled with joy as if he was the one who had obtained the qualifications to enter the inner sect and not Su Yan. "Of course, I won't let you down." Su Yan also smiled in return. In front of outsiders, Su Yan did not show any emotion, but Lu Fei was his friend. Su Yan naturally did not need to put on any pretense. When Lu Fei heard Su Yan's words, the smile on his fat face deepened as he squinted his eyes and said, "Ha, why aren't you thanking me for teaching you?" Just now, Su Yan was still a little reluctant to part with Lu Fei. Hearing this, Su Yan suddenly had the urge to turn around and leave. "It's okay if you don't thank me. Just remember my kindness." Lu Fei completely ignored Su Yan's ugly expression and said to himself, "Junior brother Su, after entering the inner sect, you won't have me to take care of you anymore. I hope you can take care of yourself in the future." The more Su Yan heard, the tighter his frown became. He wanted to turn around and leave. Sob sob, sob sob. Lu Fei, who was talking and laughing just now, suddenly burst into tears. "Su Yan, you're going to enter the inner sect now. What if I get bullied in the future?" Su Yan was stunned by Lu Fei's sudden crying. He bitterly smiled and shook his head. He turned around and comforted him. "What are you crying for? I'm entering the inner sect. It's not like I can't come to the outer sect. If you get bullied, I'll still come. Besides, isn't your father here? Who dares to bully you? *CK, that bastard Lu Hong. It's good enough that he's not the first to bully me." When Lu Fei heard Su Yan mention his father, he immediately stopped crying. The fat on his face kept twitching as he angrily said, "Su Yan, you don't know. If you leave, that bastard Lu Hong will definitely bully us Golden Seat people." Su Yan was speechless. He did not know how to respond to Lu Fei's words. How could a son talk about his father like that? Su Yan could not help but wonder if this Lu Fei was Lu Hong's biological son. Lu Fei scolded Lu Hong for a while more and stopped crying. He waved his hand and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He said to Su Yan, "Su Yan, don't say anything unnecessary. Wait for me in the inner sect." When Lu Fei said this, his small eyes actually shone with a rare light. Su Yan was stunned when he saw this. He came back to his senses and nodded. He did not say anything unnecessary and patted his storage bag. A medicinal pill appeared in his hand. "Fatty, this pill is for you." Su Yan handed a soul-amassing pill that he obtained from the Buddha pagoda to Lu Fei. Lu Fei looked at Su Yan's soul-amassing pill, and all the fat on his body trembled. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "Su Yan, this pill was bestowed to you by the sect master. It's too precious. I dare not accept it." Lu Fei naturally did not understand that the soul-amassing pill that the sect master bestowed to Su Yan had long been swallowed by Su Yan. And this soul-amassing pill was obtained by Su Yan in the Buddha pagoda. Of course, Su Yan did not wish to explain these things to Lu Fei either. He just smiled and said, "Fatty, although this pill is precious, compared to our friendship, what's so precious about it?" After Su Yan said this, he immediately regretted it. Just as expected, Su Yan's words had just landed when Lu Fei instantly exclaimed, "Su Yan, I love you." While talking, those fat arms opened up and directly hugged Su Yan. Su Yan's eyes instantly darkened, and he had an impulse to slap Lu Fei. After some commotion, Su Yan finally still let Lu Fei accept the soul-amassing pill. Just as Su Yan said, although the soul-amassing pill was precious, compared to the fatty's care and effort for him during this period of time, Su Yan also felt that it was worth it. Most importantly, Su Yan still swallowed one soul-amassing pill before. Taking it again would have its effect reduced by half, so it was better to gift it to Lu Fei. It was also considered a kind of encouragement for Lu Fei, hoping that he could enter the inner sect as soon as possible. Outer sect, inner sect, and at the same time, disciples of the Sword Collection Tomb were only separated by one sect. But the two were worlds apart. It could be said that only inner sect disciples could truly be counted as disciples of the Sword Collection Tomb. Outer sect disciples were merely the backup source of the Sword Collection Tomb. If they were unable to enter the inner sect for the rest of their lives, then other than killing demonic beasts from the sacred beast mountain to exchange for medicinal pills, the outer sect disciples would not enjoy any of the benefits of the Sword Collection Tomb sect. Chapter 49. Entering the inner sect was equivalent to becoming a true disciple of the hidden sword tomb. Not only would they be able to enjoy the medicinal pills and spiritual stones that were distributed by the sect every month, but they would also be able to receive guidance from a mentor. The most important step for new inner disciples was naturally to choose a mentor. The inner sect was divided into 5 ranges and 5 mentors. Ouyang Tiancheng, Pu Tiandao, and Xiao Linglong entered the hidden sword tomb at the same time as Su Yan. Pu Tiandao and Xiao Linglong were respectively arranged to stay at the Li sword range and the Zhong sword range. The moment the two entered, they respectively acknowledged their respective masters. Ouyang Tiancheng and Su Yan were both at the Hongjian range. When the two entered the Hongjian range, they were arranged to stay at the Hongjian range. However, under this, they did not mention the matter of acknowledging a master. A few days had passed, and there was still no news. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be anxious about this matter. Although the path of cultivation relied more on one's own efforts, aptitude, and luck, if there was a great teacher to guide them, they would definitely take fewer crooked paths on the path of cultivation. This was also the reason why the outer sect disciples in the hidden sword tomb wanted to enter the inner sect in addition to enjoying the treatment of the inner sect. But fortunately, Su Yan and Ouyang Tiancheng were both patient people. Even though a few days had passed and there was still no movement, the two of them did not move. Instead, they were happy and at ease. After entering the inner sect for a few days, Su Yan also discovered that in fact, every mountain in the hidden sword tomb had a clear rule. For example, the Hongjian range that Su Yan was at now had several times denser spiritual energy than the golden seat that Su Yan stayed at in the outer sect. He discovered that Su Yan looked at the 3 peaks of the direct disciple range, and there were a few more rays of light in his eyes. It was just the boundary between the inner sect and the outer sect, but the difference in spiritual energy was so great. Then, would the 3 peaks that belonged to the direct disciple range be denser than this? Su Yan looked, and the light in his eyes suddenly shrank. At the same time, there was a surge in his heart. He wanted to become a direct disciple. It wasn't because he wanted this identity, but because he wanted to occupy the spiritual energy peak. The richness of the spiritual qi could obviously directly affect a person's cultivation speed. Just the difference in the spiritual qi of this mountain was enough to arouse Su Yan's interest in becoming a successor disciple. Of course, Su Yan naturally knew that the most important thing for him was still Swordwell. As for the matter of becoming a successor disciple, Su Yan did not want to waste too much effort on it. Every true disciple was the pride of the Hidden Sword Tomb. If one wanted to become a true disciple, the Hidden Sword Tomb did not have a clear standard. For example, the 3 successor disciples in the Hidden Sword Tomb were all personal disciples of the 3 successor peaks elders. When the 3 of them first entered the sect, they displayed their talents and caught the attention of the 3 elders of the 3 peaks, granting them the status of core disciples. As for Su Yan, although he had entered the sect, he was also shining brightly. However, he was still only in the 9th layer of spirit realm, so he was still far from being a genius. He did not have the qualifications to become a true disciple, nor had he been appointed by the sect's elders. If he wanted to become a true disciple, he could only discuss it in the future. Although Su Yan had his doubts about the inner court mentors, he still maintained a calm heart. For the next few days, Su Yan stayed in his room to absorb the spiritual energy and cultivate, hoping to break through to the life-soul stage before entering the Swordwell. However, it was clear that the life-soul stage was not something that could be broken through in a day or two. After a few days of cultivation, Su Yan felt a stagnant state, and no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Su Yan was not in a hurry since he had benefited from the Buddha Pagoda and Mu Zijin. Cultivation spoke of fate, fate spoke of luck. When fate arrived, the Tao would naturally arrive. Naturally, fate had not arrived yet, so there was no need to rush. In the inner court, because the rest of the disciples had mentors to guide them, they would often compete and train. They would also participate in some missions assigned by the sect. All of them were busy. Apart from Ouyang Tiancheng, Su Yan had become the most idle disciple in the entire Hidden Sword Tomb. Cultivation was useless. Su Yan had nothing to do, so he wanted to find Lu Fei and have a chat. I've been in the inner court for some time now, and I've been busy cultivating every day, so I haven't gone to look for Lu Fei. Now that I have some free time, I'll go look for him. Su Yan walked out of the room, muttered softly, and walked towards the direction of the outer court. It wasn't that Su Yan wanted to look for Lu Fei, but that Su Yan thought about it. In this Hidden Sword Tomb, the only one who could talk to him was Lu Fei. Su Yan. But before Su Yan reached the teleportation array, she heard a familiar voice of a male duck. Su Yan was extremely familiar with this voice. If it wasn't Lu Fei, then who could it be? As expected, before Su Yan could regain his senses, Lu Fei's fat body appeared in front of him. Junior brother Su. Lu Fei shouted again. Immediately, the earth shook and the mountains shook. His fat body was quick and agile as he rushed toward Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly dodged, avoiding Lu Fei's bear hug. Hee, Su Yan, you didn't expect it to be me, right? Lu Fei didn't care. His eyes narrowed into a line, and his fat kept trembling. When Su Yan saw Lu Fei's current state, the urge to look for Lu Fei had completely disappeared. In exchange, he hoped that Lu Fei could quickly leave this place. This was because Su Yan was unable to accept Lu Fei's intimacy. Lu Fei didn't care at all. He kept swaying in front of Su Yan and kept flapping his red robe as if to attract Su Yan's attention. Su Yan was also attracted by him. To be precise, he wasn't attracted by Lu Fei, but by the red robe on his body. In the Hidden Sword Tomb, there was a clear difference between the outer and inner sect uniforms. Outer sect disciples usually wore purplish-brown clothes, while inner sect disciples wore red. Now, Lu Fei was wearing a red robe and the 3 words, Hong Jianluan, could be clearly seen on his chest. It was obviously the inner sect disciple's uniform. Thinking of Lu Fei's usual style of handling things, Su Yan suddenly frowned. Fatty, aren't you afraid of being punished by the sect for wearing inner sect clothes? Su Yan shouted at Lu Fei. Although he wasn't angry, the meaning of his words was obviously a bit of reproach. The Hidden Sword Tomb had such a clear distribution of clothes, so naturally, There were rules and punishment systems. Su Yan had been in the Hidden Sword Tomb for half a year, and naturally knew some of the basic rules of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Now, Lu Fei, an outer sect disciple, was wearing inner sect disciple clothes, and still came to the inner sect territory to show off. Obviously, he had violated the rules of the Hidden Sword Tomb. This law was not a big one, but it was not a small one either. If someone were to investigate, Lu Fei would not be able to escape punishment. What? When Lu Fei heard Su Yan's reprimand, he was stunned. He raised his eyebrows and unhappily said, "Junior brother Su, aren't you looking down on me too much? Do I, Lu Fei, look like that kind of person?" "You don't look like, but you are such a person," Su Yan said unceremoniously. What? Lu Fei was suddenly angry, but this anger only lasted for a moment, and in exchange, Lu Fei's arrogant attitude. He looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes, as if he was the only existence between heaven and earth. After a while, he put on a deep look and said, forget it. Junior brother Su, you can look down on me, but you must not insult my character." Character? Su Yan suddenly laughed. Looking at Lu Fei's appearance, he knew that if he didn't give him a bit of arrogance, this fatty would definitely continue to act arrogant. "Fatty, tell me what is going on. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," Su Yan said as he slightly forced out a stream of spirit qi and rushed towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei suddenly shivered, and the act from before completely disappeared. He smiled and said, "Hey, junior brother Su, look at what you're saying. I was just thinking about how to tell you." While Lu Fei was talking, he saw that Su Yan didn't respond, so he continued, "Junior brother Su, to be honest, I am also an inner sect disciple now." "Also an inner sect disciple?" Su Yan was stunned, then he frowned and looked at Lu Fei with a gloomy gaze. "Junior brother Su, what I said is true. Why do you still not believe me?" Lu Fei saw Su Yan's expression and his voice sounded like a duck's voice was crying. Su Yan naturally didn't believe him. There was a rule for inner sect disciples that other than the Fate Soul stage, they had to pass the inner sect trial. Lu Fei not only didn't participate in the inner sect trial, more importantly, his strength was only at the 5th level of Spirit Realm. How could Su Yan believe that someone at the 5th level of Spirit Realm wanted to become an inner sect disciple? One had to know that his strength was at the 9th level of Spirit Realm, and he only became an inner sect disciple after passing the inner sect trial and being personally appointed by the headmaster. "Junior brother Su, what I said is true." Lu Fei saw that Su Yan still didn't believe him and hurriedly said, "Tell me, what is going on?" Su Yan saw that Lu Fei's expression didn't seem like he was lying. After hesitating for a while, he still couldn't figure out the deeper meaning, so he asked. Although Lu Fei didn't want to, seeing Su Yan's gloomy gaze, he didn't dare to disobey. After hesitating for a while, he finally told the whole story to Su Yan. When Su Yan heard this, he was suddenly enlightened. So all of this was because he had a good father. Seeing that Su Yan finally believed him, Lu Fei let out a sigh of relief. He wiped his tears and said, "Junior brother Su, do you think it's easy for me? Since I was born, I have been in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Because of this, the Hidden Sword Tomb has made a lot of contributions. Day and night, I rush to the Sacred Beast Mountain to hunt monsters and obtain beast cores to exchange for points. Do you think it's easy for me? Is it easy? Junior brother Su, go and check the outer sect points ranking board. Your senior brother Lu is the one with the most points." Lu Fei's voice was full of emotion, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became. Points were a special rule set by the Hidden Sword Tomb. There were many ways to earn points. Hunting monsters, participating in the various competitions set by the sect, could all earn points. These points were also an important requirement to enter the inner sect of the Hidden Sword Tomb. At that time, Su Yan often rushed to the Sacred Beast Mountain to hunt monsters. Naturally, points were not a problem. Chapter 50. Of course, the scoreboard was set up by the Hidden Sword Tomb to increase the combat experience of each sect's disciples. It was impossible to enter the inner sect by accumulating points. All in all, Lu Fei was able to enter the inner sect because he had a good father. Looking at Lu Fei's agitated look, Su Yan also understood the grievances Lu Fei had suffered in the hidden sword tomb. With Lu Fei's strength, it was not easy for him to get to the top of the scoreboard. Su Yan looked at Lu Fei and consoled him with his words. However, the following words caused Su Yan's eyes to widen in shock. Junior brother Su, you don't know. If that damn old man didn't get lucky and become your and Ouyang's mentor, I wouldn't have entered the inner sect. What? Su Yan suddenly trembled. He naturally knew who the damn old man Lu Fei was talking about was. After a few days, although Su Yan was not anxious about the matter of the sect arranging a mentor for him, he had thought of many possibilities. But after all, he had thought of all kinds of different arrangements. Who would have thought that it would be Lu Hong who would be his mentor? Fatty, is what you said true? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei in surprise. He still did not believe it. It was not that he was disgusted with Lu Hong becoming his mentor, nor was it that Su Yan questioned Lu Hong's strength. On the contrary, Su Yan had a conversation with Lu Hong in the outer sect's hidden sword pavilion that day. He knew that Lu Hong's identity was definitely not ordinary, and his strength was also unfathomable. However, Su Yan thought of Lu Hong's unpredictable personality, which was even a little similar to Lu Fei's. If he became his mentor, Su Yan felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Of course it's true, Lu Fei said with a serious face. At the same time, a bit of disdain floated on his face. He was unhappy. That damn old man, I don't know what kind of luck he had. This time, it was the sect master who personally talked to him to be your mentor. In the beginning, that damned old man of mine actually didn't agree. In the end, I don't know what kind of conditions the headmaster offered, but he finally agreed. The sect master is personally looking for your father? Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air, becoming more and more suspicious of Lu Hong's identity. Lu Hong's current position in the hidden sword tomb was only the general manager of the outer sect's hidden sword pavilion. Compared to when Su Yan had first entered the hidden sword tomb, his current status was much higher. That Deng Jianhong, who was his guide, was even weaker than Director Deng. Why would the hierarch lower himself to look for him? Ha! Just as Su Yan was making all sorts of guesses, a hearty laughter was heard. Following the laughter, a figure that resembled Lu Fei appeared before the two of them. Damn fatty, you're actually one step ahead of me. Lu Hong stepped forward and scolded Lu Fei the moment he saw him. Damned old man, don't think that just because your status has changed, I'm afraid of you. Do you believe that I will? Lu Fei looked at Lu Hong without a trace of fear. His face revealed a trace of disdain. Don't believe what? Hearing Lu Fei's words, Lu Hong was instantly displeased. Damn fatty, I'm warning you. You're just a registered inner sect disciple now. I can make you scram with one word. How dare you? See if I dare or not. Lu Fei and Lu Hong looked at each other and immediately started arguing. Su Yan watched from the side and could only laugh dryly. Su Yan really couldn't find the words to describe this father and son pair. Fortunately, the two of them didn't argue for long. Lu Fei didn't know what Lu Hong said, but he shrugged. Lu Fei shrugged and in return, Lu Hong was pleased with himself. Su Yan, we meet again. Lu Hong stepped forward and spoke to Su Yan. The fat on his face piled up, revealing a smile. Compared to the other inner sect mentors, Lu Hong didn't have a trace of pressure or the demeanor of an expert. Su Yan didn't pay much attention to it. He cupped his fist and bowed slightly to Lu Hong. No matter what, Lu Hong was an elder and now his mentor. Good, you can be taught. Lu Hong nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned to Lu Fei and his expression changed. He coldly shouted, Damn fatty, call Ouyang Tianqing over here. No need. Without waiting for Lu Fei to act, a figure walked over. That stunning face seemed to have been carved by a knife and an axe, and a cold expression hung on it. His faintly trembling eyes emitted a bright light. His red robe fluttered in the wind, and his long hair fluttered elegantly. Otherwise, this person was still young. Most likely, there would be people who would think that this person was the mentor this time. This person was Ouyang Tianqing, who was with Su Yan and had never been assigned a mentor. Ouyang Tianqing was obviously no stranger to Lu Hong. He walked over and didn't give much expression. He slightly cupped his hands and considered it a done deal. Lu Hong laughed loudly and didn't care. He waved his hand and said, "All right, since everyone is here, I'll start telling you some of my rules. Actually, it's very simple. Since you recognize me as your mentor, then each of you should pay 100 spirit stones first. Consider it my fee for teaching you." Damn, old man, you're courting death. How can we have such a rule in the Zhang family tomb? As soon as Lu Hong's voice fell, Lu Fei angrily scolded. The hidden sword tomb doesn't have such a rule, but I do. Lu Hong wasn't angry at Lu Fei's words. He squinted his eyes and smiled, looking like a profiteer. If the three of you don't pay enough spirit stones, then don't blame me for not teaching you. I will also report this to the sect and say that you are disrespectful to your mentor. At that time, Lu Hong said and let out a sinister laugh. Lu Fei cursed again. Ouyang Tiancheng and Su Yan also frowned. Unfortunately, no matter how Lu Fei scolded, Lu Hong's expression didn't change at all. He only waved his hand at the three of them. Ouyang Tiancheng watched for a while. He didn't know if he couldn't stand Lu Fei's endless cursing or if he couldn't stand Lu Hong anymore. He patted the storage bag and took out the spirit stones and handed them to Lu Hong. Is that right? Lu Hong unceremoniously accepted the spirit stones given by Ouyang Tiancheng and put them into the storage bag with a smile. Damn it. Lu Fei was probably tired of scolding, or seeing that Ouyang Tiancheng had admitted defeat. He scolded, took out the spirit stones from his pocket and handed them to Lu Hong. Seeing Lu Hong smilingly accept the spirit stones, the fat on his face jiggled. Lu Hong, however, remained unmoved. He put the spirit stones into his bag of holding, then turned his gaze to Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Lu Hong's sharp gaze and his face was embarrassed. "I don't have spirit stones." Su Yan didn't have spirit stones. At that moment in the Su family, because of Su Yan's status, it was impossible to get spirit stones from the Su family. And after entering the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan had no way to get spirit stones. Even if beast cores could be exchanged for spirit stones, Su Yan still exchanged them for pills. Now in Su Yan's storage bag, besides some pills, there was not a single spirit stone. What? No spirit stones? When Lu Hong heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly stared at Su Yan as if he was looking at an ancient beast. "Su Yan, no matter what, you are the number one in the outer sect. How can you not have spirit stones?" Spirit stones were a currency in the cultivation world of the Gan realm. This spirit stone could not only be used to buy and sell goods, but could also be refined and absorbed. This was also one of the reasons why spirit stones became a currency. Su Yan smiled awkwardly. He didn't know what to say. After all, he didn't use spirit stones at that time, so he didn't think about it. Hey, damn old man, what's with your expression? Isn't it just 100 spirit stones? I'll pay for him. Lu Fei saw Su Yan deflated and immediately jumped out and shouted. Unfortunately, when he touched his chest, his expression quickly condensed together. Lu Fei was only at the 5th layer of spirit realm. How could he have so many spirit stones? Lu Hong saw Lu Fei's sluggish expression and couldn't help but laugh. Damn fatty, you think I don't know how much you have? You still want to pretend in front of me. I'll pay for him. At this moment, Ouyang Tiancheng, who had been standing on the side without saying anything, suddenly said. Then he patted his storage bag and 100 spirit stones appeared in his hand. Ouyang Tiancheng is sensible. Damn fatty, you don't have spirit stones and you're still pretending. Lu Hong saw the spirit stones in Ouyang Tiancheng's hand and his eyes lit up. He smiled and accepted the spirit stones. He no longer bothered with Lu Fei. On the other hand, Su Yan looked at Ouyang Tiancheng with a complicated gaze. Last time, Ouyang Tiancheng had given him a storage pouch, which was already a favor. Now, there was another 100 spirit stones. Although it was not much, it was still a favor. It seems like I'll have to get more spirit stones in the future. Su Yan secretly said in his heart. This was the first time he realized the importance of spirit stones. Ouyang Tiancheng's expression still didn't change. He didn't move at all and was constantly emitting the demeanor of an expert. Lu Hong accepted the spirit stones and nodded with a smile. Then he said, The three of you have already paid your spirit stones. You can be considered as my disciples now. Of course, you don't have to be polite and respectful to me. As long as you pay enough spirit stones every month, you can just call me Lu Hong. Also, I don't have any rules here. There are only spirit stones. Like if you want to participate in a mission, you can just participate in a competition and pay me some spirit stones. I'll naturally take you there. Lu Hong kept talking, but every 3 sentences were related to spirit stones. He didn't look like a businessman at all, but more like a businessman. While he was talking, other than Lu Fei cursing from time to time, Ouyang Tiancheng and Su Yan were both frowning. It was their misfortune to have such a mentor. After half an hour, Lu Hong finally finished his explanation. Ouyang Tiancheng and Su Yan were both confused as they listened to him. Anyway, it was only spirit stones. However, these words made Su Yan understand the importance of spirit stones. Alright, I've said everything I need to say. Now, I'll take you guys around the inner sect. After Lu Hong finished speaking, he waved at the 3 of them and took the lead to walk in the direction of the transmission array. However, the moment he walked out, Lu Hong saw that the 3 of them didn't follow. He turned his head back without a trace of anger. The fat on his face piled up as he said with a smile, "The 3 of you have the right to not follow me, but those who don't go, pay 30 spirit stones." Chapter 51. Su Yan and Ouyang Tiancheng, although they had just entered the sect, they were already famous in the outer sect. In addition, he was accompanied by Lu Fei and Lu Hong. Along the way, the few of them were quite eye-catching. However, most of the people in the hidden sword tomb were sword cultivators. Everyone had a few arrogant auras. When they met a few people, no one paid attention to each other. Along the way, it went smoothly. Moreover, Su Yan, Ouyang Tiancheng, and Lu Fei all benefited a lot. After all, the 3 of them used to stay in the outer sect. They still didn't know much about the inner sect. After walking around for a while, the 3 of them also discovered the difference between the inner sect and the outer sect. If the outer sect was a big trial ground, then in the outer sect, every disciple was trying to break through to the inner sect. The inner sect was a big dye vat. In the inner sect, some people knew that cultivation was hopeless, so they didn't focus on the path of cultivation. They focused on the path of business, earning spirit stones in exchange for material life. There were also people who wholeheartedly pursued the Tao and didn't care about worldly affairs. There were also people who indulged in wine and women. In any case, there was everything in the inner sect. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to have spirit stones. With spirit stones in the inner sect, even if your strength was not good, you could still mix with the wind and water. Immediately, Su Yan's value to the spirit stones was further established. Especially when he saw that Lu Hong bought some delicacies and pills from time to time, Su Yan was even more envious. However, when he thought of the empty storage bag, he also felt a little embarrassed. Although the hidden sword tomb was connected to the teleportation array, the inner sect was so big that after walking around for a day, they only walked around for a while. When they returned to the Hongjian mountain range, it was already starry night. "Today, I'll take you to see it. The 3 of you go rest early. Tomorrow, I still have important things to arrange for you." When they returned to the Hongjian mountain range, Lu Hong said to the 3 of them and left first. Although Su Yan and the other 2 were all cultivators, they were tired after a day of disturbance. They didn't say much and returned to their rooms. Spirit stones? How do I get spirit stones? After returning to his room, Su Yan's eyes immediately shone with a thirst for spirit stones, not to mention their uses. Even if he were to become Lu Hong's disciple in the future, with his personality, he would not be able to accomplish anything without spirit stones. Thinking of Lu Hong's character, Su Yan felt a wave of helplessness. After a day of strolling, he was indeed tired. Su Yan helplessly shook his head and went to sleep. Although there was no distinction between the sun and the moon for cultivators, everything in the world was still divided into day and night. Under the starry night, it was difficult to see one's fingers in front of one's face. Thousands of beasts were also resting. Cultivators who had nothing important to do also chose to go into seclusion and cultivate. The sacred beast mountain was even more so. Under the stars and the moon, all living things were at peace. Other than the rustling of the grass and trees when the breeze blew, there were no other sounds. Right at this moment, whoosh, suddenly, a figure flashed, breaking the silence of the sacred beast mountain. Under the faint starlight, one could see that this person was dressed in a long black robe. Under the black robe, his fat body was still very bloated. In the entire hidden sword tomb, other than Lu Fei, it was difficult to find Lu Hong and his son. At this time, Lu Fei had already fallen asleep on the bed. Other than Lu Hong, who else could it be? Lu Hong's figure flashed. On his fat face, there was no longer the smile that he had during the day. In exchange, there was a trace of sternness. The space between his brows trembled slightly, and a trace of domineering aura floated. As his figure moved rapidly, whistling sounds could be heard from his surroundings. After a few breaths, his fat body landed on a flat ground in the sacred beast mountain. At the place where he landed, it was obvious that there were several figures waiting for him. They were all wearing long robes, but the color was different. When Lu Hong landed, the oldest of the few touched his long white beard that was particularly eye-catching in the dark night and smiled. "Lu Hong, for Su Yan and Ouyang Tiancheng, you have put in a lot of effort." When Lu Hong heard this person's words, he smiled and said, "Elder Departing Sword, since I, Lu Hong, have received the favor of the sect master, I naturally have to do things for the sect." When the old man called Elder Departing Sword heard Lu Hong's words, his old face slightly moved and a trace of worry slid across it. "Sai, our hidden sword tomb has been standing in the Jing state for hundreds of years. Although our position has been stable in the past few years. But in the past few years, the other sects in the Jing state have also risen day by day. Just listen to the Purple Cloud sect in our Jing state city. There are a few monsters among the inner disciples." That's right. When Lu Hong heard Elder Departing Sword's words, he also sighed softly. His eyes suddenly blurred, as if he had thought of something. However, he quickly disappeared into the night. In exchange, he said firmly, "All right, let's not talk about this now. Let's set up the formation first. This formation is of great importance, so there can't be any mistakes." When the people standing heard Lu Hong's words, they nodded seriously one after another. Without wasting any more words, they moved at the same time, and a light screen appeared. In an instant, it pierced through the night. Rays of light broke through the sky, and the spiritual energy was dazzling. Everything in the surroundings seemed to have awakened at this moment, and suddenly, a loud sound was heard. Just as the loud sound was heard, Lu Hong suddenly waved his hand, and spiritual energy suddenly erupted, directly blocking the sound. In the next moment, the spiritual energy moved again. It directly tilted towards where the few people were standing. At this moment, where the spiritual energy condensed, a few wooden stakes suddenly appeared. "Go!" Lu Hong shouted, and at the same time, the few people quickly went up. There was a total of 5 people standing on 5 wooden stakes. When the 5 people stood on the stakes, the wooden stakes that looked like withered wood suddenly emitted a light screen. Following the spiritual energy fluctuations of the few people, the wooden stakes suddenly floated out. The 5 people moved along with the wooden stakes. The wooden stakes constantly moved on the ground, seemingly without any pattern. However, if one looked closely, they would see that the 5 wooden stakes instantly formed the shape of the 8 trigrams as they moved. The eyes of the wooden stakes that Lu Hong and the Departing Sword Elder were standing on just happened to be the second level of the 8 trigrams yin-yang. As for the other 3 people who were standing, they quickly moved outside, forming a layer of circular shape, enveloping the second level of the 8 trigrams yin-yang formed by Lu Hong and the Departing Sword Elder. Lu Hong and the Departing Sword Elder did not move, but the other 3 people's circle became bigger and bigger. In a few breaths, the circle was actually hundreds of feet wide. Unknowingly, Lu Hong and the Departing Sword Elder were standing hundreds of meters away from each other. "Open!" At this moment, Lu Hong shouted again, and the few people who were still scattered out, waved their hands at the same time, and started to form hand seals. But a loud sound was heard. Streams of rich spiritual energy were released from their hands. At the same time, as if they had a tacit understanding, they pointed to the sky at the same time. Immediately, spiritual energy flew out, and the spiritual energy cut through the air, emitting light screens of different colors. Bang! The 5 streams of spiritual energy gathered together in midair, and suddenly condensed, forming a round ball. When the round ball was condensed, the people standing on the wooden stakes all leaped up at the same time and spread out. After they spread out, they didn't stop moving. Instead, they all waved their hands at the same time. A huge amount of energy gushed out, like an invisible hand of darkness, directly covering the light curtain emitted by the sphere in the area where the few of them were standing. Standing at the side, no one could see clearly what the sphere was doing. Of course, if they could see clearly, they would see that the sphere was constantly emitting light screens. The light screen continued to shine on the wooden stakes that the 5 of them were standing on. After a while, it formed a huge light screen. If one looked at it again, they would see a huge 8 trigrams array. Lu Hong, can this golden 8 trigrams formation really help Su Yan and the others? After a while, the departing Sword Elder and the others gathered together again. The departing Sword Elder looked at the slightly tired Lu Hong and said, "Maybe." Lu Hong looked at the spirit array in front of him, which he had yet to see. He frowned and did not dare to give a definite answer. After a long time, he slowly said, "Although the golden 8 trigrams array is not as powerful as the pagoda formation of the Stupa sect, it is still the spirit array of our hidden sword tomb." At this point, Lu Hong paused and said, "Although the sect master could not confirm whether the spirit array was the pagoda formation, from the sudden appearance of Su Yan, I believe that Su Yan should have already removed the pagoda formation. After all, the Buddha Venerable is too strong. Even if he left behind his divine sense, it is not something that we can pry into." The departing Sword Elder heard Lu Hong's words and sighed softly. Then he said with a slightly helpless face, "It's a pity that the sword well can only be entered by those below the celestial stage. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the thing left behind by the Buddha Venerable would be tempting even us old men." Yes. When Lu Hong heard the departing Sword Elder's words, a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. He looked at the golden 8 trigrams array in front of him that was covered by their auras. He secretly said in his heart, "Su Yan, this is your good fortune. I hope you don't follow Mu Zijian's path." Just as they were about to leave, the departing Sword Elder suddenly thought of something. He turned around and said to Lu Hong, "By the way, I heard that 3 successor disciples will also be entering the sword well this time." Successor disciples. When Lu Hong heard the departing Sword Elder's words, his eyebrows instantly knitted together and a wave of pressure was emitted. The departing Sword Elder's heart could not help but tremble. However, he was after all an elder of the hidden sword tomb. His spirit energy quickly moved and he calmed down. However, the moment he looked at Lu Hong, his eyes became more and more complicated. "After so many years, I still can't see through this person," the departing Sword Elder muttered in his heart. However, he did not ask much and instead returned to the previous topic. This time, it seems to be the Sword Elder's suggestion to let 3 successor disciples enter. I think the Sword Elder must have received some news. The departing Sword Elder said as he glanced at Lu Hong. Seeing that he did not move, he continued, "The Xiang Tianba under the Sword Elder seems to have some enmity with Su Yan." Chapter 52. I will definitely wreak havoc on the immortal Sword Peak. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if the entire sacred Beast Mountain was trembling. One had to know that the immortal Sword Peak was the #1 sword peak in the hidden sword tomb. Not to mention the hidden sword tomb, even the entire Jingzhou city wouldn't have more than 3 people who dared to say such words. However, Lu Hong dared to say such big words. If ordinary people saw it, they would definitely not believe it. However, the departing Sword Elder understood that Lu Hong was indeed qualified to say such words. Looking at Lu Hong's departing figure, even though the departing Sword Elder had the closest relationship with Lu Hong in the sect, at this moment, his slightly aged face slightly froze as he let out a sigh. "I really don't understand this person more and more." With that, the departing Sword Elder looked at the golden 8 trigrams formation and licked his lips. Although he had participated in the arrangement, his eyes were still filled with shock. The Golden 8 Trigrams Formation was also known as the 9 Profound Heavenly Evolution Formation. It was an extremely special formation in the Hidden Sword Tomb. It was only after Lu Hong improved it that it became a rustic Golden 8 Trigrams Formation. His figure flashed and disappeared from the sacred Beast Mountain. The rest of the people followed closely behind. Now that the Golden 8 Trigrams Formation had been set up and Lu Hong had left, there was naturally no need for them to stay any longer. When the few of them left, the sacred Beast Mountain once again regained its tranquility. The formation that they had set up earlier was also submerged in the darkness. Right at this moment, a figure slowly approached from afar. Looking at the restored tranquility in front of him, his eyes were filled with melancholy. This person was none other than Su Yan, who they were talking about just now. If it was any other day, Su Yan would have already gone to rest. However, after being provoked by Lu Hong and not knowing if Lu Hong would still ask for spirit stones tomorrow, Su Yan tossed and turned, unable to sleep no matter how hard he tried. His mind was filled with the image of spirit stones. After thinking about it, Su Yan felt that the fastest way to obtain spirit stones was to go back to the sacred Beast Mountain, hunt demonic beasts, and then use beast cores to obtain spirit stones. Who knew that he would encounter such a thing? Just now, when Su Yan appeared in the sacred Beast Mountain, it could be said that he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Su Yan could not see through Lu Hong's cultivation, but the departing Sword Elder and the few people from before were all elders of the Hidden Sword Tomb, and their strengths were all in the Sky Realm. With this level of cultivation, the divine sense could detect him. Therefore, Su Yan had been hiding, not daring to move or approach. Under such circumstances, Su Yan did not clearly hear the conversation between the few of them. However, Su Yan heard Lu Hong's last sentence clearly. "I will definitely cause chaos in the Immortal Sword Peak." This domineering aura and pressure was nothing like the profiteer he had seen during the day. Who exactly is Lu Hong? Su Yan frowned, his interest in Lu Hong's identity growing. His eyes narrowed, and his desire to hunt demonic beasts disappeared. What he desired even more was to know what these people were doing here just now. Although Su Yan did not hear their conversation, from their formation and the spiritual energy fluctuations, Su Yan knew that it was not a simple matter. It was very likely that they were setting up some great formation. If Su Yan knew that this formation was prepared for him, Su Yan would not be so curious. Even if he did not know, he would not be able to find any clues after coming here. This caused Su Yan's interest to grow even stronger. Relying on what he had seen and remembered, he stepped on the 8 trigrams and carefully walked step by step. After dozens of steps, Su Yan did not discover anything and immediately wanted to give up. However, just as Su Yan was about to leave, the spirit energy in the formation suddenly exploded. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a light curtain surged up. In an instant, golden light shone, illuminating the entire sacred Beast Mountain. "This is..." Su Yan panicked and instinctively wanted to retreat, but it was too late. In an instant, countless light curtains surged up around him. The light curtains were like copper walls. When they appeared, they were connected and there was no way to escape. At the same time, this light curtain instantly alarmed the entire Hidden Sword Tomb. Whether it was those who closed their eyes to rest, those who were absorbing spirit energy, or those who were not asleep, they were all shocked at this moment. Lu Hong, who had just stepped into the Hidden Sword Tomb, saw the movement of the sacred Beast Mountain and was also shocked. His fat face suddenly surged with anger. "Who touched my formation?" With a shout, Lu Hong's body rushed out. His body was like a graceful swan. In the blink of an eye, Lu Hong's figure had already appeared on the sacred Beast Mountain. At the same time, the elders of the Hidden Sword Tomb also landed one after another. 9 Profound Sky Formation. Among the elders, a red-haired old man with a white beard said as he looked at the formation in front of him with interest. The 9 Profound Sky Formation was a legendary formation of the Hidden Sword Tomb. The people who appeared this time were all elders of the Hidden Sword Tomb, so they were naturally familiar with this formation. They were not unfamiliar with formations, but they were interested in the person who set up the formation. The elders looked at each other, trying to find the person who set up the formation. I set it up. Lu Hong walked out of the crowd and said indifferently. Following that, the few elders who had set up the formation also stood out. Lu Hong. When the elders saw Lu Hong, their expressions changed slightly. They were not Elder Departing Sword and had no friendship with Lu Hong. Naturally, they did not know Lu Hong's identity behind the scenes. They only knew that Lu Hong was the general manager of the Hidden Sword Tomb's outer sect. How could they believe that an outer sect general manager of the Sword Tomb could set up the 9 Profound Sky formation? Lu Hong, if this formation was set up by Elder Departing Sword, then we believe it. Are you involved as well? The one who spoke was the red-haired old man again. The elder's face was filled with arrogance as he stared at the other elders around him. His eyes were still filled with disdain. The Hidden Sword Tomb was filled with sword cultivators who boasted of their high status. This world was also the world of the strong. In addition, this old man was the teaching elder of the first peak of the inner sect, Jian Mountain. He was known as Elder Tianyuan, so he naturally had the right to be arrogant. Lu Hong smiled indifferently. He ignored Elder Tianyuan's words and walked to the side of the formation. A stream of spiritual qi surged out in an instant, and his consciousness entered the formation. Su Yan. The person in the formation immediately appeared in front of Lu Hong. Seeing that it was Su Yan, Lu Hong could not help but be stunned. He looked at the person in the formation in astonishment. Su Yan, how did he activate the formation? The 9 Profound Sky formation. Since it was one of the few great formations in the Hidden Sword Tomb, it naturally had its mysteries. In addition, when Lu Hong set it up earlier, he was afraid that it would be used by others, so he deliberately added some mysterious methods to make it more difficult to activate the formation. Lu Hong was confident that even the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb might not be able to activate the formation that he had set up without spending some time. However, how did Su Yan activate the formation this time? Lu Hong, how dare you ignore a mere sect master of the outer sect's sword pavilion when I asked you? Elder Tianyuan was furious when he saw that Lu Hong was minding his own business and ignoring him. He stepped forward and pointed at Lu Hong as he shouted, "Has this person already joined the pagoda sect?" Lu Hong still ignored Elder Tianyuan and looked at Su Yan, who was in the formation. He suddenly thought of something and frowned. Immediately, a gratified smile appeared on his face. In contrast to Lu Hong's gratification, Elder Tianyuan was furious. He was the teaching elder of the first peak of the inner sect, Jian Mountain. One could imagine his status. Now that he was ignored by Lu Hong, how could he not be angry? Lu Hong! Elder Tianyuan bellowed. Suddenly, spiritual qi rippled out, forming an invisible wave that slanted outwards. Elder Departing Sword was shocked. Just as he was about to help, Lu Hong laughed and turned around to salute Elder Tianyuan. Elder Tianyuan, there is no need to be angry. I was concerned about the changes in the formation, so I did not reply to you in time. As Lu Hong spoke, his fat was piled up in a flattering manner. When Elder Tianyuan saw Lu Hong's behavior, his expression softened a little. However, his face was still cold and arrogant. He said to Lu Hong in disdain, "Lu Hong, you said that you set up this formation. Why don't I believe you?" "Ha, Elder Tianyuan, this formation was naturally not set up by me. It was set up by Elder Departing Sword." Lu Hong smiled. There was no longer any dignity left as he directly threw the matter to Elder Departing Sword. When Elder Departing Sword heard Lu Hong's words, he frowned. He did not know what Lu Hong was planning. However, when he saw Elder Tianyuan looking at him, he did not give in. Elder Departing Sword did not back down. He took a step forward and looked at Elder Tianyuan with arrogance. "Tianyuan, this formation was set up by me. Why can't I?" Elder Departing Sword naturally knew that Elder Tianyuan was the teaching elder of the Departing Sword Mountain. With Elder Tianyuan's identity, he naturally did not fear Elder Tianyuan. When Elder Tianyuan saw that it was Elder Departing Sword, his attitude became better. However, he was still cold and arrogant as he said, "Departing Sword, you set up this formation in the middle of the night. What are your intentions?" When Elder Departing Sword heard Elder Tianyuan's words, he did not know how to answer. Naturally, he looked in the direction where Lu Hong was. However, Lu Hong was nowhere to be seen. Elder Departing Sword was stunned. He looked around but did not see Lu Hong. He did not know where Lu Hong went. Departing Sword, why don't you know how to answer? When Elder Tianyuan saw that Elder Departing Sword was slow to respond, he immediately shouted, "Departing Sword, are you planning to give special treatment to your disciples and set up a formation without permission? So what if I am? So what if I'm not?" Elder Departing Sword did not know how to answer. When he saw Elder Tianyuan's aggressive attitude, he became anxious and did not say anything. He looked at Elder Tianyuan arrogantly. His meaning was obvious. "I am giving special treatment to my disciples. What are you unhappy about? If it was not for their disciples, they would definitely be unqualified teachers. And a qualified teacher would naturally want their disciples to be stronger than others. It was not normal for them to set up formations for their disciples to cultivate. Of course, formations were only small formations. However, the 9 mysterious heavens divination formation could not be used. It was not that the 9 mysterious heavens divination formation was mysterious. It was that the 9 mysterious heavens divination formation was an 8 trigrams formation and yin-yang formation. Under this formation, it would continuously absorb the surrounding spiritual qi. Absorbing spiritual qi would cause damage to the surroundings. There was a rule in the hidden sword tomb for such a formation. If someone were to set up such a formation, they would have to report it and let all the disciples and geniuses in the sect participate. Elder Departing Sword's words had obviously broken the rule. Elder Tianyuan was speechless. He did not expect Elder Departing Sword to break the sect's rule and even dare to talk back to him. But looking at Elder Departing Sword's expression, there was nothing he could do. After all, it was not normal for elders to fight against each other. P.S. If you like, you can add me to the authors group, 455212786. Chapter 53. Although the hidden sword tomb did not stop disciples from fighting, there was a rule that deacons, managers, elders and above were not allowed to fight. Even if one had a high status, they could only follow the rules of the sect and be punished according to the sect's rules. Although Elder Tianyuan's cultivation was higher than Elder Li Jian's, he was still an elder in the hidden sword tomb. Elder Tianyuan could not do anything to Elder Li Jian. Hearing Elder Li Jian's words, Elder Tianyuan was so angry that his eyes widened. However, there was nothing he could do. After a long time, he shouted, "Li Jian, you have guts. Using the sect's formation for private use, you still dare to be so arrogant. I will immediately report this matter to the headmaster. Let's see how he will deal with you." "Do as you wish." Elder Li Jian raised his eyebrows and said coldly. Seeing Elder Tianyuan leave, he ignored him. Not to mention that he was not the one who set up the formation. Even if he did, Elder Li Jian would not be afraid. He believed that he still had some status in the sect. At this moment, he was more concerned about where Lu Hong had suddenly gone to. The formation was set up by them. Elder Li Jian believed that he knew the mysteries of the formation. Only the few of them could activate it. However, seeing that the formation was shining brightly and there was a barrier around it, it was obvious that the formation had been activated. Seeing that the few people who set up the formation were all here, who had the ability to activate the formation, Elder Li Jian wanted to investigate the person in the formation. However, this was the 9 profound heavenly evolution formation. It gathered the mysteries of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. The formation had been activated for a long time. Even if he wanted to, he did not have the strength to do so. Without the strength to investigate, Elder Li Jian did not dare to leave. He found a spacious place and sat down. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, guarding the formation so that Lu Hong could make a decision when the time came. As for the other elders who came to investigate, those who were acquainted with Elder Li Jian also stayed at the side. The rest followed Elder Tianyuan. At this moment, some of the disciples in the sect also rushed forward. They were shouting, "Strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. There must be a treasure in the sacred beast mountain. Let's go. Brothers, let's go." Their voices resonated throughout the entire holy beast mountain. When the crowd arrived, they saw the departing sword elder and the others sitting around the formation. They hurriedly closed their mouths and cupped their hands towards the elders, Greetings, elders. The departing sword elder nodded slightly and didn't say anything to the disciples. It wasn't that he was pretending to be an elder, but that he didn't know what to say. When the disciples saw that the elders did not respond, although they were suspicious of the light screen in front of them, it was not good for them to investigate. One by one, they lined up and sat behind the elders, waiting for them to solve the mystery. The departing sword elder did not chase them away. This 9 profundity heavens derivation formation was specially designed by Lu Hong and a few others for Su Yan. Now that the formation was activated, the light screen shone in all directions and shot straight up into the sky. Everyone inside and outside the hidden sword tomb knew about it, so it was obviously impossible to have a private meal. But now, the departing sword elder also recognized that these people were all inner sect disciples. In that case, all of them had the qualifications to enter the formation. Rather than chasing them away, it was better to have them wait here, so as to avoid having to summon them when a decision was made, wasting time. The most mysterious thing about the 9 profundity heavens derivation formation was that when the formation was activated, it would automatically devour the surrounding spiritual energy and pour it into the formation to build a body for the person in the formation. And because of this, when the 9 profundity heavens derivation formation was set up, the surrounding spiritual energy would be wantonly destroyed, harming the harmony of heaven and earth. This was why the hidden sword tomb had a rule that the 9 profundity heavens derivation formation could not be set up arbitrarily to give preferential treatment to the disciples of a peak. When Elder Tian Yuan thought of the departing sword elder's words, anger surged in his heart. He leaped down and flew at lightning speed, arriving at the sect master's place in a few breaths. Sect master's senior brother? When Elder Tian Yuan entered the hall and saw Reverend Heavensword, he wanted to report this matter, but before he could finish, Reverend Heavensword waved his hand and said, Tian Yuan, I already know about this matter. You don't have to say anything more. Sect master senior brother? When Elder Tian Yuan heard Reverend Heavensword's words, he was stunned, not understanding the meaning behind it. Before he could ask, Reverend Heavensword slowly said, Tian Yuan, you don't have to worry about this matter. Go to the sacred beast mountain and wait. I will make a decision. Yes, sect master senior brother. When Elder Tian Yuan heard Reverend Heavensword's words, he felt that it would be inappropriate for him to ask. Thus, he clasped his hands at Reverend Heavensword and left. Elder Tian Yuan withdrew. The other elders who had come with him all withdrew as well. When the crowd left, a plump figure immediately walked out from the rear hall. That person was none other than the person who had left the sacred beast mountain earlier, Lu Hong. When Lu Hong came out, Reverend Heavensword immediately withdrew his headmaster's might. He walked down from the large chair in the center and looked at Lu Hong with a wry smile. Senior brother, this matter has already happened so many years ago. Why are you still unable to let it go? Tian Jian, I naturally have my reasons for doing this. You don't have to say anything. Lu Hong stood before Reverend Heavensword. His plump face was trembling slightly. Although he did not appear to be imposing, his words were as firm as a boulder. An irresistible might was emitted from his words. A self-mocking smile flashed across Reverend Sky Sword's aged face when he saw Lu Hong's reaction. As the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb, he naturally knew more about the matters of the Hidden Sword Tomb compared to others. Even so, he was still unable to see through Lu Hong. He felt helpless about his character. However, since he was able to address Lu Hong as senior brother, he naturally had some understanding of him. He knew that if Lu Hong did not want to talk about something, he would definitely not talk about it. Hence, there was no point in asking. He changed the topic and returned to the sacred beast mountain. He asked, Senior brother, why don't you talk about the 9 profound heavens derivation great formation? What do you want me to do? Build the sword well passage within the 9 profound heavens derivation great formation, Lu Hong said faintly. Clearly, he had already thought about this matter before he came. What? Compared to Lu Hong's calm expression, Reverend Heavensword was shocked. He looked at Lu Hong in astonishment and said, Senior brother, You said to build the sword well passage within the 9 profound heavens derivation great formation. How is this possible? Why not? Lu Hong smiled faintly and said, over the past few years, countless people from other sects have been eyeing our sword well. This time, the people from the Pagoda sect have appeared. If we enter as usual, what happened back then will definitely happen. What happened back then? When Reverend Heavensword heard Lu Hong mention this matter, his eyes suddenly narrowed. A gloomy aura shot out from his eyes and condensed into a ray of light. As the ray of light swept across, the tables and chairs in the surroundings trembled slightly. However, Lu Hong's expression remained unchanged. He said faintly, Heavensword, you are the sect master of the sword collection tomb. Naturally, you know as much as I do. Now that the people from the Pagoda sect have appeared, you should know what this means. As he spoke, Lu Hong's face suddenly darkened. If our sect does not take precautions this time, I believe you know better than me the losses our sect will suffer. When Reverend Heavensword saw Lu Hong's gloomy expression, his heart suddenly trembled. He hurriedly said, Senior brother is right. I naturally know. However, building the sword well passage on the 9 profound heavens derivation great formation is not something that can be completed in a short period of time. As Taoist Heavensword spoke, he glanced at Lu Hong. When he saw that Lu Hong had no reaction, he continued, Moreover, the 9 profound heavenly derivation formation you set up this time is on Sacred Beast Mountain. If you set up the Sword Well's passageway on it, it will definitely trigger the restriction on Sacred Beast Mountain. Those sealed demonic beasts will also enter the Sword Well through this passageway. When that time comes, Reverend Heavensword did not finish his words. However, from the shock on his face, one could tell how dangerous the sealed demonic beasts were. However, Lu Hong laughed out loud and said, Heavensword, I heard that other than the inner disciples, that old man Tong Jian is also preparing to let his disciples enter. It is true. Reverend Heavensword nodded. He did not dare to hide anything from Lu Hong. Perhaps no one in the sword collection tomb knew. However, Reverend Heavensword knew exactly what Lu Hong meant in the sword collection tomb. When Lu Hong heard Reverend Heavensword's words, he smiled and said, Ever since the 3 of them entered the sect, they have been nurtured by using all the great resources of our sect. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Now that the 3 of them have entered the sword collection tomb, if we don't give them some face, how can we live up to our sect's nurturing of the 3 of them over the years? But there are no buts. Lu Hong waved his hand and did not allow Reverend Heavensword to speak any more nonsense. He said directly, Heavensword, do as I say. Yes, senior brother. When Reverend Heavensword heard Lu Hong's words, he did not dare to speak any more nonsense. He cupped his fists respectfully and said, Senior brother, I will go and make arrangements first. Lu Hong said coldly. He did not stop Reverend Heavensword from leaving. However, after he left, Lu Hong's eyes instantly narrowed. Looking at the sky outside the door, he could faintly see the dazzling light coming from the 9 mysterious sky derivation array on the Sacred Beast Mountain. However, there was a melancholy on his fat face. A few years ago, the Pagoda sword appeared and caused our sect to lose a large number of disciples. It also caused our sect's 2 sacred dragon beasts to fall under the sword well. This time, it happened again. I don't know if it is a blessing or a curse. Lu Hong shook his head helplessly. He leaped and left the hall. However, he did not go to the Sacred Beast Mountain this time. Instead, he went to the first sword peak of the sword collection tomb, Fairy Sword Peak. This sword peak was thousands of feet tall and stood on top of the other peaks. Clouds and mist lingered above the peak. It was faintly discernible, as though it was a fairyland. The spiritual energy was abundant, nourishing the surrounding trees as though they had spirituality. Besides the trees, one could also hear the roars of demonic beasts from time to time. Demonic beasts were called demonic beasts because they did not have the spirituality of humans. They were bloodthirsty and would bite anyone they saw. If demonic beasts understood humans and were used by humans, they would not be demonic beasts but sacred beasts. There were countless sacred beasts on the Fairy Sword Peak. They surrounded the Fairy Sword Peak and devoured the sun and moon, guarding the Fairy Sword Peak. There was an old man sitting on a stone plate on the peak with his eyes closed. This old man was wearing a long green robe. Although his face was old, he had the demeanor of an immortal. This person sat there like a stone man. He did not move at all, as though he would never move. Chapter 54. When the green-clothed old man opened and closed his eyes, it was as if lightning was whistling through them, causing his left pupil to be like the blazing sun, emitting a strong light. However, his right eye was eerie, its pupil like the bright moon. His left and right eyes were completely different, making it difficult for people to forget this old man once they saw him. However, under these eyes, the green-clothed old man looked at the person in front of him without any change in expression. His expression was still calm, and there was even a trace of a smile. It was as if this person's appearance was within his expectations. The person standing in front of him was wearing a purple-gray long robe. His slightly bloated figure was still extremely conspicuous even under the long robe. Lu Hong was the only one who had such a figure in the hidden sword tomb and could reach the immortal sword peak. Lu Hong looked at the green-clothed old man. His fat face immediately twitched, but his eyes still shot out a terrifying cold light. "Tong Jian, I'm afraid you have other motives for letting your disciple enter the sword well, right?" Lu Hong's words were even more direct. Moreover, there was a faint sense of majesty mixed in between his words. It directly attacked the green-clothed old man. Wherever the voice passed, it seemed as if the air had frozen. However, the green-clothed old man's expression still did not change. The green-clothed old man was able to live on the first sword peak of the hidden sword tomb, so his strength was naturally extraordinary. He was also the other guest of the first sword peak, Xiang Tianba's teacher, Elder Tong Jian. Although he was only an elder like the other elders, to be able to live on the immortal sword peak, his status was not something that ordinary elders could compare to. In the hidden sword tomb, although all the elders were elders, they were divided into 3, 6, and 9 ranks. Although there was no clear division, everyone knew their status. Elder Tong Jian lived on the first sword peak, so he could naturally be called the first elder of the hidden sword tomb. However, in the face of Lu Hong's majestic and domineering aura, he did not have the attitude of an elder. He only remained silent for a long time before saying, "Lu Hong, you, a dignified sky region venerable, are here. Isn't it because of this matter?" "It's good that you know." Lu Hong sneered and said, "Tong Jian, I believe you should know the importance of this matter to the hidden sword tomb." After Lu Hong finished speaking, he saw that Elder Tong Jian ignored him. He opened his mouth and said, "Tong Jian, I believe that you are aware of the grudge between your disciple and Su Yan?" The Sword Link Elder still did not reply. However, the smile on his old face grew even brighter. He closed his eyes as if Lu Hong was not talking to him at all. Seeing that he was not angry, Lu Hong continued, "Tong Jian, if that disciple of yours were to ruin my plans, I will definitely, so what?" Elder Sword Master did not wait for Lu Hong to finish speaking. His eyes suddenly opened. His extremely bizarre left and right eyes moved slightly, and then a cold light burst out from them. This cold light headed straight for Lu Hong. "You overestimate yourself," Lu Hong shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the oncoming cold light turned around and shot back at Elder Tong's sword. When Elder Tong's sword saw the cold light return, he was no longer as calm as before. He leapt up and dodged the cold light he shot. At the same time, he laughed. "Ah, oh Lu Hong, it seems that you have recovered quite a bit of strength in the past few years. Enough to kill you," Lu Hong said with a dark expression, as if Elder Tong's sword was not from the hidden sword tomb at all. "Is that so?" Elder Tong's sword raised his eyebrows. He did not care about Lu Hong's words. He only stared at the sacred beast mountain as if he was observing something. After a long while, he turned his head and said, "Lu Hong, I believe that you also know that this matter is not something we can control. Since I don't want my disciple to ruin your plans, I believe that the other disciples will not allow it either. Lu Hong, if you really don't want others to ruin your plans, the most important thing for you to do now is to go back and let your disciple cultivate more. After entering the Well of Swords, there will be more life-saving barriers." When Lu Hong heard Elder Tong's sword's words, He could not help but be stunned. Only then did he realize that he had acted too hastily. Just as Elder Tong Sword had said, once they entered the Well of Swords, who could resist the temptation of activating the divine artifact? Tong Sword, although I don't know what you are planning this time, as long as I, Lu Hong, am in the hidden sword tomb, you can forget about messing around. Seeing that there was nothing else to say to Elder Tong Jian, Lu Hong snorted and leaped into the air, disappearing into thin air. Elder Tong Sword narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction where Lu Hong had disappeared. As he watched the shadows disappear, the smile on his face began to slowly sink. At this moment, a burly figure walked out from the side. This person was dressed in white. He was none other than the number 1 disciple of the hidden sword tomb, Xiang Tianba. Master, who is that Lu Hong? Xiang Tianba stared in the direction Lu Hong had disappeared in. He thought about the conversation between the two of them. Their words were filled with attacks at all times. Xiang Tianba had watched from afar. When the attacks were triggered, he still felt his entire body tremble. He could not even move his spiritual qi before the two of them. Xiang Tianba was not surprised by Elder Tong Sword's strength, but Xiang Tianba was not only surprised by Lu Hong's strength, but shocked. This person's identity is strange. You don't need to pay attention to him. The most important thing right now is to prepare for the Well of Swords. Elder Tong Sword stared in the direction Lu Hong had disappeared in. His eyes narrowed slightly. He was not lying to Xiang Tianba. He really did not know who Lu Hong was. There were just far too many legends about him. Yes, master. Xiang Tianba bowed slightly. His eyes were filled with respect as he looked at Elder Tong Sword. There was no trace of his usual arrogance. He did not dare to doubt Elder Tong Sword's words. However, after hearing Elder Tong Sword's words, he became even more suspicious of Lu Hong's identity. Elder Tong Sword lived on the first sword peak. From this, it could be seen that he was the number 1 person in the hidden sword tomb. His status was even higher than the sect master. However, he did not even know who Lu Hong was. Who exactly was Lu Hong? Why was it that the chief steward of the outer sect's hidden sword pavilion could make the various elders in the hidden sword tomb not dare to act impudently in front of him? Lu Hong, I hope you won't go against me. Otherwise, even if you have extraordinary abilities, I will definitely kill you. Elder Tong Sword stared in the direction Lu Hong had disappeared with a gloomy expression. A sharp, cold light shot out from his eyes. When the light drifted out, the sacred beasts on the immortal sword peak trembled and stopped roaring. Xiang Tianba, who was standing beside him, also felt his entire body tremble. He did not dare to breathe too loudly. Tianba, prepare well to enter the Well of Swords. Don't disappoint your master. Elder Tong Sword stared at the night sky for a long time. When he turned back to look at Xiang Tianba, he had already reverted to his previous appearance. Apart from the somewhat strange eyes and the gentle smile on his face, who knew what was hidden beneath that smile? Xiang Tianba hurriedly cupped his hands together when he saw this. Master, don't worry. Your disciple was already prepared for the Well of Swords. Although Su Yen had his doubts about Lu Hong's identity and knew that it was extraordinary, he only felt that Lu Hong's strength was extraordinary and did not think too much about it. If he knew what Lu Hong had done in the Hidden Sword Elder, he would definitely have been frightened. However, even if everyone in the Hidden Sword Tomb knew, Su Yen had no way of knowing that Su Yen had already been trapped when the 9 profound heavenly derivation formation was activated. Although he did not know the name of this formation, Su Yen was shocked when the formation was activated. The light screen around him flickered and connected the heavens and the earth. At this moment, strong winds blew around him. Su Yen did not know the formation or its mysteries, so he was naturally frightened. However, after observing for a long time, he realized that not only did nothing strange appear in the formation, but the surrounding spiritual energy was even denser. Su Yen was shocked. He quickly reacted. Such a dense spiritual energy was definitely not found anywhere in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Even the Great Sword Ridge in the inner sect where he lived was just a hair on an ox. What a dense spiritual energy! Su Yen felt the dense spiritual energy around him and licked his lips greedily. Without hesitation, he hurriedly found an open space and sat down, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy around him. Cultivators would enter a meditative state to cultivate. It would take at least a few breaths and at most several years. When Su Yen entered, it was a full cycle. During this cycle, Su Yen did not have any distractions and focused on absorbing the spiritual energy in the formation to break through to the life-soul realm. While Su Yen was trying his best to break through to the life-soul realm, there was a commotion outside the formation. Many elders of the Hidden Sword Tomb surrounded the formation, led by the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Dozens of elders were scattered around, commanded by Heaven Sword. Sometimes they moved, sometimes they formed hand seals, and sometimes there was spiritual energy surging. Under this, there was a roar outside the 9 profound heavenly derivation formation from time to time, and from time to time, there was a bright light. If one looked carefully, they would find that the formation was constantly expanding. The spiritual energy on the sacred beast mountain also followed and poured into the 9 profound heavenly derivation formation. Day and night, Heaven's Sword led the elders of the Hidden Sword Tomb and constantly moved their spiritual energy. The disciples of the sect had long been dismissed from the sacred beast mountain. Several days later, Reverend Heaven's Sword shouted, "Open!" Immediately, there was a roar that resounded throughout the entire sacred beast mountain. At the same time, the entire sacred beast mountain shone brightly and kept expanding, sweeping out at a fast speed. It was as if it was going to swallow the entire sacred beast mountain. It was precisely because of this that in a few breaths, the entire sacred beast mountain was enveloped in the light. When Heaven's Sword Tomb's sect master saw this, he withdrew all the spiritual energy in his body and floated in the air. He swept his gaze across and looked at the elders who were also floating in the air. He slowly said, "The formation has been completed. All inner mentors, quickly return to the sect and gather the disciples who are qualified to enter the sword well to gather at the foot of the sacred beast mountain and enter the formation to absorb the spiritual energy." "Yes, sect master." In the air, several elders cupped their fists and bowed to him before dispersing. In less than 2 hours, the elders returned, and following them were inner court disciples who wore red robes. There were at least a few hundred inner sect disciples. Chapter 55. In the past few days, the sect master had personally led the elders to operate on the sacred beast mountain, which had long aroused the suspicion of the sect. All the disciples also knew that something big was going to happen this time. However, they were ordered not to enter the sacred beast mountain in the past few days. Even though they wanted to observe, they were powerless to know. Looking at the radiant sacred beast mountain that had long been submerged in the radiant formation, the hundreds of people were all shocked. "Disciples, this is the 9 heavens evolution formation, our sect's Shen-Tian formation. This formation has the ability to gather spiritual energy and transform plants into spirits." Seeing that everyone was present, the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb, Taoist Heaven Sword, slowly opened his mouth and said. His voice was not loud, but it resounded through the entire sacred beast mountain with the help of spiritual energy. It did not sound vague to everyone's ears. In fact, there was even a faint majesty in those words, which made them feel respectful when they heard it. Those who were whispering among the crowd just now all shut their mouths when they heard those words. They did not dare to make a sound. After Taoist Heaven Sword finished speaking, he calmed down for a while before continuing, "You are all the elites of our sect. For this, the sect specially set up this formation for you to cultivate for a month." After saying that, Taoist Heaven Sword waved his hand, and a gap appeared on the light screen under him. Just from this gap alone, countless spiritual energy gushed out in an instant. When the inner disciples who were gathered felt such dense spiritual energy, they were all moved. They could not wait to rush into the formation immediately. Unfortunately, even if they had such intentions, they did not dare to act rashly in front of the sect master and the elders. Taoist Heaven Sword naturally knew what they were thinking. This formation absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy and even gathered the spiritual energy on the sacred beast mountain. Wasting a minute was wasting a minute of spiritual energy. Naturally, he wanted to let the disciples enter the formation as soon as possible. However, Taoist Heaven Sword knew that this matter was of great importance and could not be careless or anxious. Seeing that the disciples were excited, he did not say anything more. Instead, he warned the elders present, "You all know that this matter is of great importance. I think you all know what to do." Sect Master, rest assured we understand. Several elders, including Li Sword, Tian Yuan, and Hidden Sword, respectfully cupped their hands to Taoist Heaven Sword. Then, without waiting for Taoist Heaven Sword to speak again, one by one, they scattered and arrived in front of the hundreds of disciples. Sect Sword Mountain Range disciples, form a line, Elder Tianyuan shouted in front of the disciples. The hundreds of disciples were stunned for a moment before they came to their senses and lined up. Hong Sword Mountain Range's disciples, line up with the Li Sword Mountain Range's disciples. The elder of the departing Sword Mountain Range called out, "Disciples of the Dao Sword Mountain Range and Broad Sword Mountain Range, line up." Now that Dao Jianluan was teaching, Elder Dao Jian also gave a slight shout. Even so, the others were all grouped into one pair. When Reverend Heaven Sword saw that the three groups had been formed, he said, "All of you, divide yourselves into three groups and enter the formation. You will be led by three true disciples." Just as Taoist Heavenly Sword finished speaking, three silhouettes suddenly appeared. One was clad in white, one was clad in red, and one was clad in violet. They were all different from each other, but all three of them exuded the same aura of coldness and arrogance. These three were none other than the three core disciples, Xiang Tianba, Lin Hualu, and Qin Hao. Xiang Tianba will be leading Elder Tianyuan's group. Reverend Heaven Sword glanced at the three of them and slowly said, "Disciple receives the order." Xiang Tianba clasped his hands and bowed. Then he leaped toward the Sect Sword Mountain Ranges group. Immediately, an excited shout sounded from the crowd. Although they did not know why the sect would make such an arrangement, to be able to form a group with the number one disciple of the sect was naturally enough to make them excited. Next was Lin Hualu. The group she was leading was the group of Hong Sword Mountain Range and Li Sword Mountain Range. When her graceful body landed on the ground, the crowd cheered and screamed at the same time. Even the people from the other groups were looking at her with longing gazes. Although Lin Hualo's strength was not mentioned, her beautiful and alluring face was enough to make her the number one beauty of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Who wouldn't be happy to be in the same group as a beauty? After that, it was Qin Hao's turn. He was leading the remaining group. After the two exclamations and screams from earlier, Qin Hao's group appeared to be much calmer. However, Qin Hao did not mind. After dividing the groups, Reverend Heaven Sword said again, "Three personal disciples, listen up. The three of you will each lead a group and train in the formation. You are not allowed to fight with each other, understand?" Disciple receives the order. The three personal disciples said in succession. Then, they led the crowd into the formation. When the disciples entered the formation, Reverend Heaven Sword did not remain idle. With a leap, he appeared on top of a mountain range in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although the mountain range did not have the dense spiritual energy of the immortal Sword Peak, and was even denser than the mountains in the outer court, the vegetation on the mountain range had all withered. Not a single tree was left alive. The mountain range was completely empty. There were many iron chains set up on top of the boulder. The black iron chains were attached to the boulder. Under the illumination of the scorching sun, they would occasionally emit a sound. The sound spread throughout the entire mountain range. The creaking sound emitted a deep terror in this vast and empty land. If one were to take a closer look, one would definitely discover that in the middle of the mountain range, there was an iron chain as thick as the mouth of a bowl that was slowly moving. It was pulling on a huge boulder beside it. That huge boulder trembled slightly. Beside it stood a plump figure. Looking at the trembling boulder, his eyes narrowed. Right at this moment, Reverend Heaven Sword landed. Looking at the plump figure, he said, "Senior brother, the Nine Heavens Heavenly Derivation Grand Formation has expanded. Should we open the passage to the Sword Well now?" Hearing Reverend Heaven Sword's words, Lu Hong did not immediately reply. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the trembling boulder. After a long time, he slowly said, "Go and gather Tong Jian and the others." "Yes, Senior brother. Reverend Heaven Sword nodded his head respectfully. Without moving, he stood on top of the mountain range and closed his eyes. Then a thought instantly spread out. Within a breath's time, a few figures descended. The few of them were dressed differently and had different facial features. Each of them gave off a different imposing aura. As the three of them descended, it was as though the entire mountain range was trembling. When Reverend Heaven Sword saw the few of them descending, he spoke up slowly. This time around, we're going to shift the entrance of the sword well. This is a huge matter for the sect. I hope that all of you will not hold anything back and contribute your efforts to shift the entrance of the sword well to the Saint Beast Mountain within a month's time. Let's begin. Before Reverend Heaven Sword could finish his words, one of them, an elderly man in green robes whose left and right eyes were far apart, interrupted Reverend Heaven Sword with an indifferent voice. This person had such a unique pair of eyes. He was none other than Elder Tong Jian. Within the hidden sword tomb, there might not be many people who could interrupt Reverend Heaven Sword in such a domineering manner other than him. Reverend Heaven Sword did not mind at all. Even though he was the sect master, this was not a matter of the sect that could be decided by him alone. Within the sect, there were many elders who were stronger than him. Therefore, there was no change in his expression. However, the moment Elder Tong Jian's words came out, he was the first to spread out and landed on a boulder that was restrained by a metal chain. At the same time, the others spread out one after another and landed on a boulder that was restrained by a metal chain. The few elders landed on their respective spots. Lu Hong was the only one who did not move at all in the middle. No one bothered about him either. After the few elders got into their respective spots, they sat down cross-legged. Instantly, spirit chi gushed out. In a single breath, the entire mountain was caged within it, emitting a bright screen of light. That screen of light expanded in all directions and soared up into the sky, giving off a feeling as though it was competing with the blazing sun. The sun and moon alternated. Unknowingly, a month had passed. Unknowingly, Su Yen had been cultivating within the formation for an entire month as well. For this entire month, Su Yen had not taken a single step away from it. He had been absorbing the surrounding spirit chi with all his might, converting it into the power he needed to break through his life spirit. However, after another month, Su Yen could feel that his life spirit was right before his eyes. However, he could not break through it no matter what. Is this the bottleneck? Su Yen slowly opened his eyes and licked his lips. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. In this 1 month, Su Yen had already lost all hope. During this month, he had not taken a single step away. He was unwilling to give up on the rich spirit chi around him. However, after working hard for a month, he was still stuck at the peak of the 9th layer of spirit realm. How could he be willing to accept this? However, there was nothing he could do about it. Cultivation is about fate. Fate is about luck. When fate arrives, luck is the way. While Su Yen was unwilling to accept this, the words that Mu Zijian had once taught him appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, his heart calmed down a lot. However, when he thought of the sword well again, he felt a bit more anticipation. It's been a month since I've been in the inner sect. I wonder when the sword well will open. Su Yen muttered to himself. He looked around and was immediately shocked. When he entered that day, he had observed his surroundings. This array was only a few hundred feet wide. However, he could not see the horizon. It was as if the entire sacred beast mountain was contained within it. Su Yen naturally did not know that this array contained the entire sacred beast mountain. However, Su Yen did not know and thought that he was the only one in this array. Coincidentally, there were hundreds of inner sect disciples who entered this time, but not a single one stepped into this place. However, it was understandable. After all, this array was the same everywhere. When the disciples entered, they would definitely be anxious to cultivate. Who would be willing to look around? Although this array is mysterious, I have reached a bottleneck. I can't absorb any spirit chi. I don't know how to get out. Su Yen muttered to himself. He jumped up and walked around. He hoped to find the exit. However, before he could take a step, Hong Long. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the horizon. Suddenly, a strong suction force came. This is... Su Yan's heart panicked. He quickly activated his cultivation technique and forced spirit qi out of his body. He wanted to use it to resist, but no matter how he controlled it. Chapter 56. When the black hole appeared, the sky immediately changed color. Countless rays of black light blossomed. The black fog was so dense that it swept over like a gale. Although Su Yan blocked it with his qi, his body was unable to move as he wished. His body fell backward and was engulfed by the black hole. Su Yan was not the only one who fell into the black hole. Everyone in the sacred Beast Mountain's 9 heavens heavenly derivation grand formation suffered the same calamity. All the disciples who participated in the trial of the 9 heavens heavenly derivation grand formation were terrified upon encountering the black hole. Some of the more cowardly ones howled like wolves and ghosts. Their howls resounded throughout the entire 9 heavens heavenly derivation grand formation. It was truly a disgrace to the reputation of the number 1 sect in the hidden sword tomb. There were also some bold ones. Although they did not howl, they were still panicking. Apart from those people, in the sacred Beast Mountain's 9 heavens heavenly derivation grand formation, the 3 personal disciples did not show the slightest bit of fear. When the black hole appeared, a smile appeared on their faces at the same time. It's finally here. The 3 of them stood at different locations of the sacred Beast Mountain. Facing the black hole, they all licked their lips. Bright rays of anticipation shot out from their eyes. At the moment when everyone from the sacred Beast Mountain entered the black hole, on a nameless forbidden area's sword peak in the hidden sword tomb, there was also a dense black fog. The black fog slapped against the huge rocks on the sword peak. Immediately, there was a loud rumble. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. Oh no, the restriction of the sacred Beast Mountain has been destroyed ahead of time. The people on the sword peak were all peak experts of the hidden sword tomb. Thus, they were naturally much calmer than the disciples of the hidden sword tomb. However, when they saw the situation before them, even though they had experienced a lot of things, they still had a terrified expression on their faces. What is going on? Lu Hong, who had been standing motionlessly the entire time, also had a twitching expression on his face. He shouted to Reverend Heaven Sword, "Exactly what is going on? Wasn't it already set?" "I also do not know why this is happening." Reverend Heaven Sword looked at the flying sand and rocks before him with a confused expression. Naturally, the black fog was unable to harm them in the slightest. However, they knew what the black fog represented. It was a seal placed by the sacred Beast Mountain's powerful experts in the early hidden sword tomb. The purpose was to prevent the ancient demonic beast from leaving the sacred Beast Mountain and harming the disciples of the hidden sword tomb. But now, with such a black fog spreading out and demonic winds stirring up, it was clear that the sacred Beast Mountain's restrictions had been loosened. Loosening was fine. After all, they had already expected this. He knew that if the entrance to the sword well was forcefully changed to the sacred Beast Mountain, it would definitely trigger the restriction and cause those ancient beasts to appear. Since the ancestor of the hidden sword tomb was able to seal the ancient demonic beast of the sacred Beast Mountain, the elders of the hidden sword tomb were present. They naturally had a way to restrain the ancient demonic beast. However, how could the might of the ancient era's monstrous beasts be so simple to seal? One must spend a lot of effort to set up a restraining formation in order to restrain them. However, this time, the restrictions of the sacred Beast Mountain had loosened in advance, making them completely unprepared. Thus, their expressions were so ugly. Although Lu Hong did not move the entrance of the sword well, he had been staying here all this time. He knew that no one made any mistakes during the migration. It's quite strange now. I'm afraid someone did it on purpose. Lu Hong looked at the light of the 9 heavens evolution formation on the sacred Beast Mountain that had been drowned out by the black fog. A pair of small eyes on that fat face suddenly shot out a sinister light. Even though his eyes were as small as a mosquito's, the light shot out directly. The golden light flashed as if everything would be penetrated. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar burst out from the sacred Beast Mountain. The huge sound wave spread throughout the sacred Beast Mountain and even the entire hidden sword tomb. Suddenly, it was as if the earth was shaking. The entire sacred Beast Mountain and the entire hidden sword tomb trembled. Even though the people on this mountain peak were all supreme experts of the hidden sword tomb, when they heard the sound waves coming from this place, their faces were filled with shock. When the sound wave reached the bottom of the hidden sword tomb, it shook the ears of the inner and outer disciples who had not entered the 9 heavens evolution formation in the hidden sword tomb. They felt dizzy and saw stars flashing in front of their eyes. The sound wave lasted for 5 to 6 breaths before it subsided. Enlightened Heaven Sword realized the seriousness of the matter and glanced at Lu Hong. When he saw that Lu Hong was not looking at him, he sighed slightly in his heart. However, he quickly rushed up and floated in the void. He shouted, "Disciples of the hidden sword tomb, listen up. This is a great evil tribulation of the hidden sword tomb. All disciples and elders, prepare to face the enemy." His voice was filled with spiritual energy and instantly spread throughout the mountains of the hidden sword tomb. Many disciples who were not in the 9 heavens evolution formation immediately panicked when they heard it. Fortunately, there were elders in the sect who came out to suppress it, so it did not cause panic. With a thought, Enlightened Heaven Sword leaped towards where he was in the hidden sword tomb. His face was gloomy and there were no fluctuations in his expression. There was a strong sense of dignity between his brows and he had the demeanor of a sect master of the hidden sword tomb. After Enlightened Heaven Sword left, the elders who were there followed behind him. All of them had serious expressions on their faces. After the few of them left, only Lu Hong and the Sword Master Elder were left on the mountain. Lu Hong and the Sword Master Elder stood on the mountain together. No matter how much sand and stones were blown around them, they still did not move at all. However, it was quite strange. The sand and pebbles that were flying toward the two of them suddenly changed directions and didn't touch them in the slightest. The two of them just stood there. Time passed and they did not move at all for several days. After several days, the people who were swallowed by the black hole finally landed on the ground. Where is this? Su Yen was not in the same place as the others in the hidden sword tomb. He was also the first to be swallowed by the black hole. After several days, Su Yen opened his eyes with difficulty. Looking at the unfamiliar scene before him, he immediately frowned. Thinking back to when he encountered the black hole, he was even more alarmed. He hurriedly circulated his qi to guard against it. However, just as he circulated his cultivation method, Su Yen was immediately alarmed. What's going on? Su Yen circulated his cultivation method again and circulated the spiritual energy in his body. Unfortunately, after several attempts, there was no spiritual energy at all. Su Yan's expression turned even uglier. As a cultivator, the spiritual energy in his body was the most important factor. However, it was equivalent to being a piece of trash, a mortal, or even worse than a mortal. After all, the body was usually tempered with spiritual energy. His body had long been used to it. Now that there was no spiritual energy, his body would immediately be in a state of exhaustion. Moreover, he used his spiritual energy every day. Now that there was no spiritual energy, how could he not panic? Impossible. Could it be that my spirit qi was swallowed by the black hole just now? Su Yen muttered to himself in a panic. He was still unable to accept this reality. After observing his surroundings and seeing that there were no dangerous things around, he simply sat down cross-legged and circulated his cultivation method again, trying to circulate the spiritual energy in his body. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yen tested, the spiritual energy that would appear when he circulated his cultivation method seemed to have dried up. There was no spiritual energy at all. How could this be? No, impossible. Why is my spiritual energy gone? I've become a piece of trash. At this moment, a shrill cry suddenly drifted over. Su Yen frowned when he heard such a desperate cry. A black line appeared on his brow, but his mind was clear and he quickly reacted. There is not only one person here. Su Yen thought and stood up. He took out the shocking celestial sword and held it in his hand. Although there was no spiritual energy in his body, walking in the darkness made people panic. However, with the sword in his hand, he became bolder. Listening to the sound that never stopped, he no longer hesitated and strode forward. Everyone, don't panic, don't panic. Just as Su Yen took a few steps forward, he heard a familiar voice. This person's voice was very unique. It was like a duck's voice, extremely unpleasant to hear. It was very easy to recognize that it was Lu Fei. In this darkness, in the midst of the panic, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Su Yan's mood immediately improved a lot. He shouted, "Fatty." Xian. Lu Fei heard Su Yan's voice and immediately responded. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, he could hear his joy from his voice. The two of them walked closer and saw each other clearly. In the past, Lu Fei was the one who hugged Su Yan. But this time, Su Yan was the one who gave Lu Fei a big hug. "You damn fatty, why are you here?" Su Yan asked happily. Just now, when he landed here, his body was surrounded by darkness and his spiritual energy couldn't surge. This really scared Su Yan. Now that he saw an old friend, his heart was naturally comforted. Junior brother Su. At this moment, before Lu Fei could reply to Su Yan's question, another voice rang out from the side. This voice was cold and arrogant, but there was also a hint of joy in it. This person was Su Yan, who was schemed by Lu Hong for spirit stones, Ouyang Tianqing. "Senior brother Ouyang, you are here too?" Su Yan saw another acquaintance and the surprise on his face was self-evident. "What?" When Lu Fei heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly laughed. "Su Yan, you don't know, but almost all of us inner court disciples are here." As he spoke till here, Lu Fei's fat face twitched in dissatisfaction as he continued, "You're always so mysterious and I don't know where you went. I even thought that you missed the trial of the 9 heavens heaven evolution formation." When Su Yan heard this, he smiled but did not answer. Instead, he turned to Ouyang Tianqing and asked, "Senior brother Ouyang, what exactly is going on?" Xian. Before Ouyang Tianqing could answer, another voice sounded. This voice was extremely gentle and beautiful. It was only 2 words, but when it stopped in everyone's ears, it was as pleasant as the most gentle and beautiful music. When Su Yan heard this voice, he couldn't help but be startled. Looking back, although it was dark, he could still see a red-clothed girl standing in front of him. Chapter 57. Even in the darkness, Lin Hualo's alluring figure and delicate face could still be faintly felt the seductive aura coming from her body. If it was a normal day, Lin Hualu would wear a red robe and emit her cold and elegant spirit aura, giving off a sense of aloofness. However, in this dark place, Lin Hualu could not use the spirit aura in her body. Without the pressure of the spirit aura, it added a bit of charm. Su Yan did not feel anything when he saw her in the past. He only felt respect for the strong. However, when he saw her now, his heart could not help but ripple. However, this ripple was quickly suppressed by Su Yan. In addition, the surroundings were dark, so no one saw the change in Su Yan's expression. Lin Hualu did not see it either. When she heard Su Yan call her, she nodded slightly and explained the 9 mysterious heavens derivation formation to Su Yan. Su Yan was still doubting why there were so many people here today. Now that he heard Lin Hualo's explanation, he understood. "Senior sister Lin, then where are we now? Why is there no spirit aura in our bodies?" Su Yan's doubts were solved. However, the doubts of the crowd followed. One by one they shouted, "That's right, Senior Sister Lin. Where exactly is this place? Senior Sister Lin, why can't I use the spirit aura in my body?" Lin Hualu had always liked peace and quiet. Now that everyone was making a ruckus, he could not help but feel a little annoyed. Just as she was about to use her spirit aura to intimidate the crowd, Lin Hualu realized that in this place, even if she was a true disciple, she was only an ordinary person like the rest. Hearing the noise getting louder and louder, she frowned and did not know what to do. "Everyone, stop arguing, stop arguing." At this moment, Lu Fei's fat body rushed forward and stood in front of the crowd. He laughed and shouted, "I know the reason, I know the reason. If you know, who would believe you?" That's right, that's right." As soon as Lu Fei said this, a disdainful voice immediately erupted from the crowd. Lu Fei was born and bred in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Coupled with his unique physique, very few people in the Hidden Sword Tomb did not recognize him. Everyone was naturally clear about Lu Fei's strength. Originally, Everyone had doubts as to why Lu Fei was able to participate in the 9 Profound Heavens Derivation Grand Formation trial this time. Now, how could they believe that Lu Fei would know the answer to the question that everyone did not understand? Why wouldn't I know? Lu Fei had a fiery temper to begin with. When he heard the disdainful voices of the crowd, he was instantly displeased and shouted coldly. If it were any other day, Lu Fei's roar would have been like a stone sinking into the sea in the ears of the many inner sect disciples who were all experts in the life-soul realm. It would not have caused a ripple. However, the spirit qi in everyone's body seemed to have dried up, and they were like mortals. Lu Fei was a boorish man. His loud roar was filled with energy. It reverberated in the darkness, causing the noisy crowd to shut their mouths. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Lu Fei smiled proudly and continued, "Brothers, have you heard of the Well of Swords?" The Well of Swords. When everyone heard this name, their bodies suddenly shrank, and their pupils immediately flashed. Everyone present was an inner sect disciple, so they naturally knew what the Well of Swords was. In the Hidden Sword Tomb, there was a saying, "There is a hidden sword well in Jingzhou, and the Well of Swords hides divine swords." Moreover, the Hidden Sword Tomb was still circulating. Within the Hidden Sword Tomb, the mighty figures who shocked the entire Jingzhou city and even the entire Qian realm all obtained the profound meaning from the Well of Swords and became famous in one fell swoop. How could the inner sect disciples not know the mystery of the Well of Swords? Not to mention, there was a legend of divine swords under the Well of Swords. In the Hidden Sword Tomb, there were many sword cultivators who had an incomparable obsession with swords. All the inner sect disciples hoped to enter the Well of Swords to obtain divine swords and become famous in one fell swoop. Therefore, when Lu Fei mentioned the Well of Swords, everyone became excited. Among them, the most excited was Su Yan. As soon as he heard the name of the Well of Swords, all the pores on Su Yan's body suddenly opened, and his pupils instantly constricted, projecting a thought-provoking light. There was anticipation, desire, and excitement in this light. He had been waiting for the Well of Swords for a long time. "Fatty Lu, you say that this is the Well of Swords. What evidence do you have?" "That's right, Fatty Lu. The entrance to the Well of Swords is in the forbidden area. How can you say that this is the Well of Swords?" After a brief moment of excitement, someone quickly raised a question. Su Yan's mind buzzed, and he instantly woke up. He had been thinking about the Well of Swords every day and night, so how could he not know where the entrance was? This time, everyone was sucked into the black hole from the sacred Beast Mountain. Obviously, this was not the Well of Swords. Su Yan thought and felt a little disappointed. The light in his eyes also dimmed. If I say this is the Well of Swords, then it is. Lu Fei didn't know how to answer everyone's questions, but he stubbornly said that this was the Well of Swords. "Why do you say so?" "That's right, where's the evidence?" The people below began to clamor again. Lu Fei faced dozens of people alone and instantly became noisy. The noise spread throughout the darkness. Not only did the others not believe it, but Su Yan also didn't believe it. Seeing Lu Fei's face turn red, he shook his head with a bitter smile. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a gentle voice that sounded like a symphony. "This is indeed the Well of Swords." What? Although this voice was gentle and beautiful, like the music of the mortal world, it was like a muffled thunder that exploded in everyone's ears. If someone else said this, no one would believe it. However, from this voice that sounded like the music of the heavens, they could determine that the person who said this was none other than Lin Hualu. They might not believe the words of others, but Lin Hualu was a true disciple and a peerless beauty. Naturally, many people believed her. Everyone looked at Lin Hualu with a blank expression. Su Yan was also shocked. Lu Fei said that this was the Well of Swords. It was fine if they didn't believe it, but why would Lin Hualu say the same thing? Could it be that this is really the Well of Swords? Su Yan's pupils shrank again, and the blood in his body started to boil. He looked at Lin Hualu carefully, afraid that he would miss Lin Hualu's next words and miss the Well of Swords. Although Lin Hualu couldn't see everyone's expressions, she naturally knew their expressions at this moment. She didn't keep them in suspense. After a while, she opened her red lips and said, Although this is the Well of Swords, it can also be said that it isn't because this is only the outer Well of Swords and not the real Well of Swords. Outer Well of Swords? Everyone exclaimed again, and the surprise on their faces was even more than before. That's right. Lin Hualu lowered her head slightly and explained the situation of the Well of Swords to everyone again. If I'm not wrong, this place is the Outer Well of Swords. In this Outer Well of Swords, no matter what cultivation one has, one can't use spirit energy. And to enter the real Well of Swords, one must pass through the Outer Well of Swords to reach the Inner Well of Swords. Senior Sister Lin, is there any danger in the Outer Well of Swords? As Lin Hualu spoke, someone immediately interrupted. Danger. Lin Hualu squinted her eyes and smiled. The biggest danger is people. What? Hearing Lin Hualu's words, they were shocked again. Moreover, they were all inner disciples of the Sword Collection Tomb, and they were all selected to enter the Sword Collection Tomb through various trials and tribulations. They also went through the cleansing of the outer sect before joining the inner sect. How many of them were stupid? Hearing Lin Hualu's words, they naturally understood the deep meaning behind it. However, before waiting for everyone to recover, they heard Lin Hualu say again, but this time, since the sect master asked me to lead all of you into this place, he definitely won't let you fight. Although Lin Hualu's voice was still like heavenly music, it was sonorous and powerful this time, containing an irresistible majesty. In addition to the power of the Sword Collection Tomb for many years, when she said these words, it still made everyone feel a chill. Just a moment ago, there were still people discussing some matters softly. Hearing Lin Hualu's words, they all shut their mouths and did not dare to say a word. Seeing this, Lin Hualu continued to explain some of the things that existed in the Outer Well of Swords. Everyone listened carefully, except for one person who stood there in a daze. His eyes were constantly flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. That person was Su Yan. Although he had always wanted to enter the Well of Swords, he knew nothing about it. He originally thought that he would step into this place with a heart full of anticipation. However, who would have thought that he would mysteriously come to the place of his dreams? Various emotions intertwined in his heart, but after thinking carefully, they all turned into doubts. The Well of Swords was divided into the Outer Well of Swords and the Inner Well of Swords. Then, where is the place that my father was talking about? Also, Mu Zijian, where is the obsession that senior brother Mu left behind? Countless questions bloomed in Su Yan's heart. Bang! It was only until a loud sound resounded that Su Yan's thoughts were interrupted. The loud sound was like a thunderclap, causing everyone to panic. However, after all, everyone here was the pride of the Sword Collection Tomb. Lin Hualu was the first to react and shouted, "Everyone, don't panic, calm down. Wait for this dark curtain to pass, then make a plan." Dark curtain? When Su Yan heard Lin Hualu's words, he was stunned and looked at Lin Hualu in confusion. When Lin Hualu saw Su Yan's expression, she was obviously unhappy and asked, "Didn't you listen to my explanation just now?" Su Yan smiled embarrassedly. Although he heard what Lin Hualu said just now, he had been thinking about some things in the Well of Swords, so he did not hear what Lin Hualu said. When the Well of Swords opens, it will welcome the dark curtain of chaos. Lin Hualu said and turned to walk in another direction. Chapter 58. Why should I tell you? Why don't you listen to my goddess? Lu Fei impolitely rolled his eyes at Su Yan. He did not tell Su Yan about the black curtain of primal chaos and directly walked in the direction of Lin Hualu. Ouyang Tianqing, who was at the side, slowly opened his mouth and said, "When the primal chaos first opened, all living things awakened. Naturally, it was the black curtain of primal chaos." Su Yan was slightly taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. When the primal chaos first opened, all living things awakened. Naturally, it was the black curtain of primal chaos. The meaning of these words was that this Well of Swords was a sealed space. When it opened, it was waiting for all living things to awaken. Naturally, it would be dark during this period. I wonder how long this black curtain of primal chaos will last. Su Yan snorted and shook his head. Although he was excited and longed for it, he still calmed down when he saw the heavy darkness. Even if he was impatient and had a mortal body, what could he do? What could he do other than calm his heart? The situation of the rest of the people was similar to Su Yan's. However, they were either in groups or chatting happily. Su Yan did not chat with ordinary people on a daily basis. Now that he was concerned about the Well of Swords, he was not in the mood to chat. He found an empty space and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the black curtain of primal chaos to dissipate. This black curtain of primal chaos did not last long. After one cycle, light gradually entered and tore through the black curtain of primal chaos. It's lit up! It's lit up! The crowd immediately burst out with joyous cries. Su Yan also stood up. As the light rose, the place where everyone was gradually imprinted in front of everyone's eyes. Just at this moment, a sharp cry suddenly came from the crowd. This cry was extremely sharp. It was a woman's voice. It was extremely ear-piercing. Everyone turned around and saw a female disciple shouting. There were corpses and skeletons around her. When they looked at other places, there were also corpses and skeletons everywhere. Everyone panicked in their hearts. The corpses and skeletons all over the place gave off a sinister aura, causing fear in people's hearts. Some of the more cowardly people could not imagine that they had been here for one cycle and kept screaming. "What are you shouting for?" At this moment, Lin Hualu shouted in a low voice. Only then did the scene quiet down. However, there were still people who could not stop trembling. When Lin Hualu saw those people, he shouted coldly, "Everyone here is an elite of the sect. If you can't even accept this scene, how can you step into the sword well?" Lin Hualu's words agitated the crowd. Their panicked hearts calmed down a little. Even those who were timid pretended to be calm. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Lin Hualu continued, "Although the outer sword well is not as dangerous as the inner sword well, it's still a dangerous place because we can't use spirit energy. Everyone be careful when you leave." Although Lin Hualu's voice was gentle, it did not lose its majesty. Her red robes fluttered in the wind. Even without the support of spiritual energy, she still exuded a cold and arrogant aura. Coupled with the fact that the chaotic black veil had already dissipated, everyone was able to see her appearance. As they looked at her delicate, pretty, and cold face, regardless of whether they were men or women, they were all moved. Yesterday, I've already explained some things to take note of in the sword well. There's no need for me to say anything more. When Lin Hualu said this, his eyes glanced at Su Yan. That cold gaze caused Su Yan's entire body to involuntarily tremble. It was as if she was warning Su Yan that he did not listen to her explanation yesterday. When Su Yan saw this, he smiled embarrassedly and did not dare to look her in the eye. When Lin Hualu saw this, he continued, "Ordinary people can enter the outer sword well, but the inner sword well requires fortuitous encounters. This time, there are nearly 100 of us, but we might not be able to enter the inner sword well. However, it's fine if you don't enter the inner sword well. After all, there are peerless treasures in the outer sword well. Those who obtain the treasures can also increase their cultivation. Therefore, no matter if you have fortuitous encounters or not, you can't snatch the things of others." When Lin Hualu finished speaking, he deliberately increased the volume of his voice. The might of the disciples who had been in the sword repository tomb all year round was completely released at this moment. All the disciples were respectful. Following that, Lin Hualu gave a few more words of warning. Most of it was his responsibility this time, which was that the people in this place were not to kill at will. In the end, Lin Hualu asked the disciples to separate into their own teams and search for treasures on their own. Although Su Yan wanted to ask Lin Hualu how to enter the inner sword well, he saw her cold and arrogant expression. In addition, he had been snubbed by her the day before, so he did not ask for trouble. He turned around and left the group to search. Yesterday, Su Yan had already thought it through. If the sword well was divided into the inner and outer sword wells, then Mu Zijian's obsession and his father's last words might appear in the inner sword well. After all, there were corpses everywhere, which was enough to prove that there must be something mysterious about this place that left so many corpses behind. At this time, Su Yan also saw the entire layout of the outer sword well clearly. It was like an ancient tomb's secret passageway, surrounded by stone walls everywhere. However, Su Yan was able to determine that this place was definitely as big as the heavenly cycle. After all, everyone had gathered together just now, and now that they had dispersed, they could no longer see anyone. If this place wasn't big, there would be hundreds of people here, and they would definitely meet from time to time. It's going to be difficult to find senior brother Mu's obsession in such a big place. Su Yan frowned slightly. He had only thought about finding Mu Zijian's remnant will and did not think about his own father. After all, his father had only left behind a sentence for him to enter the sword well and did not say what it was about. Since he had already arrived at the sword well, he was naturally not in a hurry. No matter what, let's find it first. Su Yan said to himself. He did not think too much about it and began to search in a direction. After all, he did not understand the layout of the sword well and could only search casually. Junior brother Su, junior brother Su. Su Yan frowned slightly. Soon, a stout figure appeared in front of him. Su Yan looked at the figure with a deep frown on his face. Junior brother Su, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. Lu Fei panted heavily and complained to Su Yan. What's the matter? Su Yan looked around and asked. Hee, of course there's something good. Lu Fei still had that expression as if he was the best in the world. However, at this moment, no one had the support of spirit qi. With Lu Fei's fat body he might not lose. Hee. Lu Fei was not in a hurry. He kept smiling at Su Yan. His fat body kept twitching. No matter how one looked at it, it was very treacherous. Just as Su Yan was about to punch him, Lu Fei pulled out from his embrace at the right time and shouted, clang, clang, clang. Junior brother Su, look at what this is. What? Su Yan frowned and directly snatched a thick piece of paper from Lu Fei's hand. When he opened it, Su Yan's body suddenly shook. Sword well layout? Su Yan was worried that the sword well was so big and he was not familiar with it, so it would be inconvenient to find it. Now that he had a map, it was naturally much more convenient. Fatty, where did you get this map? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei with a face of surprise. Heh, junior brother Su, look at what you're saying. This senior brother naturally has a way. Lu Fei narrowed his small eyes and smiled with a proud appearance. Su Yan rolled his eyes and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Moreover, he understood how Lu Fei got this map. After all, Lu Fei had a good father. Lu Fei was only at the 5th layer of the spirit realm, but he had the qualifications to enter the inner sect and enter the sword well. How difficult would it be to get a map of the sword well? Su Yan naturally did not know that there were only a few maps of the sword well in the entire hidden sword tomb. Of course, not only did Su Yan not know, even Lu Fei did not know. Otherwise, with his personality, he would not have bragged in front of Su Yan for half a day. With the map, it was naturally much more convenient. Su Yan was no longer numb. He found a place without any bones to sit down and open the map. This map was very detailed. From the place where Su Yan landed, there were clear markings. Every path was clearly marked. After looking at the map, Su Yan once again felt that this was the sword well. According to the map, this place was probably several times larger than the hidden sword tomb. How could such a place be hidden under the hidden sword tomb? Su Yan really did not understand. However, in the boundless world, there were all sorts of strange things. Su Yan did not think too much about it. Instead, he spent more time studying the map. From the map, Su Yan quickly found the important place outside the sword well. It was not that Su Yan had an extraordinary understanding of the map, but that there were clear markings on the map. Su Yan quickly settled on the target he was looking for. He was happy. He stood up and patted Lu Fei on the shoulder. Fatty, you really did a good job this time. Of course. Don't you know who your senior brother is? Lu Fei narrowed his small eyes. En patted his plump chest anxiously. Seeing this, Su Yan did not want to talk to him anymore. He rolled his eyes and ignored him. He looked at the map again and searched. There was no sign of the entrance to the inner sword well. Is it only the map of the outer sword well? Su Yan secretly said in his heart. Although he felt that it was a pity, at least he did not have to search here numbly. He put away the map and put it into his storage bag without hesitation. He immediately walked towards the place marked on the map. Lu Fei naturally followed. Not only that, he kept nagging at the side. "Junior brother Su, why are you walking so fast? There are treasures everywhere in the sword well. If you walk so fast, how can you pick up any treasures?" Su Yan naturally ignored him. With his knowledge of treasures, if there were treasures, they would be accompanied by danger. He did not think that he would be able to pick up any treasures just by casually walking on the path. Soon, the two of them arrived at the dragon sword tomb marked on the map. This was a stone room. As soon as Su Yan and Lu Fei stepped in, a sword intent immediately pressed down on them. This sword intent was pressing down on their hearts. Chapter 59. Although the dragon sword tomb was filled with corpses like the tunnels from before, there were countless spiritual swords stabbed into the corpses. Long swords, short swords, wide swords, broadswords. Among the countless spiritual swords, a powerful sword chi came straight at them, cutting into their skin like sharp blades. Su Yan's and Lu Fei's faces darkened as they were unable to use spirit chi to protect their bodies. Fortunately, even though the two of them did not have spirit chi, they were still sword cultivators. Under the temporary pressure of the sword intent, they were able to stabilize their bodies. So many swords! Lu Fei endured the pressure of the sword intent. Looking at the countless spiritual swords in the dragon sword tomb, his mouth opened wide. Su Yan was also slightly stunned. At this moment, he truly understood why this place was called the Sword Well. Just this stone room had so many spiritual swords. It could be seen that there were countless swords hidden in the Sword Well. However, the spiritual swords were the spiritual swords. Su Yan did not have the intention to take the swords. Although he did not deliberately study the sword in this life, he was a sword master in his previous life. His knowledge of the sword was not an exaggeration compared to any sword cultivator. Although there were countless spiritual swords buried in this place, Su Yan knew with a glance that although the swords here were rich in spiritual energy, none of them were good swords. Not to mention the Buddha sword in his storage bag, even the celestial shocking sword might not be able to compare. Since it could not even compare to his own sword, Su Yan naturally had no interest. "Let's go!" Since he did not have the intention to take the swords and did not find anything else here, Su Yan called out to Lu Fei and prepared to leave. After all, Su Yan still had important things to do. It was unknown how many days it would be before the sword well opened. Su Yan did not want to waste time here to take useless swords. "Junior brother Su, why are you leaving? There are so many spiritual swords. Aren't you going to take one?" When Lu Fei heard that Su Yan was leaving, his small eyes immediately emitted a strange light. "Junior brother Su, the swords here are much stronger than our sect's sword pavilion. How can I be willing to leave without taking one?" Lu Fei said again. Obviously, he was unwilling to leave without taking a sword. Su Yan wanted to say something, but he remembered that the broadsword Lu Fei used was indeed inferior to the swords here. The sword was a sword cultivator's lifelong pursuit. Every sword cultivator longed for a divine sword. Since Lu Fei's sword was inferior, he naturally wanted to take one. Thinking of this, Su Yan was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he walked further in and carefully looked at the essence of each sword. Since he wanted to pick a sword for Lu Fei, he naturally had to take the best one here. Lu Fei and Lu Fei's, Lu Fei and Lu Fei, Lu and Lu Fei, Lu and Lu, Lu and Lu, Lu and Lu and Lu. In a few breaths, Lu Fei had picked a long sword and Lu Fei shouted excitedly, good sword, Junior brother Su, I got a divine sword." Su Yan was startled by Lu Fei's sudden shout. He immediately calmed himself down and looked back. Seeing the sword Lu Fei was holding, Su Yan could not help but frown. "Oh, junior brother Su, how is it? My sword is not bad, right?" Lu Fei looked at Su Yan's expression. His fat jiggled and he had a smug expression. "It's only good in appearance." Su Yan chuckled and did not explain anything. He picked up a long sword from the ground and suddenly attacked the sword in Lu Fei's hand. Although he did not have the support of spiritual qi, Su Yan's speed was not slow at all. His body charged forward like a ferocious beast. The speed of his sword was so fast that a sword cry could be heard as it slashed through the air. Clang! A clear and melodious sound rang out. Before Lu Fei could react, the sword in his hand had already been broken into two. Lu Fei was stunned. Just now, he was excited that he had obtained a peerless sword. Who knew that it would break with just one attack? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei's stunned expression and smiled slightly. A good sword is not judged by its color and radiance, but by its patterns. The patterns are delicate and contain sword intent. It is a good sword. The patterns are loose and have no sword intent. It's only good in appearance. Su Yan continued to talk, telling Lu Fei about the basics of distinguishing between good and bad swords. Seeing that Lu Fei was still in a daze, he shook his head helplessly. All right, you might not be able to move even if I tell you all this. Continue. After saying that, Su Yan immediately threw the dark long sword in his hand to Lu Fei. Lu Fei hurriedly caught the sword that Su Yan threw over. Seeing that it was dark and formless, without any brilliance of a divine sword, his fat forehead slightly wrinkled. This is also a good sword? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Su Yan smiled slightly and explained more. After all, if one wanted to see whether a sword was good or bad, it was not something that could be learned in a day. At this time, Su Yan did not want to waste any more time. Let's go. This sword is the best sword in this dragon sword tomb. Su Yan saw that Lu Fei was still in a daze and went up to greet him. Then he left the stone room first. Is it really good? Lu Fei was still worried as he touched the long sword that Su Yan had chosen for him. After looking at it for a while, he still could not figure out anything. Seeing that Su Yan had already walked far away, and seeing that there were corpses everywhere, his body slightly trembled as he hurriedly shouted, "Junior Su, wait for me." Just as Lu Fei took a step forward, he suddenly heard a whoosh. A ray of light shot out from the center of the stone room. Lu Fei was originally afraid when he saw the corpses all over the ground, but when he saw the flash of light, he immediately cried out in fear. What's wrong? When Su Yan heard his cries, he hurriedly rushed back. Just as he entered the stone room, he was attracted by the light that surged out from the center. Junior Su, there's a ghost, there's a ghost. When Lu Fei saw that Su Yan had returned, he pointed at the place where the sound came from and shouted in shock. Then he hugged Su Yan. A few black lines immediately appeared on Su Yan's forehead. He hurriedly dodged and shouted, "Ghost your head, it's a treasure." What a treasure! When Lu Fei heard Su Yan's words, the fat on his body immediately trembled. In an instant, a ray of light surged out from his small eyes. He no longer had the slightest bit of fear as he shouted excitedly, "Treasure, where is it? Where is it?" When Su Yan saw his appearance, he could not help but be stunned. He thought to himself, this change is too fast. But fortunately, Su Yan did not know Lu Fei for the first time. He knew his character and did not say much. He pointed at the place where the light flashed and said, "There. Treasure." When Lu Fei saw the light flash, countless rays of light surged out from his eyes again. He approached the light. Su Yan followed closely behind. It was not that he was afraid that the treasure would be taken away by Lu Fei, but he also wanted to see what was here. Is there a treasure? Before the two of them even got close to the light, they heard laughter coming from outside. Then, a few figures surrounded them. These people were about the same age as Su Yan and Lu Fei. They also wore the standard red robes of the hidden sword tomb. However, the words embroidered on the front of the red robes were, "Sect Sword Mountain." Although Su Yan and Lu Fei were both in the inner sect, they were not from the same mountain peak. Therefore, when Su Yan looked at them, there was no fluctuation in his eyes. When Lu Fei saw these people, he suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Fang Jin, what are you doing here?" In this sealed space, no one was allowed to use spirit energy. Lu Fei's shout was quite majestic in this sealed space. However, the person called Fang Jin was not weak. He was 7 feet tall and sturdy. Although he was not as fat as Lu Fei, he was more refined. Behind him, there were more than 10 people of the same height and width. They stood there with their own imposing manner. "What am I doing here?" Fang Jin raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered, "Fatty Lu, why do you think I am here?" "Naturally, I am here for the treasure." The treasure was found by me and Su Yan first. Naturally, it is ours. Lu Fei said with his eyes wide open. His body was still standing in the direction of the light. It was obvious that he wanted to take the treasure for himself. Fang Jin was not anxious when he saw this. He smiled and asked, "Fatty Lu, do you know how this place is filled with so many skeletons?" Although Lu Fei was not a smart person, he was not stupid. Naturally, he listened to Fang Jin's words and sneered, "Fang Jin, you want to fight with me?" "No, if you two know what's good for you, I won't fight," Fang Jin said arrogantly. He looked at Su Yan and Lu Fei with disdain. He did not put them in his eyes at all. "What if I say no?" Lu Fei's fat jiggled. He was also proud and fearless. "Then you can only accompany these corpses," Fang Jin sneered. He suddenly attacked and slapped Lu Fei's body with his palm. Although he did not use spiritual qi, the palm was still very fast. It arrived before Lu Fei in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Fei sneered. He did not dodge. His fat body stood still and allowed Fang Jin to slap him. But the palm landed on Lu Fei's shoulder. There was a muffled sound. However, Lu Fei's body did not move. He did not even seem to be in pain. What? Fang Jin could not help but be stunned. Although he was not very strong in the inner sect, he had the strength of a mid-stage life soul realm cultivator, even though he could not use his spiritual qi. Although he did not use spiritual qi, his body was forged by the life soul realm's spiritual qi. Naturally, his body was not something ordinary people could compare to. Although the palm did not have spiritual qi, Fang Jin was confident that it weighed over 100 pounds. However, it could not move Lu Fei. Lu Fei looked at Fang Jin's surprised expression and suddenly laughed. "Ha, Fang Jin, let me tell you. This is my spring. You want to hit me? You are looking for death." As Lu Fei spoke, he stuck out his stomach and threw his body forward. Although Fang Jin's body was burly, how could he withstand the weight of the fattest person in the sword collection tomb? With a scream, his body was directly pressed under Lu Fei's stomach. Senior Fang. The rest of the people who came with Fang Jin were stunned. They came back to their senses and hurried forward to pull Lu Fei. Unfortunately, they could not use spiritual qi. The 5 or 6 of them pulled Lu Fei and did not move at all. When the others saw this, they hurried forward to help. Chapter 60. When Su Yan saw the disciple holding the sword, his eyes suddenly turned cold and a murderous intent burst out. Fang Jin's words just now did not anger Su Yan. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. This was a matter of course. Fang Jin wanting this treasure was also human nature. And Fang Jin also did not have the intention to kill, so Su Yan only watched from the side. After all, Su Yan knew that Lu Fei knew more people in the sect. Who knew how he would deal with it? And just as Lu Fei said just now, this place was really a fat man's paradise. Su Yan also wanted to see how useful Lu Fei's body would be, so he stood to the side and did not make a move. However, this disciple took out his sword and obviously wanted to kill Lu Fei. Of course, Su Yan couldn't bear to watch any longer. When the disciple took out his sword, he slapped his bag of holding and the awakening celestial sword appeared in his hand. He rushed forward and pointed the awakening celestial sword at the disciple. Although it was not supported by spirit qi, its speed was not the slightest bit. The shocking celestial sword attacked like a violent storm, rolling over. A crisp sound rang out and the disciple holding the sword directly knocked the sword out of his hand. Su Yan. Just now, the few people did not pay attention to Su Yan. Now that Su Yan made a move, everyone's eyes were naturally focused on him. Although Su Yan had only entered the inner sect for a few days, Su Yan could be said to be in the limelight. Naturally, everyone was not unfamiliar with him. And among the few people, there were also old friends of Hao Feng, the person Su Yan crippled at the Sacred Beast Mountain that day. They were also familiar with Su Yan and also knew how powerful Su Yan was. At this moment, his eyes turned dark and sunken as he looked at Su Yan. I was scared to death. At this time, Lu Fei also turned over and stood up. His face was pale, obviously frightened by the person who took out his sword and was about to stab him. Although his body was plump, he was able to withstand Fang Jin's palm strike. However, it might not be able to block the attack of the sword. Once the sword descended, it would truly take one's life. However, when he stood up and saw Su Yan holding a sword, he quickly regained his composure. He looked at those people and roared, "F***ck your mother, don't you see who this is? This is my brother, Su Yan." "Su Yan, do you know? My junior brother, are you courting death by touching me?" Lu Fei said excitedly. He even patted Su Yan's chest. His face was cold and arrogant. No matter how one looked at his fat face, he looked like he was asking for a beating. Even Su Yan had the urge to slap him when he saw him like this, let alone the others. And that was indeed the case. When Lu Fei said that, those people were immediately enraged, especially Fang Jin, who had also stood up. He rubbed his joints that were in pain from the pressure and shouted, "Fatty Lu, you brat, you are courting death. Brothers, kill him for me." Crush. With a loud sound, everyone unsheathed the swords on their backs. F***, Lu Fei cursed and immediately hid behind Su Yan in fear. Su Yan didn't care about him. He was already used to it. He tightened his grip on the shocking celestial sword in his hand. Fang Jin saw Su Yan's appearance and coldly laughed. "Su Yan, today's matter is between me and this fatty Lu. If you leave, I won't make things difficult for you." Su Yan didn't answer. He looked at those people without any light in his eyes. Fang Jin saw that he was being ignored and a faint anger rose in his heart. He shouted, "Su Yan, I know you are strong, but you have to understand that you can't use spirit energy here. You are not a piece of trash. I have a dozen people here and you are only in the 9th layer of the spirit realm. Your body can't compare to ours. If you know what's good for you, get out of here." Spirit realm, life spirit, saint bloodline. Every time one's strength increased, their body would also be strengthened. Even if they couldn't use spirit energy, under normal circumstances, a life spirit realm cultivator's body would be superior to a spirit realm cultivator's body. Of course, this excluded Lu Fei, the #1 fatty in the sect. Fang Jin's people were inner sect disciples and were clearly in the life spirit realm. Their bodies were naturally stronger than Su Yan's. Moreover, they had more people on their side. If Fang Jin didn't want to kill Lu Fei, he probably wouldn't have put Su Yan in his eyes. However, seeing that Su Yan had no intention of backing down, Fang Jin finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He coldly laughed and said, "Su Yan, since you don't want to back down, then don't blame me for not considering our relationship as fellow disciples. Go kill these two." Fang Jin said as he waved his hand to the rest of the people. Those people immediately pulled out their swords and attacked Su Yan. "Damn it, you're bullying us because we have fewer people." Lu Fei was a loyal person. Although he had just hidden behind Su Yan, he still made a move. He quickly stood out, holding the long sword that Su Yan had chosen for him in his hand. Su Yan didn't say anything. His eyes were fixed on this group of people rushing forward. His body didn't move at all, and he just watched quietly. When they came closer, his eyes suddenly shrank. In an instant, those people's speed seemed to slow down a bit. Su Yan immediately made his move. His sword shot out, the sword's will was sharp, and it suddenly turned into a long rainbow, attacking directly. Although he couldn't use spirit chi here, what mattered was speed, body, and sword moves. Su Yan had entered the inner sect and had been through a lot. Although he was only in the 9th layer of the spirit realm, he had received an invincible golden body in the Su family's ancestral pagoda. After entering the pagoda, he had received the Sky Cloud Beast and the support of the Beast Core. How can a mere life soul cultivator like you compare to his physique? Not only that, Su Yan, who had been a top swordsman in his previous life, was most proud of his speed. Although he didn't use spirit chi, his speed didn't decrease at all. The sword shot out. The sound of the sword was like thunder in spring. Before the person at the front could react, the sword in his hand had already been knocked out of his hand. That's right, Su Yan didn't kill him. After all, they were from the same sect, and Su Yan had entered the pagoda sect. He knew that saving a life was better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Since that was the case, he naturally didn't want to hurt people. Although he only knocked out the sword in the disciple's hand, It was more shocking than taking his life. Killing people was easy, but taking their weapons was not. Just one move. Fang Jin and the others were all stunned. So fast. Fang Jin and the others looked at Su Yan in astonishment. Lu Fei originally wanted to make a move, but when he saw Su Yan's quick move, he was shocked. However, he quickly reacted. He cheered and shouted, "Junior brother Su, you're awesome." This shout made Fang Jin and the others come to their senses. Fang Jin gritted his teeth and waved his hand, shouting, "Surround him. No matter how fast, let's attack together. Let's see how he can resist." As he spoke, Fang Jin took the lead and walked to a position. The others spread out and surrounded Su Yan and Lu Fei. At the same time, Fang Jin shouted, "Go." More than 10 people, more than 10 swords, attacked Su Yan from different directions. Overconfident. Su Yan smiled coldly. His pupils shrank again, and the awakening celestial sword in his hand suddenly vibrated and roared. The sword roared and the long sword was unsheathed. Su Yan's body moved with it. Sword dance of the fish dragon. Su Yan held the awakening celestial sword tightly and swept it away. It was like a dancing fire snake, and a gust of wind swept past. Before those people could get close, they were forced back by the sword force. The sword force was like a storm. They suddenly fell to the ground. They couldn't get close at all. Su Yan didn't stop because of this. His body leaped out, and the awakening celestial sword turned and went straight for Fang Jin. The sword force was very fast, and the sword light flashed. Fang Jin was so frightened that he screamed. His heart trembled with fear. Dead, dead. Unknowingly, a stream of yellow liquid flowed out from his crotch. Su Yan raised his eyebrows and stopped his actions. He grinned and retracted his sword force. Fang Jin fell to the ground. When the others saw this, they all looked at Su Yan in fear. They didn't dare to do anything else. He peed his pants, he peed his pants. While everyone was in a daze, only Lu Fei, who was standing beside Su Yan, laughed loudly as he looked at Fang Jin. Fang Jin was embarrassed, but he didn't dare to say anything. He looked at Lu Fei bitterly and left with his people. Seeing him leave, he couldn't help but be mocked by Lu Fei. However, Su Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he walked to the center, looked at the light that was emitting and reached out to grab it. A jade-like stone landed in Su Yan's hand. "What kind of treasure is it?" Lu Fei asked as he leaned over. "For you." Su Yan studied it for a while, but he couldn't find anything. He just threw it to Lu Fei. "What is this?" Lu Fei looked at it for a while, but he couldn't find anything. He threw it back to Su Yan. "I don't want useless things. I'll keep it for you." Su Yan didn't say anything and threw it into his storage bag. He wasn't disappointed. After all, Su Yan came to the sword well mainly for Mu Zijian's obsession and the words left behind by his father. As for other treasures, it would be good if he could have them, but it didn't matter if he didn't. On the other hand, Lu Fei kept cursing along the way, saying that there were many treasures in the sword well, but he didn't see anything after walking for so long. After leaving the dragon sword tomb, Su Yan followed the map and found a few corresponding places, but he didn't find anything important. In this sword well, there was no difference between day and night. Along the way, he didn't know how long he had been searching, but he had walked through almost all the places on the map. He didn't find anything useful. This is the last place left. Su Yan looked at the last marked place on the map and muttered to himself. He turned around and said to Lu Fei, "Let's go." "Sigh, I'm not looking anymore. I'm not looking anymore. There's nothing useful." Along the way, Lu Fei was looking forward to obtaining a great treasure. Unfortunately, he came with excitement, but returned with disappointment every time. Normally, if Lu Fei didn't follow him, he wouldn't have followed him. However, thinking of the danger here, Su Yan still couldn't let him go. He looked at the bones on the ground and said, "Fatty, if you don't want to leave, stay here and accompany these bones." Sure enough, once these words were spoken, it was immediately effective. Originally, after a few days, he had already gotten used to the corpses on the ground, but after hearing Su Yan's words, Lu Fei immediately jumped up and followed Su Yan. "Ha ha! Before Su Yan and Lu Fei got close to the last place he went, they heard a noise. P.S. Students who don't have a group yet, add me in the group. I'm also in the group. Students who want to be extras can also join the group. Chapter 61. Be careful. When Su Yan heard the commotion, he hurriedly pulled back Lu Fei, who was still nagging. Although they did not encounter any danger in the sword well, it was just as Lin Hualu had said. The greatest danger in this place was people. After all, more than half of the inner disciples had come to the sword well this time. Inside the sword well, there were many treasures and divine artifacts, so how could they not be envious? Listening to the commotion, it was obvious that there were many people inside. Although Su Yan was not afraid of others, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could run rampant in the world, so he was cautious. Unfortunately, Lu Fei was not. Hearing the noise inside, he became excited instead. He jumped up and shouted, "There must be treasures inside." Before Su Yan could react, Lu Fei had already pushed open the stone door and jumped in. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot out from inside the stone room. This is... Before Su Yan could blame Lu Fei, he was stunned by the light. He was even more certain that there was something strange going on inside the stone room. Afraid that Lu Fei would be at a disadvantage, Su Yan did not dare to be negligent and followed him into the stone room. Just as he stepped into the stone room, Su Yan did not have time to look at the stone room's appearance. His eyes fell on a stone platform in the stone room and his brows furrowed. He clenched his fists and his entire body tensed up. His eyes became sharp. There was a person sitting on the stone platform. This person was wearing a white robe and was tall and sturdy. Even in this place where spiritual energy was not allowed, one could still feel a trace of majesty exuding from him. In the hidden sword tomb, the only person who could arouse Su Yan's anger was the number 1 disciple of the hidden sword tomb, Xiang Tianba. When Su Yan and Lu Fei entered the stone room, Xiang Tianba suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Su Yan. A sneer immediately rose from the corner of his mouth and his eyes were filled with contempt, like a giant dragon looking down at an ant. There were many red-clothed disciples surrounding him. Obviously, they were some of Xiang Tianba's trusted followers in the sect. Those red-clothed disciples surrounded Xiang Tianba, adding to Xiang Tianba's prestige. Su Yan, long time no see. Xiang Tianba looked at the angry expression on Su Yan's face and smiled slightly. It's been a long time. Su Yan smiled back. Although he did not have Xiang Tianba's innate majesty, when facing Xiang Tianba, his eyes were like torches. He looked at Xiang Tianba with a condensed light and a firm determination. I have important things to do today and have no time to accompany you. Get out of here quickly and I'll spare your life. Xiang Tianba saw Su Yan's neither arrogant nor humble expression. Thinking of the day when Su Yan snatched his beast core, his face faintly surged with anger. Spare my life? Su Yan couldn't help but smile slightly and say, Brother Xiang, in this place you can't use spiritual energy, so how can you say such words? Although Su Yan called Xiang Tianba and Brother Xiang, his words were extremely sharp and clearly had a sarcastic meaning. If he had met Xiang Tianba in the past, Su Yan knew that his strength was not enough and might have avoided him. However, in this place, no one could use spiritual energy, so Su Yan was naturally not afraid of Xiang Tianba. Su Yan. Xiang Tianba saw that Su Yan had no intention of leaving and his eyes suddenly widened. In an instant, a wave of majesty came over. This was an innate majesty. This was the majesty that Xiang Tianba emitted when he was in the realm of experts. Although there were only fluctuations of spiritual energy in his body, with just a glare, the stone room instantly felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave, causing people to tremble. What a powerful aura! Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he saw Lu Fei standing beside him. Facing Xiang Tianba's aura, Lu Fei didn't move at all. Even his expression didn't change. Xiang Tianba, even I can't handle such an aura. How can Lu Fei not move? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei in confusion. However, thinking about how Lu Fei usually liked to put on airs, it wasn't surprising, so he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked at Xiang Tianba again. He thought about how Xiang Tianba seemed to be in a hurry to leave. Otherwise, with Xiang Tianba's personality, if they met here, he would have already attacked him. Why didn't he attack now and only ordered him to leave? Su Yan looked at the other disciples surrounding him. It seemed to be some kind of formation. Could it be that Xiang Tianba is waiting for something here? Su Yan narrowed his eyes and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A treasure that could move Xiang Tianba was naturally not ordinary. In that case, he naturally couldn't miss it. Looking at the disciples surrounding Xiang Tianba, although Su Yan didn't recognize them, he knew that these people should be inner sect experts. If he were to attack, he might not necessarily gain any benefits. He simply ignored them and turned to Lu Fei, who was beside him, and said, "Fatty, you must be tired from walking all the way. Let's sit down and rest." But Lu Fei clapped his hands and smiled. Before Su Yan sat down, he found a good place to sit cross-legged. Su Yan also found a place to sit down. He didn't look at Xiang Tianba. Instead, he looked at the stone room called Sky Sword Tomb. Just now, Su Yan was only focused on Xiang Tianba and didn't look at the stone room. Now that he looked, Su Yan was shocked. This stone room was huge. There were hundreds of stone rooms that he had walked into just now. At a glance, he couldn't see the beginning and end of it. "Su Yan, are you really not leaving?" When Xiang Tianba saw Su Yan sit down, his face twitched. He looked at Su Yan and shouted coldly, "I'm tired from walking." The more Su Yan saw that Xiang Tianba was angry, the happier he was. Moreover, he was even more sure that Xiang Tianba was plotting something here. That day, when Xiang Tianba made his meridians suffer from the erosion of spirit qi, Su Yan remembered that pain and hatred. Now, if Xiang Tianba wanted to plot something, how could Su Yan let him do as he wished? Fine, Su Yan, you forced me to do this." Xiang Tianba shouted coldly and immediately jumped up from the stone platform. Although he knew that it would be a little troublesome to kill Su Yan at this moment. However, if Su Yan were to stay here, he would definitely spoil his plans. He might as well finish him off before the treasure appeared. Since Xiang Tianba wanted to kill him, he didn't hesitate. He slapped his bag of holding and a long sword suddenly appeared. The moment the sword appeared, it immediately let out a mournful howl. It sounded like a ghost, a demon, and a beast. When the howl entered people's ears, they couldn't help but be shocked. It was clearly a good sword named Ghost Howl. Xiang Tianba was a disciple. Although he couldn't use spirit qi, his body was still outstanding. He stepped forward as if he was flying, and the long sword directly slashed down. Cries rang out as the sword flashed. Su Yan and Su Yan were separated by more than 100 meters, but Su Yan was already in front of them in an instant. Su Yan was shocked, but he reacted quickly. He slapped his bag of holding and the pagoda sword suddenly appeared. If it was a normal battle, Su Yan definitely wouldn't use the pagoda sword. However, Xiang Tianba had already taken out his spiritual sword. The moment the sword appeared, it let out a howl and emitted a gloomy black fog. It was an extraordinary sword, so Su Yan couldn't use the celestial shocking sword to fight against it. Su Yan hadn't used the pagoda sword since he obtained it in the pagoda. Now that it appeared from the bag of holding, it didn't have Xiang Tianba's ghost howl. However, as soon as it appeared, a golden light flashed and shone in all directions. It merged with the black fog emitted by the ghost howl. The two didn't face each other, but the two swords were already competing. The golden light and the black fog formed a line and tore at each other in midair. After a few breaths, the pagoda sword's sword light was still slightly superior. When Xiang Tianba saw this, he became even more furious. He coldly shouted and moved his feet. His sword went straight for the space between Su Yan's eyebrows. This move was extremely fast. It seemed simple, but it was extremely complicated. Wherever the sword passed, it would sway from time to time like a ghost. It dazzled the eyes of those who saw it. Su Yan frowned, but he wasn't slow. His eyes suddenly shrank and the speed of Xiang Tianba's attack decreased. However, Su Yan didn't slow down. He directly raised the pagoda sword. Xiang Tianba's sword was like a ghost, while Su Yan's sword was like a divine dragon. Although it didn't take the form of a ghost, it flashed with a golden light and shot forward. There was no false momentum. It was like a giant dragon coming out of the sea and going over the mountains. Clang! The two swords suddenly collided in midair. Although they didn't use any spiritual power, a thick white fog appeared. This was the white fog created by the collision of pure strength. The surrounding people couldn't help but be shocked. While the two of them were fighting, other inner court disciples had already walked over. Although the outer sword well was very big, there were many people who came down this time, so it wasn't strange for them to bump into each other from time to time. Before Su Yan and Lu Fei came here, many people had come here, but they were all beaten back by Xiang Tianba. Now that Xiang Tianba and Su Yan were fighting, they didn't pay attention to the people who had gathered here. Perhaps it was because the sound of the two fighting had spread out, but for a moment, more and more people gathered in the heavenly sword tomb. Fortunately, the stone room was big enough. Even if everyone came here, it wouldn't be crowded. With so many people, there would naturally be more people talking. When the people below saw this scene, they all revealed looks of astonishment. Look, isn't that Su Yan and Brother Xiang? That's right, how could Su Yan dare to fight with Brother Xiang? Isn't that courting death? When the crowd saw Su Yan and Xiang Tianba fight, they were even more suspicious. Within the hidden sword tomb, how many people would dare to fight with Xiang Tianba? Even without the support of spiritual energy, everyone could feel their bodies tremble when Xiang Tianba glared at them. How could they dare to fight with Xiang Tianba? When they saw Xiang Tianba's ghost howl from time to time, their hearts were filled with fear. Every move was even harder to block. This Su Yan really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thinks that just because he has a bit of experience, he dares to fight with Brother Xiang. Isn't that courting death? That's right, Xiang Tianba is in the Saint Vein realm, and Su Yan is only in the 9th layer of spirit realm. Even if he can't use spiritual energy here, Brother Xiang's physique isn't something that Su Yan, who is in the spirit realm, can resist. Chapter 62. The strength of a 9th layer spirit realm cultivator against a saint bloodline cultivator. Even if he couldn't use spirit energy, the two of them were not equal in terms of physique. In terms of strength alone, a spirit realm cultivator was not a match for a saint bloodline cultivator. Xiang Tianba was a saint bloodline cultivator. Every time he swung his sword, it would create a storm. The power of his sword was indescribable, and his speed was even more shocking. Every flash of his sword was filled with killing intent. Clang! Once again, the two swords clashed. Su Yan suddenly felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. He slightly frowned. The number 1 disciple of the sect is indeed extraordinary. Su Yan was shocked, but at the same time he also realized how powerful Xiang Tianba was. However, he did not intend to give up. His eyes focused and his body rushed out once again. His steps were as fast as flying, and he was not slower than Xiang Tianba in the slightest. How can this Su Yan have such speed? That's right. He is only at the 9th layer of spirit realm, and he doesn't have any spirit energy to support him. How can he be so fast? Once Su Yan displayed his ghost-like speed, a wave of astonished voices immediately sounded from below. Of course, most of them were disdainful. So what if he has speed? With his physique, he can't hurt Xiang Tianba in the slightest. He's just overestimating himself. Everyone below had different opinions. On the side, there were 2 people who had been watching the two of them without saying a word. However, when Su Yan made his move, their faces lit up. These 2 people were Lin Hualu and Qin Hao. They were both core disciples, so their observation skills were naturally more unique than the other disciples. When Su Yan made his move, Qin Hao opened his mouth and said, "This child has only been in the sect for a year, but he has made such great progress." Qin Hao could still clearly remember the time when he was watching Su Yan compete in Sky Twin City. Although Su Yan's performance was shocking, it was not as fast as today's. After all, he did not have any spirit energy supporting him. To be able to display such speed, it was naturally shocking. When Lin Hualu looked at Su Yan, her eyes were filled with approval. However, when she looked at Xiang Tianba, her cold and elegant face could not help but sink as she secretly said, "Xiang Tianba is a legacy disciple, why is he finding trouble with a mere inner sect disciple?" Lin Hualu naturally didn't know that Su Yan had snatched Xiang Tianba's beast core. Those inner sect disciples looked at Su Yan. Seeing that Su Yan dared to attack Xiang Tianba, some of them looked at him with disdain. Of course, there were also some who looked at Su Yan differently. For example, the leader of the troubles that Su Yan encountered in the outer sect, the number 1 inner sect disciple, Jing. This person was already shocked when he saw Su Yan's performance on the 5-colored boulder that day, but that was just shock. He did not necessarily admire Su Yan, nor did he feel that Su Yan's talent was amazing. Now that he saw Su Yan's speed, he couldn't help but to nod his head in praise. This Su Yan really does not let me down. I think he can surpass him. Thinking about that person, an indescribable sadness flashed across Jing Yi's cold and arrogant face. Look, this time Su Yan is dead for sure. Right at this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Everyone's gaze simultaneously condensed on Su Yan and Xiang Tianba. They saw Xiang Tianba's sword move. That ghost howl, the sword flashed like a ghost. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow. In an instant, it was already in front of Su Yan's eyes. As the ghost howl flashed, Xiang Tianba suddenly took a step forward. His body turned abruptly and jumped up. He quickly raised the ghost howl and slashed down at Su Yan. This transformation only happened in half a breath's time, and its speed was like that of a ghost. Su Yan didn't notice Xiang Tianba's sudden change in move. He just raised his sword and blocked in front of him. Now that Xiang Tianba was so fast, it was obviously too late for Su Yan to change his move. So in the crowd, there were all kinds of shouts. Qin Hao saw this and his eyes narrowed. He sighed, "Brother Xiang, as expected of the number 1 person in our sect. With such a sword move, I can't block it. This time Su Yan's life is over." Lin Hualu was also shocked when she saw this. She wanted to save him, but she knew that if she had spiritual energy in her body, she would be able to make it in time. Without spiritual energy, no matter how fast she was, it would be useless. Jing Yi saw this and his heart tightened. He thought, how can this be? Could it be that all geniuses will die because of this? He couldn't help but feel pity. At this time, usually in the sect, the few people who were on good terms with Su Yan were all here. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked. When Ouyang Tiancheng saw this, his pupils suddenly shrank. He had a long sword in his hand. He wanted to save him, but he was powerless. There was also Qiao Linglong and Pu Tiandao. Although these 2 people didn't interact with Su Yan, the 2 of them knew that Su Yan had appeared at the last moment during the test and killed that monster. Letting them avoid trouble could be considered a favor. Especially Qiao Linglong. Su Yan had saved her several times. Seeing that Su Yan was in danger, she was naturally anxious. Apart from these people in the sect, the one who was on the best terms with Su Yan was Lu Fei. Lu Fei was the number 1 fatty in the sect. When he saw that Su Yan was in danger, he didn't calculate whether he could make it in time. He pulled out his sword and rushed over. At the same time, Su Yan saw that Xiang Tianba suddenly changed moves. He was startled. Without saying anything, he looked at Xiang Tianba's figure. His pupils suddenly shrank. Xiang Tianba's speed slowed down a bit. He's dead. This Su Yan is overestimating himself. Su Yan moved quickly. His body moved back quickly. At the same time, he stabbed out with the Buddha sword. This sword didn't stab toward Xiang Tianba, but toward the ground. At the same time, Su Yan's body slid back. At this time, Xiang Tianba's sword fell on the ground, right under Su Yan's shoes. How is this possible? How did he do it? Everyone was in an uproar. Just now, everyone thought that Su Yan was dead for sure. Who would have thought that Su Yan would be able to avoid it? That thrill, that speed, how calm did he have to be? How fast did he have to react? How brave did he have to be to avoid this move? Xiang Tianba was also stunned. How is this possible? How did he avoid it? Xiang Tianba had calculated that this move would definitely take Su Yan's life. How could he have thought that Su Yan would be able to avoid it? Look, quickly! Right at this moment, someone shouted again. Everyone's eyes focused on him again. After dodging, Su Yan leaped forward. Without any hesitation, he raised the Buddha sword and leaped. In an instant, the long sword swept wildly. The sword light flashed. In an instant, it struck out like a long snake. It was so fast that it tore through the void. Suddenly, a shrill sound rang out. The sword intent went straight for Xiang Tianba. Xiang Tianba was shocked and hurriedly jumped up. Unfortunately, Su Yan would not give him the chance. His pupils suddenly shrank. With a swing of his sword, he sealed Xiang Tianba's throat. No, impossible. How is this possible? Impossible. Everyone below was shocked to see this scene. Su Yan had sealed Xiang Tianba's throat. If he took another step forward, Xiang Tianba would be killed by Su Yan. What kind of person was Xiang Tianba in the sect? He was a god in the hearts of all the disciples. He was the highest existence among all the disciples. How did Su Yan defeat Xiang Tianba? Xiang Tianba looked at the Buddha sword that sealed his throat and was stunned. He looked at Su Yan in disbelief and fear. If this sword came down, he would lose his life here. However, Su Yan did not attack again. He looked at Xiang Tianba and raised his eyebrows. If I could use spirit energy, I would definitely lose to you. Although I won, it was an unfair victory. If I, Su Yan, want to defeat you, then I will defeat you fair and square in the future. Su Yan said calmly. Although this was the case, his words caused ripples in the hearts of countless people. Some people even thought that Su Yan's head had been kicked by a donkey. When he went out in the future, Xiang Tianba would have recovered his strength. How could a ninth-layer spirit realm cultivator defeat someone at the peak of the saint bloodline? Wasn't this courting death? However, Su Yan did not care about this and smiled. Seeing Lu Fei arrive, he smiled and said, "Fatty, let's go." Yes, good. Lu Fei saw that Su Yan had defeated Xiang Tianba and was very happy for him. But Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan's departing figure and let out a roar. He clenched his fists and let his nails dig into his flesh. His heart was about to bleed. He, Xiang Tianba, was a heaven's pride. Su Yan was only an ant. How could he lose to an ant? Su Yan, the humiliation you brought me today, I will return it 100 times, 100 times. Xiang Tianba kept roaring in his heart, and the murderous intent on his face became thicker. The light in his eyes was actually anger, which then condensed into endless killing intent. However, Su Yan did not care. He could have killed Xiang Tianba just now, but that was not enough. If he killed Xiang Tianba today, how could he make up for the humiliation he suffered that day? If he wanted to defeat Xiang Tianba, he would have to defeat him fair and square. Saint Bloodline Realm? One day, he would be able to make him surrender at his feet. He would let him know that he, Su Yan, was not someone that Xiang Tianba could casually bully. Everyone was stunned in place, unable to believe this fact. Su Yan had defeated Xiang Tianba. An inner disciple had actually defeated a true disciple. How could this be possible? How could they believe it? Just as Su Yan was about to leave, Xiang Tianba was angry, and everyone was stunned. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Chapter 63. Brother Xiang, it's about to appear. Amidst the shouts of several inner disciples, bang! Another loud sound rang out, and a ray of light shot out from the stone platform where Xiang Tianba had been sitting. The moment this ray of light appeared, a wave of spiritual energy rippled out. One had to know that there was no spiritual energy fluctuation in this place. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy appeared, causing everyone to be shocked. Xiang Tianba also reacted one after another. His gaze was gloomy as he looked at the place where the golden light had shot out. He felt a little comforted in his heart. Su Yan humiliated me today. In the future, I will definitely return it 100 times over. The moment I leave the sword well is the moment he dies. I'm at the peak of the saint bloodline. Now is the time for me to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm. Only by leaping into the celestial phenomenon realm can one be considered a strong cultivator. That Su Yan is just a life spirit cultivator. The most important thing now is to take down this demon spirit. Xiang Tianba comforted himself. Seeing that there were so many people surrounding him, he shouted, "Those who have nothing to do with this, leave quickly." Although he had lost to Su Yan, His status as the #1 disciple of the sect was still unshakable in the hearts of the crowd. At his shout, the surrounding disciples were startled and hurriedly moved out of the way. Very few disciples stayed behind. Lin Hualu, Qin Hao, Jing Yi, Xiao Linglong, and Pu Tiandao were naturally not afraid of Xiang Tianba and did not leave. Su Yan and Lu Fei also did not leave. When Xiang Tianba saw these people, he couldn't help but frown, but he didn't care. He didn't believe that they had the strength to snatch the demon spirit. This demon spirit could only be obtained by him. Driving those people away was just because he didn't want them to see it. Since these people didn't leave, then he would just let them stay. Actually, this is also Xiang Tianba's helpless action. After all, among them, Lin Hualu and Qin Hao were both direct disciples. As for Jing Yi, Xiao Linglong, and Pu Tiandao, although he doesn't know who they are, it's inconvenient for him to argue with them. There was no need to mention Su Yan and Lu Fei. He had just been defeated by Su Yan, so how could he drive him away? Thump! The moment those disciples left, another trembling sound rang out. This time, the sound was even more powerful than the previous two. It caused the entire stone room to tremble. That light leaped up, and in an instant, a golden object surged out from under that light. Demon spirit. When Lin Hualu and Qin Hao saw the appearance of the golden object, their hearts trembled. Su Yan and the others didn't recognize this object, so they weren't surprised. However, when they saw the object and the spiritual energy it emitted, they couldn't help but be startled. Junior sister Lin, junior brother Qin, since the two of you recognize this object, you should know how powerful it is, right? When Xiang Tianba saw that Lin Hualu and Qin Hao recognized this object, he couldn't help but smile. That smile was filled with a sense of madness and confidence. Xiang Tianba clenched his fist. This demon spirit, he must obtain it. The two of you can watch the show, but you can't snatch it. Lin Hualu and Qin Hao were both smart people. Naturally, they understood Xiang Tianba's intention. Qin Hao smiled and said, "Brother Xiang, looking at your formation, I know that you have made sufficient preparations. How can I ruin your plans?" Lin Hualu followed and said, "Brother Xiang, this object is useless to me. You can rest assured." When Xiang Tianba heard their words, he nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned his head and looked at Su Yan. His eyes suddenly turned cold, but he didn't say a word. To him, even if Su Yan wanted to obtain the demon spirit, he would have to break through his own preparations first. Su Yan didn't pay attention to him. He only carefully looked at the object that looked like a worm, a ghost, and a snake. He didn't know what it was. However, from Xiang Tianba's nervous expression, he could tell that this object wasn't an ordinary object. He just didn't know what it was used for. Lu Fei, who was beside him, explained, "Demon spirits are born from the resentment of spirits. They are formed by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They are extremely powerful against the human body. If you can refine the demon spirit, you can obtain the demon spirit's possession and condense the power of your saint bloodline to form the heavenly phase." Looks like Xiang Tianba wants to refine the demon spirit here and form the heavenly phase. No wonder he's afraid of Lin Hualu and Qin Hao, but not us. Although Lin Hualu and Qin Hao haven't reached the pinnacle of the saint bloodline realm, if they can refine the demon spirit, they can at least condense a saint bloodline. It'll take them 10 years less. When Su Yan heard Lu Fei's words, he couldn't help being stunned. He wasn't surprised that Lu Fei knew so much. After all, Lu Fei was born and raised in the Hidden Sword Tomb and had a good father. It was normal for him to know so much. Instead, he was surprised that the demon spirit object had such a great use. Su Yan had been in the Hidden Sword Well for a few days and hadn't found any treasures. This demon spirit was definitely a great treasure. Of course, Su Yan didn't think that the others didn't obtain any treasures. Treasures were all about fate. When fate arrived, it would naturally be obtained. Since he had encountered the demon spirit, it meant that he had fate with it. As Su Yan thought about it, he looked at the demon spirit with greed in his eyes. If others wanted to refine the demon spirit, Su Yan wouldn't mind. But if Xiang Tianba wanted to refine it, he naturally couldn't let him succeed. "Fatty, what's the use of refining this demon spirit?" Su Yan asked Lu Fei in a low voice. He already had an idea about the demon spirit. Lu Fei was stunned. He then shook his head and smiled. Junior brother Su, you don't have the strength to refine the demon spirit. You don't have a saint bloodline in your body. When the demon spirit enters your body, it will form a saint bloodline. Since you haven't reached the saint bloodline realm, you will definitely be devoured by the demon spirit. So not only is it useless for you, it's also harmful. It's useless? Su Yan frowned and was rather disappointed. Just at this moment, Lu Fei suddenly said, but if you really want to obtain the demon spirit, it's not useless. You can inject it into a spiritual artifact to strengthen it. Unfortunately, you and I don't have a spiritual artifact, so it's useless. Spiritual artifact. When Su Yan heard Lu Fei mention the spirit weapon, he immediately thought of the baleful celestial ancient jade that Mu Zijin had given him in the Buddha Pagoda because he had not been able to subdue the baleful celestial that day. So much so that Su Yan almost forgot about its existence. Now that Lu Fei mentioned it, he immediately remembered it. Thinking about the fiend immortal and looking at the demon spirit, Su Yan's eyes flashed. He looked at Xiang Tianba and coldly smiled. He turned his head and asked Lu Fei, Fatty, how do I refine the demon spirit? I don't know. Lu Fei was often treated as a know-it-all by Su Yan. However, at this moment, he shook his head and said, this method of refining the demon spirit is extremely strange. I really don't know. You don't know? Su Yan's brows furrowed again. From the appearance of the demon spirit, Su Yan knew that refining it wouldn't be easy. Not to mention, Xiang Tianba was also here. Looking at Xiang Tianba's attitude, it seemed that he was determined to obtain the demon spirit. It was impossible for him to refine it. However, could he just watch as the demon spirit was refined by Xiang Tianba? No, he definitely couldn't allow that. Even if he couldn't refine it, he had to stop Xiang Tianba from refining it. Su Yan looked at the demon spirit and his gaze deepened. He had also made up his mind. The moment the demon spirit appeared, it immediately started to run around. Unfortunately, for some reason, it couldn't escape from the encirclement of the inner court disciples. Those inner court disciples had been sitting there without moving. It was obvious that they were setting up some kind of array to trap the demon spirit. When Xiang Tianba saw that the others had no intention of interfering, he looked at the demon spirit and smiled evilly. He patted his interspatial pouch and swallowed an elixir. The moment he swallowed the elixir, Xiang Tianba's body suddenly turned into a rainbow and charged towards the demon spirit. His long sword struck out. It directly passed through the demon spirit. The demon spirit seemed to have sensed Xiang Tianba's arrival. It emitted a bright light and charged forward. As it leaped, the spiritual energy trembled. It was quite oppressive. Su Yan, who was standing far away, could feel an aura coming towards him. Although the spiritual energy wasn't as strong as the aura emitted by the elders, it wasn't weak. Furthermore, he couldn't use his spiritual energy. Under the pressure of the spiritual energy, Su Yan suddenly felt his body tremble. Looking at the others, including Lin Hualu and Qin Hao, they weren't any better off. Surrounded by several people, Xiang Tianba was completely fine. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. When he thought of the elixir that Xiang Tianba swallowed when he attacked, he guessed that it was the effect of the elixir. When he looked again, Xiang Tianba patted his interspatial pouch and swallowed another elixir. Su Yan also understood that this demon spirit wasn't something that could be easily obtained. Taking another step forward, he felt that every step was difficult. Am I going to give up? Su Yan muttered to himself. Looking at the demon spirit, his heart was filled with unwillingness. Collect. Just at this moment, Xiang Tianba coldly shouted. An unknown treasure flew out from his interspatial pouch. With a wave of his hand, the demon spirit was covered within it. The spiritual aura pressure from before also disappeared. When the magic treasure appeared, one could faintly feel a wave of spiritual aura fluctuation. Su Yan couldn't help feeling envious. It seems that being a core disciple isn't just a rumor. A treasure of this level isn't something that I can possess. When Xiang Tianba was collecting the demon spirit, he instantly waved his treasure again and put it back into his interspatial pouch. the demon spirit appeared again. However, this time, the demon spirit wasn't moving. Instead, it was more gentle. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy pressure was still there, making Su Yan unable to walk. At this moment, Xiang Tianba jumped up and sat in the air. Su Yan was shocked. He couldn't use his spiritual energy, so how could Xiang Tianba sit in the air? Su Yan naturally didn't know that this was the demon spirit's spiritual energy. Xiang Tianba was only borrowing the demon spirit's spiritual energy. Chapter 64. As his body floated, the spirit energy above the demon spirit continuously surged into Xiang Tianba's body, and the smile on Xiang Tianba's face became wider and wider. Especially when he looked at Su Yan, there was a glint in his eyes that was constantly surging out. This is bad. When Lu Fei saw this scene, he suddenly thought of something and said in panic, "This sword well cannot be entered by the celestial phenomenon realm. If one were to enter, they would definitely be killed by the restrictions of the sword well. As for the spirit energy that cannot be used within the sword well, it can only be used against those below the celestial phenomenon realm. If one is able to jump into the celestial phenomenon realm within the sword well, then not only can you use your strength, the celestial phenomenon that you condense is also stronger than the celestial phenomenon realm that you condense outside." When Su Yan heard Lu Fei's words, he was also shocked in his heart. "Fatty, you mean to say that Xiang Tianba is currently stepping into the celestial phenomenon realm?" "That's right." Lu Fei's small eyes immediately congealed as he nodded cautiously. If Xiang Tianba were to condense a celestial phenomenon, he would be able to use his spirit energy. At that moment, we won't be able to use our spirit energy, so how could we be his match? Celestial phenomenon realm. Su Yan was secretly shocked as he thought about it. Not to mention that Xiang Tianba had stepped into the celestial phenomenon realm. Even if Xiang Tianba was able to use his spirit energy, 10 of him would not be his match. "No, I have to stop him myself," Su Yan secretly thought in his heart. Unfortunately, it was difficult to even take a step forward under the pressure of the demon spirit's powerful spirit energy. How could he stop it? Once the celestial phenomenon realm was formed, Xiang Tianba would definitely take his life first. Escaping was also impossible. Then what should I do? Su Yan kept thinking of a way in his heart as he watched the spirit energy of the demon spirit continuously pour into Xiang Tianba's body. Su Yan's eyes constantly emitted a bright light, which was filled with determination. Step by step, he walked towards Xiang Tianba. Although it was slow, it was steady. It's useless. Su Yan, just wait for your death." When Xiang Tianba saw Su Yan approaching, he suddenly laughed and said, "Su Yan, even if you can walk, you still can't destroy my formation. I, Xiang Tianba, am destined to be a heavenly dragon, and you, Su Yan, are merely an ant. Su Yan, submit to me, and perhaps I will spare your life." Xiang Tianba's arrogant voice echoed in the stone chamber. However, Su Yan turned a deaf ear to him and walked forward step by step. When Qin Hao saw this, he frowned and said, "What is this child trying to do?" "He wants to stop Xiang Tianba from forming the heavenly image," Lin Hualu said with an expressionless face. As she gazed at Su Yan's firm and determined footsteps, a look of approval appeared in her eyes. Looking at Xiang Tianba's arrogant appearance, she suddenly waved her hand, and a pill shot towards Su Yan's direction. "Su Yan, this pill is called the Spirit Avoidance Pill. Swallow it, and it will reduce the pressure of the spiritual energy on you." "Thank you, Senior Sister Lin." When Su Yan heard Lin Hualu's words, he cupped his hands towards her gratefully. Then, he hurriedly took the Spirit Avoidance Pill and swallowed it. Now that he was grateful, he didn't say much and walked towards Xiang Tianba. Although his body was still under the pressure of the spiritual energy, it was much better than before. He was even more grateful towards Lin Hualu. Just like her, when he saw her beautiful body, her beautiful face, and her red dress, his heart couldn't help but be moved. However, it was only for a moment. He quickly put away the thought in his heart and walked towards Xiang Tianba. When Xiang Tianba saw the scene, his face couldn't help but be filled with anger. He shouted, "Junior Sister Lin, why are you helping this person?" Lin Hualu smiled but didn't say anything. She also didn't know why she wanted to help Su Yan. Maybe it was because she felt that Su Yan was interesting on that day in Tianshuang City. When Xiang Tianba saw that Lin Hualu didn't reply, the anger on his face became even more intense. He coldly shouted, "Good, good. Lin Hualu, you have always known my feelings for you. This time, you let me down because of an ant from the inner court." When Lin Hualu heard Xiang Tianba talk about love, she couldn't not reply. She glanced at Xiang Tianba and expressionlessly said, "Brother Xiang, of course I know your feelings for me. However, this is your wishful thinking. How can I let you down?" Good, good, good. Xiang Tianba also didn't want to talk about love. He said, "Good," 3 times in a row. His face was trembling. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. When he saw Su Yan walking towards him with difficulty, he sneered and said, "Today, I will form the heavenly form. I want to see how you are going to stop it. Once I enter the heavenly form, this place will be under my control. When that time comes, I will see who dares not to listen to me. Lin Hualu, you will never be able to escape from my palm in this lifetime. You will never be able to escape." When Lin Hualu heard Xiang Tianba's words, she frowned. However, she didn't say anything. She knew that Xiang Tianba's words were the truth. His barrier was already formed. At this moment, he could borrow the demonic spiritual energy. However, none of them could condense spiritual energy. They couldn't stop him at all. "Su Yan, don't make any more useless struggles. Just wait for your death." Xiang Tianba continued to absorb the demonic spiritual energy above his head. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Su Yan's movements became more and more difficult. However, Su Yan didn't give up in the slightest. Step by step, he walked towards him. When he finally arrived in front of Su Yan, he struck out with his sword. However, it was a pity that there was nothing in the surrounding area. The moment his long sword struck out, it lit up like a screen of light. In an instant, it blocked Su Yan's sword strike. "What?" Su Yan was shocked. Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan's astonished expression and laughed arrogantly. "Su Yan, it's useless. I've been preparing for this for a long time. Otherwise, why would I let you guys watch me form the heavenly form?" "Ha, Su Yan, I want to see how you form the heavenly form and how you walk towards your death. Not only that, Su Yan, I'll tell you another secret. Not only do I form the heavenly form, but there are also divine artifacts in the inner sword well. These are all mine, Xiang Tianba's. I, Xiang Tianba, have amazing talent, and you are destined to die at my feet." Listening to Xiang Tianba's arrogant voice, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. However, his gaze didn't waver in the slightest. He only secretly said, "Is there really no other way?" "Impossible, I can definitely stop it. Definitely." Su Yan gritted his teeth and once again stabbed out with his sword. And, at the moment the sword stabbed out, several inner disciples surrounded the area. In an instant, a light screen popped up and bounced Su Yan back. Puchi, in an instant, a stream of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. Su Yan, Ouyang Tianqing, Lu Fei and the others became anxious, afraid that something would happen to Su Yan. Seeing this scene, Lin Hualu frowned and said gently, "Su Yan, Xiang Tianba's enchantment has already been completed. Without the support of spiritual energy, you won't be able to break it. Give up." "Give up? How could Su Yan give up?" He laughed bitterly in his heart. "Even if I die, I won't give up." Lin Hualu looked at Su Yan's persistent appearance and said, "Su Yan, there's still a long way to go. At this moment, you can't break Xiang Tianba's enchantment. Give up and follow me out of the sword well. Xiang Tianba naturally can't hurt you." "Leave the sword well?" When Xiang Tianba heard Lin Hualu's words, he was shocked. His pupils constricted as he shouted, "The sword well has opened, you actually have a way to get out." "I have my ways." Lin Hualu's eyes turned cold, and continued to shout at Su Yan, "Su Yan, follow me out, there's no need to tangle with me anymore." Although Su Yan was also surprised that Lin Hualu actually had a way to get out of the sword well, it was still unable to shake Su Yan's heart. For the sword well, Su Yan had been preparing for many days. Now that he had come down to the sword well, how could he leave without doing anything? "No, even if I die, I can't go out myself." Su Yen clenched his teeth, turned around and cupped his hands towards Lin Hualu. Senior Sister Lin, I, Su Yen, appreciate your good intentions, but I will definitely not go out. When Lin Hualu heard Su Yan's words, she sighed slightly and did not try to persuade him any further. She turned and left the stone room. Xiang Tianba had already said those words just now. If Xiang Tianba were to become a celestial being, he would naturally be able to use his spirit energy. At that time, she would not be able to use her strength, so she would naturally not be able to compare to him. Lin Hualu would be in danger here. When Xiang Tianba saw Lin Hualu leave, his brows furrowed, but he quickly regained his arrogance and laughed. Lin Hualu, even if you have a way to get out of the sword well, you can forget about escaping from my palm. Clang. At this moment, Su Yen attacked again, but it was clearly another useless attack. However, Xiang Tianba became even more complacent. Su Yen, just wait for your death, just wait for your death. As Xiang Tianba spoke, the spirit energy on the demon spirit continued to pour in, and his body also continued to surge with spirit energy. That spirit energy continued to condense around Xiang Tianba's body. Spirit energy was the foundation of cultivation. Life spirit was the path of condensing cultivation. The Saint Meridian was the unfinished meridian, formed from 1 meridian, formed from 9 meridian, and formed from the celestial being. Only then could one roam the heavens. The celestial being was the symbol of true strength. The celestial being was the symbol of a true expert. Every single elder in the hidden sword tomb was above the celestial being realm. As Xiang Tianba absorbed the spirit energy, the demon spirit transformed, and the Saint Meridians in his body slowly appeared. Those 9 meridians quickly condensed and sank under his dantian, performing the Tao of the celestial being. Clearly, Xiang Tianba's celestial being was slowly showing its embryonic form. Su Yen struggled. Xiang Tianba felt the changes in his body. Seeing that Su Yen was still working hard, the smile on his face became even more brilliant. As long as he formed the celestial being, killing Su Yen would be as easy as blowing off dust. Su Yen naturally understood this logic, but he couldn't break this array, so he couldn't stop Xiang Tianba from forming the celestial being. Could it be that he was really going to wait for death like Xiang Tianba said? As Su Yen thought about it, his face suddenly became miserable. He didn't expect that he, Su Yen, would lose his life here after working so hard to enter the swordwell. As Su Yen thought about it, he felt a burst of unwillingness in his heart. Ouyang Tianqing, Lu Fei, and the others looked at Su Yan's appearance and felt uncomfortable in their hearts. However, they were powerless to help. Su Yen, submit. Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan's expression and shouted arrogantly again. Submit. Su Yen sneered and bit his lips. His eyes were like torches. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he was unwilling to give up. Chapter 65. Xiang Tianba floated in the air, his whole body glowing like a Buddha, with his own majesty. The spiritual energy on his body was getting thicker and thicker. In this place where spiritual energy could not be used, it emitted a wave of pressure. Qin Hao, Jing Yi, Ouyang Tianqing, Lu Fei, and the others could not help but frown, and their figures could not help but retreat a bit. Needless to say, Su Yen was the closest. Although he had swallowed the spirit avoidance pill, as the spirit qi became denser, the effect became weaker. His body was twisted together because of the majesty of the spiritual energy. Only his eyes were still blooming with a strange light. Looking at Xiang Tianba's body, he was unwilling to give up. Could it be that I have to surrender like this? No, absolutely not. I've worked so hard for the sword well for so long, and now that I've come here, how can I give up? Su Yen thought, and his whole body shook. He suddenly let out a low roar, slapped his storage bag, and in an instant, a spirit concentration pill fell into his hand. Raising his head, Su Yen swallowed it. Although he knew that it might not be useful, he was unwilling, and his eyes continued to shine brightly. I must stop it, I must stop it. Su Yen shouted again, withstanding the powerful spiritual energy pressure, and attacked again. Clang. Obviously, it was blocked by the light curtain again. It's useless, Su Yen, Accept your death obediently. Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan's struggle, and the smile on his face became even more brilliant. For him, Su Yan must die this time. He was a high and mighty god, and Su Yan was just an ant. An ant not only stole his beast core, but also humiliated him in front of all the disciples. This ant's blasphemy to the gods was enough to kill him 1,000 times. Thinking of his carefully planned beast core, but it was swallowed by Su Yan. Thinking of the humiliation Su Yan brought to himself, Xiang Tianba's eyes suddenly flowed with a murderous aura, shooting straight at Su Yan. Ordinary people would not be able to use spiritual energy, but Xiang Tianba had swallowed a demon spirit to form his form. What he borrowed was the power of the demon spirit, so it was naturally different from ordinary people. This time, as his eyes squirmed, a majestic aura spread out. This huge aura, not to mention that Su Yan could not use his spiritual energy, even if he could, he might not be able to resist it. In an instant, Su Yan felt his body churn. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan, give up. Yes, give up. Ouyang Tiancheng, Lu Fei, and the others couldn't bear to see Su Yan in such a sorry state and reminded him repeatedly. But Su Yan only gritted his teeth and smiled. Let him give up, unless he died. Clenching his teeth, Su Yan once again drew his sword. Although it was of no use, his tenacious and unyielding heart moved everyone present. Only Xiang Tianba's smile was brighter, and the more Su Yan struggled, the happier he was. Daring to steal his things, he must let him suffer humiliation and die. I don't believe it. Su Yan had entered a crazy state under the pressure of the layers of spiritual energy. His eyes were red, and there was only the array in front of him. The items in his storage bag were all sacrificed. Struggle, struggle. Xiang Tianba saw Su Yan's appearance and laughed wildly. The more Su Yan was like this, the more he enjoyed it. Bang! At this moment, Su Yan took out something from his storage bag and threw it into the array. In the next moment, a loud sound rang out. Xiang Tianba, who was floating in the air, couldn't help but tremble. What's going on? Su Yan had already lost his mind under the pressure of spiritual energy. The only reason he could hold on until now was because of the belief in his body. However, this loud sound caused Su Yan to wake up. Looking at the array that was blasted open, his pupils shrank. This is the Fiend Immortal. It's the Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade. When the Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade was thrown out, it directly hit the demon spirit. At this moment, most of the spiritual energy in the demon spirit was absorbed by Xiang Tianba. But not all of it was absorbed. When the Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade was thrown out, it instantly released a ray of light. The light enveloped the demon spirit and Xiang Tianba. In just a breath's time, Xiang Tianba felt as if his entire body was being sucked out. He let out a low roar, and all the spiritual energy he had absorbed was spat out and poured into the Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade. Such a change was too fast, to the point that everyone was stunned. It took a long time for them to regain their senses. But when they saw this scene, their faces were filled with astonishment, not understanding the meaning behind it. On the other hand, Lu Fei narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade. His eyes suddenly widened as he excitedly said, I understand. This strange jade is a spiritual weapon. When it meets a demon spirit, it will automatically absorb the spiritual weapon. Hearing Lu Fei's words, everyone came to their senses. They all thought that the spiritual weapon and demon spirit had resonated and absorbed the spiritual energy of the demon spirit, destroying Xiang Tianba's formation. Naturally, they didn't know that Lu Fei was only half right. Even if a normal spiritual weapon could be forged with a demon spirit, how could it automatically absorb a demon spirit without an owner to crown it? Not only could it not do so, it might even be controlled by the demon spirit. Of course, everyone didn't understand, so they naturally agreed with Lu Fei's words. Xiang Tianba, let's see how you're going to form your formation now. When Su Yan heard Lu Fei's words, he tacitly agreed. Looking at Xiang Tianba's increasingly ugly expression, he returned all the humiliation that Xiang Tianba had given him. Xiang Tianba, beg for mercy. Perhaps I'll let you go if you beg for mercy. Su Yan! When Xiang Tianba heard Su Yan's words, he was instantly enraged. However, there was nothing he could do. Earlier, he was still able to borrow a trace of spiritual energy from the demon spirit, but now his entire body was stiff. Not to mention using spiritual energy, he couldn't even circulate the cultivation technique in his body. The spiritual energy in his body was constantly being sucked out, causing his entire body to tremble. Boom, just at this moment, there was another loud sound. The fiend immortal ancient jade suddenly leapt up and began to spin in the air. Its small body rapidly spun in the air. It let out a series of whooshing sounds as if it was mocking. Why? At this moment, Xiang Tianba's body slowly fell down. His hair was scattered, and the majestic aura he had earlier was long gone. But he fell to the ground, and his face was unrecognizable. He was in an extremely sorry state. Xiang Tianba reacted quickly. The moment he fell to the ground, his hands shook the ground, and he flipped himself up. Even so, his white robe was reduced to dust. Coupled with his pale face and disheveled hair, he no longer had the majesty of the number one disciple of the sect. Impossible! For this, I have worked hard for several years to form the heavenly form in this sword well. How can I fail? How is this possible? Xiang Tianba muttered to himself, and the words he spoke were practically roared out. It turned out that if Xiang Tianba wanted to form the heavenly form, he could have done so in the sect. However, he wasn't willing to form the heavenly form just like that. The heavenly form was divided into the sun, moon, and stars. Ordinary people would form the heavenly form by forming the heavenly form. The sun form was a legendary existence. Other than the heavenly form, there was only the moon form. However, there was no way to form the moon form. There wasn't a single person in the entire Jingzhou city who knew how to form the moon form. However, Xiang Tianba inadvertently learned that in the sword well, one had to disperse all the spiritual energy and absorb the demonic spiritual energy to form the moon form. As early as 3 years ago, Xiang Tianba was able to form the heavenly form. It was because of this that he didn't form the heavenly form for a long time. He wanted to form the moon form. 3 years ago, he had been planning all of this. Killing demonic beasts, obtaining beast cores, refining spirit avoidance pills, and forging his body so that his body and the demonic spirit could work together. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use the spiritual energy in the sword well and subdue the demonic spirit. For this, Tianba had spent an entire 3 years. Not only had he tempered his own body, but he had also spent a lot of time and effort to refine a body that could withstand demon spirits for the inner sect disciples who had helped him earlier. However, at this moment, at that time, the Heavenly Cloud Beast Core was one of the things he could use today. It was fine that it was snatched by Su Yan. After all, he was a divine dragon. Even if he snatched the Beast Core, he still had the ability to obtain it. Just now, he was defeated by Su Yan. He could accept it because he was destined to one day soar into the 9 heavens, while Su Yan was still just an ant. But now, everything was ruined. Everything was destroyed by Su Yan. Why? Xiang Tianba raised his head and let out a low roar. That roar was mournful, but it was also mixed with anger. Su Yan. Xiang Tianba came back to his senses. Suddenly, the ghost howl was already in his hand. He pointed the sword at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, I will not rest until I kill you." As he spoke, Xiang Tianba had already raised his sword and attacked. It was swift and ferocious, streaking through the air. In an instant, a thunderous boom rang out. That sword was illusory, like a ghost, illusory yet real at the same time, dazzling everyone who saw it. Su Yan saw that Xiang Tianba had failed to form the heavenly image. Now, he was just a mortal like him. In addition, he had already defeated Xiang Tianba once. Naturally, he was not afraid. Good timing. In an instant, Su Yan also took out the pagoda sword and met the blade. The speed of the pagoda sword's golden light was not inferior to Xiang Tianba's ghost howl. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes narrowed, and at the same time, his killing intent was fierce. Just now, Su Yan had already regretted sparing Xiang Tianba once. Now that he had this opportunity, he would not be polite. Although he and Xiang Tianba were from the same sect, they had also formed a deep grudge. In the future, they would definitely not rest until one of them was dead. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he give it up? The two collided, and their attacks were fierce. Although there was no spiritual energy, sword light flashed at the same time, and whistling sounds rang out. Although Su Yan had defeated Xiang Tianba once, he did not underestimate Su Yan. Xiang Tianba was the #1 disciple of the sect, so his strength was naturally extraordinary. In his anger, his sword was even sharper, and every move was soul-stirring. Su Yan was naturally not weaker than Xiang Tianba. His eyes flickered from time to time, and sword light expanded in all directions. He was not inferior to Xiang Tianba at all.